Hi, I'm Blessing from New Zealand, and I have a skin disease called vitiligo. But that didn't stop me from getting revenge on all the good-for-nothing jerks in my life. When I was 5 years old, I spent all day making a beautiful Mother's Day card for my stepmom. Look what I got you, Mommy.
That is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. And how many times have I told you not to call me that? I'm not your mommy. Your mom is dead.
And with that, she tore it into two.
But I made that especially for you.
Who asked you to? Not me. Why would I want someone like you to love me, stupid girl?
I ran to my room and jumped onto my bed, crying myself to sleep. I couldn't understand why I was born with this disease. I just wanted to be normal. Dad was only 17 when he had me, and he never even got a proper degree. The solution he found for his problems was marrying my evil stepmother, who was 15 years older than him, but very rich. It made things worse for me, though, because she was a massive pain in the butt. When I was 6, I found out that I was high-key a genius. One day, the teacher asked us all to memorize some nursery poems about winter and recite them in class. I snuck into my stepmom's library at night and took my favorite book off the shelf. I memorized Shakespeare's Winter by heart. When it was my turn to read out loud, the teacher looked stunned. I was asked to take a series of tests the next day, after which she called my parents and told them I was a genius with an IQ of 180.
Oh, wow. I guess that explains why she's so ugly.
Here's a brochure for this amazing school for gifted kids.
God, that looks expensive. No, we can't send her there. It's bad enough that we'll have to spend a fortune on beauty products to cover up her skin.
I hoped Dad would say something, but he was just quiet as usual. He mostly just did whatever she said because, well, he was living on her money. I thought I would always be miserable between my annoying parents, but one lucky day, I stumbled on an amazing secret, and it was the happiest day of my life. You see, I found out by accident that Dad had a girlfriend. That day, I understood that stepmom was probably horrible to me because of her own insecurities. She was just a loser who was getting cheated on, and I would never let her words or actions affect me again. A few days later at dinner, Dad left the table when his phone started ringing. I instantly guessed it might be Dad's girlfriend, and before stepmom could pick up the phone, I ran off with it. She started chasing me around the lounge and caught me by the shirt. I didn't know what to do, so I flung the phone at the wall, smashing it to bits. Just then, Dad walked in.
What's going on? And who broke my phone?
Daddy, I can explain.
And with that, I jumped onto the sofa and whispered in his ear that his girlfriend was calling, and I'd stopped stepmom from answering it. He immediately gave me a big hug. Stepmom screamed in rage and stormed out of the room. While things were looking up at home, they were just getting worse at school. My condition made kids look at me like I was an alien, and it just seemed to annoy everyone I was smarter than them, especially that horrible Luna. She was 2 years older than everyone else because she was really dumb and had been held back twice. She never missed a chance to make fun of me. In the 5th grade, I entered an international physics competition and had the highest score among 500 participants from around the world. You've made us all so proud, Blessing.
You don't speak for us, miss, because we're all pretty ashamed to have her here. She should be in some school for freaks.
Luna, that's a terrible thing to say. Apologize right now.
Okay. Sorry, Blessing.
Not Blessing. And then she knocked over all my books and started stomping on them. The teacher yelled at her and immediately dragged her off to the principal. She just kept being a jerk, so I knew I had to find a way to deal with her. One day, I found it. We were in the 7th grade celebrating Cultural Day when she came up to me and said, "And what are you supposed to be? White? Black? A Dalmatian? A panda? What are you?" "I'm a human being, unlike you, you monster." "Oh. Since when did you become so brave?" "Since the day I saw you cheating on your boyfriend with 2 boys. "What? I don't know what you're talking about, idiot. I saw you behind that tree, Luna. So you better leave me alone or I'll tell everyone about this. And who do you think they'll believe? Me or a weirdo like you?" "I'm pretty sure they'll believe me." And with that, I played a video of her I'd made on my phone, and from that day on, she didn't mess with me anymore. I could finally focus on my studies in peace. Boy, was I wrong. Things were getting much worse at home. Dad had started coming home really late every night, and I could tell stepmom was getting suspicious. One night, I woke up with a start when I heard loud screaming.
How could you cheat on me? You don't think I have feelings?
Ugh, give me a break. It's not like I'm ashamed of having a hot, young girlfriend. Just look at her. She's running for the Miss World contest next year. Really, you can't blame me for cheating on you. Have you looked in the mirror lately?
That's it, you two-timing, gold-digging jerk. Get out of my house, now!
I quickly ran back and jumped into bed, feeling sure Dad would come any minute and tell me to pack my bags. But 5 minutes later, I heard the front door slam shut and saw him leaving. I was certain stepmom would throw me out on the street, but to my surprise, she didn't. I kept thinking she'd take out all her anger on me, but she just started ignoring me, and I didn't mind that at all. For the next few years, everyone just let me be. Until one day in 9th grade, I was shocked when the cutest guy on earth, Ronald, came and sat next to me at lunch.
Hey, would you be interested in tutoring a dumb kid like me?
I was more than happy to. So I said yes. We started our sessions the next day, and Ronald turned out to be the sweetest guy. He never brought up my condition and treated me like a gentleman. One day, he suddenly took my hand and looked deep into my eyes.
Blessing, I don't know why people say these terrible things about you. You have to know, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever met, inside and out.
He held my chin, pulled my face close to his, and kissed my neck. Just as he kissed me on the lips, I heard that ugly Luna.
Weren't you gay?
Who?
Ronald, you said you were gay when I asked you out. And look at you now, kissing this ugly creature.
Don't call her that.
It's okay, babe. I'm used to her nasty words. Let her burn in her jealousy. And with that, I took his hand and started walking, making sure to push Luna as I left.
I'll make sure you regret this.
That evening, I snuck Ronald in through my bedroom window to spend the night with me. Just as we'd snuggled on the couch, the door flung open and stepmom barged in, looking insane with fury.
Oh no, you can't see a man when I can't.
You can't do that just because your husband left you. She grabbed Ronald by his t-shirt, practically spitting in his face.
And why are you with a freak like her? Do you have some kind of condition too? Couldn't find any other girl, huh?
She's a great girl, and I like her so much.
Oh yeah? Prove it. Kiss her foot right now, and I'll leave you alone for good.
Back off, lady. Sorry, but I can't be a part of this drama. I'm out of here.
And with that, he left, looking angry and embarrassed. Stepmom gave me an evil smile as she walked out, and I screamed as I slammed the door hard behind her. That witch! Ronald didn't turn up for our tutoring session the next day, and when I saw him around campus, he completely avoided eye contact with me. I decided to give him some space. Luna looked extra happy these days, and I knew it was because she could see Ronald and I weren't together anymore. One day, I spotted them by the lockers, and the minute she saw me, she started touching and hugging him. And even worse, he didn't seem to mind at all. I couldn't believe he'd do this to me. I went home in tears, only to hear a familiar voice as soon as I entered. It was Dad. I knew the only reason she'd call him back was because she was jealous that I had a man and she didn't. She was just that petty. The next day when I went to school, I was determined to punch both Ronald and Luna the moment I saw them. But as I was walking down the hall, someone suddenly pulled me by the arm and into the janitor's closet. It was Ronald. You horrible...
Listen, I love you, okay? I thought maybe this relationship wouldn't work, but I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. Luna's been all over me, but she is not who I want to be with. Please, give me another chance.
He looked and sounded really sincere. So I decided to forgive him, and then he started kissing me gently on my neck. Oh, I missed him so much. We started dating secretly at first, but then I decided I didn't want to hide it anymore. Ronald, I'm strong and smart, and if you're ashamed of being with me, then I don't care to be with you. So you have to make a choice and decide what's more important, being in this relationship with me publicly or your reputation. The next day when I walked into school, Ronald came over to me and immediately took my hand. My heart soared with joy, and then I spotted Luna down the corridor staring right at us. I was expecting her to throw some horrible tantrum as she walked over to us, but what she said left me in shock. Congratulations, you two. I'm so happy for you. And Blessing, I'm really sorry for the way I treated you before. She squeezed my arm gently and walked away. This girl was definitely up to no good. One day when Ronald and I were hanging out in my room, we suddenly heard loud screams from downstairs.
You're cheating on me again with a teenager?
Yeah, but she behaves like an adult. She's a lot more mature than you are.
I expected stepmom to throw him out again, but she didn't. She simply walked to her room, packed her bags, and left. And that's the last time I ever saw her. The next day at lunch, Luna suddenly stopped by our table and said, "Hey, I just wanted to say that I've finally come to accept your condition and I'm not ashamed of you anymore."
Excuse me?
Yeah, I told your dad, I really want to be a good stepmom to you. I sat there with my mouth open as she walked away. The 18-year-old dad was dating was Luna? I ran home to confront Dad with Ronald right behind me. Have you completely lost it, Dad?
Oh, don't be like your stepmom. Luna's older than you, and I'm still pretty young, so why not?
Why are you the most selfish, useless dad in the whole world? You've never had a proper job. You've never stood up for me. And now you're just chasing one bimbo after another?
I just got you an amazing new stepmom who accepts your condition. And you live in this house because of all the hard work I've done. You think putting up with that old witch was easy for me?
Seemed fine to me. You just used her for her money and left her to treat me like dirt. Gosh, I really hate you. Of course, Luna was nothing more than a gold digger and was just getting Dad to buy her expensive stuff all the time. One time, when we were watching a movie, she just squeezed in between us and started touching Ronald. I slapped her. He deserves a real woman in his life. And you deserve to get your butt kicked right now. I want him, and I'm taking him from you. We'll see about that. And then I pulled Ronald and kissed his face off. She stormed out of the room angrily. I just did my best to ignore everything and focus on my studies. I needed a scholarship to go to college and leave this madhouse for good. The day that I was leaving, Dad came to see me off at the door, his eyes swollen.
I found out last night that she's been cheating on me. Maybe you shouldn't go. Blessing, I don't want to be alone.
Dad, you have to start acting like an adult already. And if you really care about her, you should try and win her back. You have to put up a fight for people you love. I still have to go, though. Good luck. Ronald and I moved away to the same college, and 4 years later, I was asked to give a speech at graduation. I spoke about my condition and how I'd never let it stop me from achieving my goals. The speech went viral, and since then, I've become a spokesperson for people suffering from vitiligo and other skin conditions. I've even been offered modeling contracts. Ronald and I have a beautiful baby girl now, and I will make sure she always knows she is perfect, just the way she is.
Hi, I'm Tiffany from London, and I've got an outrageous story for you. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was raised by my grandmother when I was 3, and she was a famous actress who starred in a dozen action movies. On a typical day, she'd jump off a building, fight a bunch of ninjas on top of a speeding train, and one time, she fought 10 bad guys in midair with her bare hands and a rubber ducky. You want a piece of me, punk? Grandma was the coolest person in the world, and I wanted to be just like her. She loved teaching me martial arts moves, and on my 14th birthday, she let me go to one of her movie sets. I watched as Grandma rode a motorcycle through a window and into a pillow factory, but something went horribly wrong. There was water on the floor, and Grandma's motorcycle spun out of control. Then she fell and hit her head. My heart raced. I ran onto the set and pushed past the crew to get to her. "Wake up, Grandma, please!" Moments later, Grandma opened her eyes, but what happened next rocked my world. Grandma didn't remember who she was. She was convinced she was a double agent from one of her action movies. She was so paranoid, she punched the doctor in the face when he tried to examine her and chased me around the room with a broom. "It's me, Tiffany, your granddaughter, remember? You won't take me alive." Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, a social worker came to visit. She said that Grandma wasn't fit to raise me anymore. anymore, so I'd have to go live in an orphanage. I cried and begged the social worker to let me stay with Grandma, but she refused to listen. When I got to the orphanage, all the other kids were half my age. I always wanted a younger sibling, so it wasn't that bad at first.
Tiffany, help little Michael with his homework.
Tiffany, come play dolls with me? Then it got really old.
Tiffany, change baby Jake's diapers and wipe Sammy's nose. The twins made a mess. Go clean it up.
Every night I dreamed of getting adopted, but none of the parents were interested in me. So I gave up my hopes of ever having a real family. But one day, the craziest thing happened. The nuns took me and the rest of the orphans to the park. As usual, I was responsible for watching the kids as the nuns hung out sipping lattes. Then I saw a strange man lurking around the playground, and my spidey sense went haywire. The man grabbed little Sammy and darted down the street. I chased the strange man, yelled at him to stop, and threw a handful of sand in his face when the nuns tackled him and held him down until the police arrived. The police said that the strange man was wanted around the country for a dozen crimes. After that, my picture was in the paper, and everyone started calling me a hero. The next thing I knew, this rich couple named Mr. and Mrs. Wilson came to visit, and they gave me an offer I couldn't refuse.
We'd like to adopt you, but on one condition.
What is it? They showed me a picture of their daughter, a girl my age named Pearl.
Our daughter Pearl needs a sister to keep her company and to be a good influence.
They told me how Pearl was always getting into trouble and how she hung out with the wrong kids. In exchange for my services, the Wilsons promised they'd pay for my education. I'd get my own room in their mansion, and I'd get a weekly allowance. Cha-ching!
So, are you interested?
It was a total no-brainer. Duh, of course I'm in. When do I start? We shook on the deal, then I was off with the Wilsons on a private jet. When we arrived at their mansion, Pearl greeted us at the front door.
Pearl, this is your new sister, Tiffany.
Hi, it's nice to meet you. Don't touch me, you witch. Pearl shoved me and slammed the door in our faces.
Don't worry, she just needs some time to get used to the idea.
Everything will be fine, we promise. But instead, things got worse. Pearl gave me dirty looks every time she saw me. She put spiders in my bed, sprayed me in the face with a water hose, and left weird photos of me with my face crossed out all around the house. She even locked herself in her room and refused to eat. It's me or the charity case? Pearl's hunger strike didn't last long. Less than 10 minutes later, we caught a delivery guy falling out of a tree after attempting to deliver a pizza through Pearl's bedroom window. At school, Pearl acted like I was invisible. She hung out with these mean girls that smiled in her face and talked about her behind her back. I overheard them making fun of Pearl in the bathroom. Pearl is so stupid and annoying. I can hardly stand her. But look at these new shoes she bought me. That night, I tried to warn Pearl about the girls. You don't know anything about my life. You're just a stupid, poor, motherless girl. I know what it's like to be used. Those girls aren't your friends. Friends don't hang out with you just because you have money. But Pearl didn't listen. She started taking her friends on shopping sprees every day to make herself feel better. She maxed out her credit cards, and Mr. Wilson found out and took all Pearl's credit cards away. But when Pearl told her friends she couldn't take them shopping anymore, they kicked her out of their group. They ignored her at school and stopped answering her texts. They even had a big party and didn't invite Pearl. I caught Pearl sitting in her room, crying in the dark. My life is over. Just finish me off. I'm doomed. Pearl threw herself on the floor and clutched her wallet like she was dying. Don't be so dramatic. You don't need money to have fun. Liar! How dare you speak such nonsense? I bet you'll have twice as much fun with me than you ever had with your snobby old rich friends. I'll take that bet, and if I win, you have to do my homework for a month. It's a deal. Pearl and I went skating at the park, played volleyball on the beach, swam in the ocean, and made TikTok videos of ourselves dancing on the pier. Pearl had the time of her life. On the way home, she even opened up to me. Thanks for being nice to me today. You didn't have to do this. I know my parents brought you here to replace me. If I were them, I'd probably trade me in for an upgrade too. That's not true. Yes, it is. You're super smart and a real-life hero, but I've always been a disappointment. I'm not your replacement. Your parents love you with all their heart. They adopted me so you could have a sister. They just wanted to make you happy, and I'm glad they did because I think we could be good friends. After that, Pearl ditched her stupid, snobby, rich friends and started hanging out with me. The more I got to know Pearl, the more I realized that we had a lot in common. We loved watching MSA videos, dancing to K-pop music, and we totally loved rom-coms. I even took Pearl with me to visit Grandma. Most of the time, Grandma interrogated me about some secret package I knew nothing about, and when she didn't get the answer she wanted, she put me in a headlock and yelled at the doctor to take me back to my cell, but I could tell by the look in Grandma's eyes that she still loved me. Soon, Pearl and I were best friends. We were in all the same classes and joined the same clubs. We were together together all the time until Dean came along. Dean was a bad boy. He wore sunglasses indoors, had a dozen tattoos, and was always in detention. I'm not exaggerating. He was there like every day. Pearl fell head over heels for Dean. Every time she saw him, she'd try to get his attention. She sat next to him in class, left love notes in his locker, and she even gave him a sculpture of the two of them kissing. But Dean just ignored her. Pearl got so desperate to spend time with Dean that she yelled at a teacher and threw an egg on the principal's car just so she could get 2 weeks of detention. Surprisingly, Pearl's plan worked. A couple of days later, Pearl swore they were in love. One time, Pearl and I were in the library working on a research paper when Dean walked up, sat next to Pearl, and they started making out right in front of me. Jeez, can you two get a room? They ignored me and kept kissing. I was so annoyed that I grabbed my stuff and stormed off. I quickly turned a corner and ran smack into a boy named Jack. We both lost our balance and fell to the floor.
Oops, I am so sorry. I'm such a klutz.
No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going. Jack took my hand. I looked into his eyes, and then the sparks flew. He smelled like heaven, and when he smiled, my heart melted. Jack wasn't the most popular kid around. Actually, he was a bit of a nerd. One time, he laughed and milk flew out of his nose, but I didn't care. He was funny, kind, and sweet.
Tiffany, I've been thinking that you might be my soulmate. With you at my side, I feel like I can do anything.
Like what?
Like climb a tall building, lift 1,000 pounds, and maybe fall in love.
Oh yeah, he's also totally romantic. Jack and I started going on double dates every night with Pearl and Dean. Things were going well until Mr. and Mrs. Wilson took a new case against a CEO of a huge company that had ties to a dangerous criminal enterprise. Mr. and Mrs. Wilson had to leave town for a few weeks to prepare for the trial, so Pearl and I had the mansion to ourselves. At first, it was pretty fun staying up late and inviting Jack and Dean over to play video games, but then things took a horrible turn. A couple of days after the announcement of the trial, Pearl, Dean, Jack, and I were walking home from school. Pearl stepped into the street and this car appeared out of nowhere and headed straight toward her. Watch out! I grabbed Pearl and yanked her out of the street, then the car raced away. Later that day, someone left a package in Pearl's locker. Ooh, look, someone got me a present. Pearl opened it and found 3 dead fish inside and a threatening note that said, "Tell your parents to drop the case or else." I started to get worried. Pearl was my sister. It was my job to look out for her, but things were getting out of hand. I felt like I was in over my head, so I decided to go visit Grandma. Grandma? Call me G. What do you need? I need to learn how to eliminate a threat. I told Grandma about my duty to protect Pearl and the danger she was in.
Don't wait for the threat to find you. Set a trap and lure it out. That way, you'll be prepared.
I thanked Grandma, said goodbye, and then I put my plan into action. First, I called the Wilsons, but they didn't answer their phones, so I left a message with their assistant. Then I talked to Pearl. "We need to tell your parents about these threats." "It's nothing. They're just stupid pranks." "Are you kidding? This is serious. My parents don't have to know. We can handle it. Dean will protect me."
Yeah, Pearl's my girl. I won't let anyone hurt her. No one will ever get past me.
Dean started flexing his muscles, and Pearl just couldn't get enough. Then she and Dean hopped into her car and went to a nightclub like they didn't have a care in the world. I tagged along to keep Pearl safe, but it didn't help that everywhere I looked, I saw something suspicious. Like the bouncer that kept glaring at Pearl, the car that looked like it was following us, or the girl with the pink hair and the razor-sharp nails that appeared out of nowhere with a smirk on her face. I got more anxious by the minute. I wasn't sure Grandma's advice would work. There were way too many threats. There was no way I could protect Pearl from them all. I needed backup, so I texted Jack and he came to the rescue.
What are you doing here? I thought you didn't like nightclubs.
I'd rather be at home, but Pearl's in danger and I have to keep her safe. I told Jack about the deal I made with the Wilson and how I suspected someone was after Pearl. Then Jack came up with an amazing idea.
My parents have a cabin a few miles outside of town. We can hide Pearl there until her parents come back. The place is pretty secure, with cameras and plenty of food.
That's a great idea. Jack and I convinced Dean and Pearl to come out to the cabin. Surprisingly, they agreed. The cabin was pretty isolated, but with all the cameras around, it felt safe. Dean and Pearl thought it was a romantic vacation, but Jack and I were on full alert. Then Dean made us all an amazing cup of hot chocolate with whipped cream and sprinkles. I must have dozed off because I woke up to the strangest thing. I was tied to a chair, and so were Jack and Pearl. Dean was staring at us with a sinister grin. "Dean, what are you doing?"
Isn't it obvious? You're tied to a chair in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. You're my hostages, duh.
"But why, Sugar Bear?"
Shut up, Pearl. I'm not your sugar bear. I can hardly stand you. Mr. Stencil's my uncle.
Who's Mr. Stencil?
You really are dumber than you look. Mr. Stencil's the man that your stupid parents are trying to send to jail. He paid me to get close to you, steal files from your house, and kidnap you to force your parents to drop the charges. I think I'll ask your parents for $1 million too. Pretending to be your boyfriend was torture.
Pearl girl started to cry, and I got really mad. Don't you talk to my sister like that!
And what are you gonna do about it, loser?
Oh, I've already done it. You might as well give up because you've lost.
What are you talking about?
Come closer and I'll show you. Dean stepped closer, then I headbutted him in the face.
My nose!
I used the Swiss Army knife I'd hidden in my back pocket to slice through the ropes, then I raced to my cell phone and called the police.
You can't stop me, orphan girl.
Then Dean lunged at me. He wrestled me to the ground. I thought I was a goner. He was 10 times stronger than me. But then I remembered Grandma and everything she taught me.
For Grandma!
I kneed Dean in the stomach, poked him in the eye, and kicked him in the nose. He staggered back, grabbed a coffee mug, and hurled it at me. I caught it in the air and smashed it across his head. Then Dean fell down in a daze. Mr. and Mrs. Wilson and a dozen police officers showed up and hauled Dean off to jail. Pearl cried for days from a broken heart. Jack and I stayed by Pearl's side to help her recover. After eating several tubs of ice cream and watching a ton of MSA videos, she vowed to stop chasing bad boys. After all of the excitement, Jack started acting really weird. He kept staring at me like I had 3 heads. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something in my teeth?
No, it's just that I think you're amazing. How did you learn those moves? You looked like an action star.
Well, I guess you could say I had a great teacher.
Really?
I showed Jack one of my grandma's old movie posters, and he lost his mind.
Whoa, that's Grandma G? I love her.
You love her, huh? You're making me jealous. Jack blushed, then pulled me close.
Don't worry, Tiff. You're my hero, and my heart belongs to you.
It was almost midnight as my cousin Anastasia and I dragged a huge box across the park behind our house. Shh, you're making too much noise. Someone will spot us. This is so heavy, and I'm trying to hold in a fart. Look, why don't we just tell the truth? The truth is no good. The truth sets you free. No, lying is better, you moron. I thought I was supposed to be the pretty one, and you were the smart one. Now hand me the shovel. Anastasia and I dug a hole, took one last look inside the box, and then threw it in. Sorry it had to end this way, buddy. Then we turned around and saw Aunt Lisa standing behind us. We'd been caught red-handed. Hold up. Did you guys actually think we killed somebody and buried a body? We're just kids, jeez. Here we've just buried a $1,200 doll belonging to Aunt. And now she's found out her precious baby is eating dust. Aunt screamed, cried, and vowed to punish us both. I wasn't too worried. What more could she do to me anyway? Hey guys, I'm Victory from LA. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My mom named me Joy at birth, but when I was 5, my parents got divorced and Dad won full custody. He changed my name to Victory because he won and all. Life with Dad was perfect. He ran a successful business, and we lived in a super-sized mansion. I loved singing, so when I turned 10, Dad got me into professional classes. By 13, I was winning every major talent show in town. But soon after my 18th birthday, everything changed. Dad was accused of selling company secrets to a rival firm. After his case went to trial, all our accounts were sealed. Dad decided to send me to his sister in New York. I don't want to leave. I can get a job and help you out.
No, honey. You'll stay with Lisa till the trial is over. It'll be great, trust me. She even has a daughter your age.
And just like that, I was on a plane to New York. Aunt had her own fashion line and lived in a huge mansion. I was waiting for her in the lobby when suddenly a girl rollerbladed her way into a huge statue. Oh my God, are you okay? Yeah, this isn't my first time. You're my cousin, right? I didn't know you had an identical twin. Why, hello, my cousin's sister. Who are you talking to? Are you sure you're okay? Just then, a glamorous-looking woman I knew as Aunt Lisa from photos walked in.
Don't worry, she's okay. The doctors say she has an unusually small brain. You'll get used to it. You must be Victory. Welcome to our humble abode.
I welcome you to our abode, which is the humblest.
You must be tired. Why don't we eat something?
Tired you must be. Why don't something be eaten?
Stop repeating what I'm saying.
I'm not. I'm welcoming my cousin. So excited to have you here, Hickory.
It's Victory.
Yeah, what did I say?
Hickory.
Yeah, I get it. Your name's Hickory? It sounds the same in a normal tone, too. I'm not deaf. The rest of dinner was just as crazy. Anastasia kept dropping her food everywhere, drank soup straight from the bowl, then chased the waiter with a fork because her souffle was deflated. After we were done, Aunt showed me to my room, which was smaller than the closet I had back in LA. I know it's not what you're used to, honey, but all the other rooms are pest-infested. Yeah, it's bad. You can share my room, but I have this really weird butt allergy, so I might ask you to scratch me at night. I could do it myself too, but there's something amazing when someone scratches it for you. You know what I mean? This room is just fine, and thank you for being so accommodating.
Don't thank me just yet. You'll have to earn your stay here. Good night.
I wasn't sure what she meant by that, but the next day, it became clear. Aunt said she was really short-staffed, so I had to help with chores. I was stuck making tea, cooking breakfast, doing the laundry, and cleaning her weird collectible dolls. She had a whole room for them, far bigger than the rat hole I was staying in.
Not a speck of dust on my babies. These are very expensive. She won't hurt you, my darling. Oh, no, she won't.
After that 3-hour exercise, I was sent off to get groceries. But just as I was checking out at the supermarket counter, I lost control of my cart and it rolled straight into a guy standing ahead of me. I'm so sorry. It's like this cart has a mind of its own.
Then I'm lucky it thought of crashing into me. Get it? It was a pun.
That's how you talk to every girl you meet?
Nope. Only the ones who crash their shopping carts into me. I'm Trip.
Trip helped me with the groceries and asked me out for coffee. We got talking and exchanged numbers. Later, Trip offered to drop me home, but when he saw where I lived, his mouth fell open.
You're staying with Anastasia? Good luck. I was their neighbor and she had the biggest crush on me. She walked up to my doorstep one day in a wedding gown, saying I had to marry her. We were 10. She kept stalking me till we finally moved a few years back. She'll drive you crazy.
And sure enough, the entire next week, Aunt was busy with her work, and Anastasia made my life hell. She'd recently started a vlog on YouTube and kept asking me to try the weirdest things. Jump off this wall and tell me how high it is. Try these snail skin cookies. The last ones I ate tasted like feet. One night when my aunt was away, Anastasia dragged me into Aunt's doll room, saying she was sure they came alive at night, and we had to film it. Okay, I'm leaving, 'cause you're insane. If I had a penny for every time I heard someone say that, I'd be a penillionaire. Don't be a scaredy cat, I'll protect you. Just then, a spider landed on Anastasia's head, and she screamed, tripped, and hit a shelf, knocking over a doll. Yeah, that same one we were burying in the start. Anyway, right after we were caught, Anastasia tripped again and hurt her ankle. She got no punishment, while Aunt made me her personal maid. Help me to the bathroom. Fluff my pillows too. Pass my phone, my earplugs, and my eye mask. I need tea, but not too hot and not too cold. And close the door. Wait, keep it open. No, close it. No! Shut up before I superglue your mouth, you brat! Trip was right about you. You're crazy. Trip? Where did you meet him? Whatever you do not talk to Trip. He's awful. Oh, and you aren't? You don't even say please before throwing orders in my face. Please help me up. Please fluff my pillow. Please close the door. It's a simple word. Fine. Please stay away from Trip. No. I slammed the door and walked away. I really needed to get out of this house, so I called up Trip. We hung out at this cute hot dog place, and I found myself opening up to him about my dad and why I'd landed in New York with my awful aunt and cousin.
That sounds tough. My parents can be strict too, but they're nothing like your aunt. If you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here.
Trip smiled at me before gently squeezing my hand, and my heart leapt right out of my chest. After that day, Trip became my confidant. He was nice, cute, a great listener, and when he asked me out, I said yes. Soon I started school, and on my first day, I got invited to this really cool party, and I asked Trip to go with me. We were sitting outside in the garden when Trip left to get us some drinks. Just then, I heard someone from the bushes. Psst, psst, Victory! Anastasia? What are you doing here? I thought I asked you to stay away from Trip. And I thought I asked you to butt out. You're just jealous, aren't you? Anastasia jumped out of the bushes and was about to say something when Trip returned. Oh, hey, Trip! Long time no see!
And I'd like to keep it that way. Now, if you'll excuse me, you're interrupting my date.
Trip pulled me in and kissed me. Anastasia got mad, snatched the drink from my hand, and dumped it on Trip's head before walking away. This girl was such a nuisance. When I got home, I went straight to Anastasia's room to tell her off, but I stopped when I heard her and Aunt talking. Why did I get a call from Tripp's dad saying you threw soda at him? Don't you know his dad is investing in my business? Tripp's dating Victory, Mom! I don't care. He wants to date my niece? Great! That means our business relations will be even better. Everything will be fine as long as you stay away from that boy. You've messed up enough for one lifetime. It was an accident. Why do you keep bringing it up? And I'd rather eat my own limb than let them date. And with that, Anastasia started biting her own arm. She really was crazy. And what accident was she talking about? Just then, I got a phone call from Dad and left. He told me that we were running out of money, and he might not have enough to continue paying the lawyer. He'd lose the case and go to jail for a long time. I forgot about everything and focused on finding a part-time job. Finally, I applied for a singer's position at a local cafe. They called me in for an audition and hired me on the spot. I was really excited and called Tripp for my first show, but he wasn't impressed.
I don't understand why you can't take money from me. You're my girlfriend now.
That's really sweet of you, but I like singing and I really want you to be supportive.
Of course, babe. It's just weird to see so many people in the crowd staring at you. Only I should stare at your pretty face.
That was an odd statement. But just then, my manager called me and I forgot about it. But over the next few days, I noticed that Tripp was being really possessive. He would call me all the time. If I didn't answer, he would just drop in unannounced at the cafe and demand me to take a break. One day after my performance, this random guy from the crowd was talking to me when suddenly, Tripp grabbed him by the collar and punched his face. He punched Tripp back, and they got into a fight, breaking a bunch of things, and I got fired. I was furious at Tripp as I walked out of the cafe.
Victory, please wait.
What is the matter with you?
I'm your boyfriend. Am I supposed to enjoy guys flirting with you and giving you compliments?
He was asking me where the bathroom was. And so what if someone gives me a compliment? Why are you being so weird?
Because I know the guys only come to see your pretty face. That's why the cafe hired you. It's not because you're talented or something. You sound like Britney Spears with a really bad cold. You're not working anywhere anymore. Not until I say so.
Too bad I don't give a rat's butt about what you say anymore, because we are done.
Don't be ridiculous. Okay, you go home and sleep. I know you'll feel differently in the morning, babe.
Hear me? Loud and clear, you psycho. We are never, ever, ever getting back together. Like ever. And with that, I pushed him aside and stormed off. I had to start looking for another job, but I soon discovered that any place I applied to had already been told not to hire me by Tripp. I was furious and called him up. Stop telling people that I have a contagious disease that makes me fart and poop nonstop.
You messed with the wrong guy. My family is really powerful, and I will make sure no one hires you ever again. And if word gets around, no one's gonna date you either. Ha! Killing 2 turtles with 1 stone.
It's birds, you moron!
Killing 2 turtles with 1 bird? That doesn't make any sense.
It would if you'd ever read a book. I was really worried the next few days, and Anastasia noticed it. When she asked me about it, I couldn't help bursting into tears and telling her everything about my money problems and issues with Tripp. I told you he's trouble, but I'm glad you broke up with him. Of course you are. I heard you tell Aunt that you don't want us to date, so congratulations, he's all yours. That's not the reason. Okay, there's something you should know. Anastasia told me that Tripp used to be her neighbor, and the two of them grew up liking each other. But then one day, he just stopped talking to her. I sneaked through his bedroom window one night just to talk, but he wasn't around. His laptop was open though, and I saw all these lovey-dovey chats with another girl. That's when I decided I was through with that jerkosaurus. But just as I was leaving, my clumsy butt knocked over a candle, the curtains caught fire, and before I knew it, the whole house was burning. So I panicked and just ran. Hold on. You burnt his house and fled the scene? That's a crime. What a newsflash. Anyway, the house was destroyed and Tripp and his family moved out. I felt so guilty, I told Mom about it, and she told me to never breathe a word to anyone. I never thought I'd see Tripp again till you guys started dating. Now, every time I see him, I'm reminded of what I did, and my head starts spinning, my throat dries up. Okay, I get it. You were paranoid, and that's why you asked me to stay away from him. Pretty much. But also because he's a jerk. Can't say you didn't warn me, but I was just too blind. Nothing some MSA and popcorn can't cure. Let's watch it on TikTok. Are you crazy? TikTok is for thieves. YouTube is for the original content. I want to support my lovely channel and watch it only on YouTube. Anastasia and I had the best time that night, and the next morning, I woke up feeling lighter than ever. That was until the police turned up during breakfast, along with Trip. There she is, the maniac who burned down my house. What? You told him, Victory? Nope. I paid one of your servants to bug Victory's room, and I heard your conversation last night. What? Oh, Trip, you've got it all wrong. Anastasia would never say she burnt down your house. She must have been telling Victory about how to hunt down a mouse. A silly mistake. I've got the recording right here, lady, and you're an accomplice for covering it up. My parents blamed me for that fire, since it was my room, and cut my allowance for 2 years. In fact, I'm gonna say it was an attempted murder. No one was even inside the house. I could have been inside, and knowing how crazy you are, that might have been your original plan. Now you're just putting ideas in my head. Anastasia jumped on Trip, pinning him to the ground. He fought her blows as the police pulled her off and handcuffed both her and Aunt. Trip, please, there must be another way. You know my daughter is harmless. Stupid, yes, but harmless. I can't go to prison. Who will look after my precious babies? The police took the two away. Of course, Trip's parents immediately withdrew all their investment in Aunt's business, and she was pretty broke after buying those stupid collectibles. I had no choice but to use the money I'd been saving for Dad to post their bail. And while I was at the police station, I filed a restraining order against Trip, too. Oh, thank you, Victory. You really came through for us. The lawyer says there's no real case against Anastasia since she was only a minor at the time, and he's hopeful I won't get more than 3 months jail time. You'll keep my dolls clean and hug them every night, right? They can rot for all I care. I'm going home. You're just going to leave me in my time of need? You were awful to me when I really needed a family. That's because your dad was always my parents' favorite kid, and I was always sidelined. I hated how I was treated growing up, and I guess I just took it out on you. Mom, you are the stupidest woman I've ever met. You told me we had to hate Victory just because you were still hung up on something that happened 5 decades ago? I'm not 60, you dummy. You're the dummy. You play with dolls and love them more than your own daughter. Well, I'm leaving with Victory, and by the way, I broke another one of those stupid things. Feel free to pick up the pieces. Anastasia and I started packing up our things and had just enough money for 2 tickets. But just as we were leaving for the airport, I got a call from Dad.
Honey, I won the case. I won it. My name is cleared. Everything is gonna be fine now, and I can't wait to see you. Just come home as fast as you can.
Dad, that's the best news in the world, and I'm already on my way, with some extra baggage.
My family was so perfect, you could have put us on a Christmas card. A big, beautiful house, every luxury in the world, and 2 loving parents. Until the day when I was in the 9th grade. My parents were hosting one of their grand Christmas parties when suddenly a group of men from the FBI barged in. One of them said, "You're under arrest for fraud," as they walked straight up to Dad. He screamed in protest as he was dragged away. Turns out, Dad had invested in a business venture with his friend, and it was a complete scam. The friend had run away with so many people's money, including Dad's. While he was in prison, I'd watch men in suits come by every day to take away all our things. They let us keep the house, though. Mom and I would snuggle up in sleeping bags in front of the fireplace in the big, empty living room. When Dad was released on bail after a few months, I thought things would start to get better. But Dad wasn't a pleasant man without money. Mom had started working as a maid, and when Dad got back, he turned up his nose at her and said, "Yuck! You clean people's bathrooms now?" He refused to do anything himself except whine. I was forced to leave my fancy private school, of course, but he wouldn't even send me to a public one. He said, "I'm not spending any money on your education. If you were a boy, you would at least have some use. I'm going to get you married off as soon as I can." One evening, Dad walked in looking happier than he had in ages, and he was carrying takeaway food bags from our favorite sushi place. Mom glared at him and said, "What's that?" "The money I gave you was for a month's worth of groceries." Dad snapped at her. "Be quiet, woman. We have guests coming over in an hour. Can you try to look less like a miserable beggar, please?" Dave and Jenna, who were friends of my dad, came in with their son Jason, and they looked at us with pity as they sat down. Most of Dad's friends had disappeared as fast as his money had, but I'd always liked these two. Just as they were leaving, Dave turned to Dad and handed him some money. He said, "You shouldn't have to spend so much on dinner. Let us make it up to you." Dad looked furious. He shouted, "How dare you insult me like this? Get out of my house!" Mom started to say, "We could do with the money." But Dad carried on screaming at our guests to leave, and they hurried away. He turned to me and said, "I can't believe I wanted you to marry that jerk's son." Mom said, annoyed, "She's too young to be thinking about marriage." Dad said it was never too early to be thinking about it, and that my only chance of doing well in the world was to marry someone rich. Suddenly, Mom rose from the table and said nastily, "Well, I married a rich man, and look where I am now." She flung the table aside and walked out of the room. A few days later, we heard loud bang on our door. When Dad opened it, some men walked in and flashed a piece of paper in his face, saying the house had been seized and we would have to leave immediately. I couldn't believe it. We were homeless. We packed our few belongings and went to the nearest homeless shelter. Dad looked in disgust at the watery soup served for dinner. He wouldn't lie down on the beds either because he was sure they were full of bedbugs. In the morning, as Mom was heading out for work, a woman drove up to the entrance of the shelter in her flashy red convertible and honked loudly. Dad came running out and, to our shock, jumped into the car and said, "Hey babe, I missed you." I realized that it was his former secretary. He looked back at us and said, "This place is just too filthy for me. I'll be staying with Amanda from now on." And they drove off while Mom screamed at him and called him all sorts of names. Mom turned to me and said, "I knew he was cheating on me. Now that Mr. Good-for-Nothing is gone, I have to tell you something." She told me that she had a private stash of money saved up, and we could use it to get a small apartment for ourselves. And she would send me to school, too. Well, all we could afford was a dingy one-bedroom apartment, but it was still better than the homeless shelter. I started looking at public schools in the area, but Mom thrust a brochure in my hand for a really fancy private school. I was surprised. Mom said she would keep doing her cleaning job. "I want you to hang out with the right kind of people and meet a nice guy." That meant rich, of course. It sounded really shallow, but I couldn't blame her. She'd gone from being the lady of the mansion to a maid. I got off the bus 2 blocks away and walked to my new school for New York's elite. I took 2 steps inside and tripped over something. I quickly got up, hoping no one had noticed. "Ouch, you okay?" I heard someone say. I turned around to see the most gorgeous boy smiling warmly at me. He introduced himself as Eli. Just then, a loud sports car sped into the parking lot, drowning out his voice. A really good-looking boy hopped out and was instantly surrounded by other students. Now that looked like someone I should be dating. I had to get close to him. He was rich, and Mom would be so happy. But that annoying Eli wouldn't leave me alone. I could tell he was totally into me. At lunch, Logan, the hot guy, came over to me. With a grin, he said, "I don't believe we've met. A pretty girl like you shouldn't be sitting alone." Yes! I batted my eyelashes. But then I heard Eli's annoying voice. "Let's go to the library, Mia." You go ahead. I think I'm going to stay here for a bit," I said, giving Logan a flirty smile. Eli walked away quietly. Soon enough, we were joined by Logan's minions, and before I knew it, I had become part of his exclusive circle. This was my ticket to becoming rich. I started hanging out more and more with Logan and his friends, but Eli wasn't happy about it. And he truly hated Logan. I didn't really care if he didn't want to come. I knew he was just jealous of Logan. One day, Logan announced that he was going to throw a huge party at his house next month. Everyone was waiting anxiously to see who would be on the guest list. I was on it. When I told Eli excitedly, he suddenly lost his cool and said, "I don't know what you see in that guy. Are you in love with him?" I felt annoyed by his question, but I just smiled at him and denied it. He looked a little relieved. Then he took my hand and said, "Mia, I'm falling for you. Say you'll go out with me." I had my sights set on Logan, but, well, Eli was pretty rich too, and he really adored me. He pulled me in for a kiss, and I kissed him back. We were officially dating now. Logan didn't look too happy seeing us going around holding hands. The other person who wasn't too happy was my mother. At first, she was excited to hear I was going out with one of the boys from school, but she went with me to his house one day to drop me off and looked really disappointed. She exclaimed, "That's their house? It looks like a cottage, and their car is a pretty old Mercedes. What happened to the boy with the Ferrari? A few days before the party, Eli texted me to come to his place in the evening. His mom told me he was in the backyard. My eyes widened when I saw the whole setup. We had a wonderful dinner and danced under the stars. Suddenly, Eli took my hand and slipped a beautiful ring on my finger. Wait, what? Had this guy just proposed to me? And not even waited for me to say yes? He smiled and said, "It's a promise ring. Maybe you'll marry me one day when we're older." It was kind of hard to say no at this point, and Eli was so sweet. I smiled and nodded. When I reached Logan's place for the party, my jaw dropped. It was the biggest mansion I'd ever seen. Logan was outside greeting all his guests. He looked really happy to see me. His parents are away, and he gave us a tour of the house. I was having a hard time not looking completely awestruck. Logan was so much richer than I thought. Outside by the pool, while everyone was dancing, Logan came up to me and whispered in my ear that I looked really pretty tonight. Before I knew it, he was pulling me in for a kiss. I was about to pull away, but then I thought, he's so much richer than Eli, and I kissed him back. It was totally harmless anyway. The next day at school, Eli seemed to be in a really bad mood. He wouldn't even look at me. I caught up with him and asked what the matter was. He turned to me coldly. "It's over, Mia. I'm breaking up with you." He took his phone out and showed me some Instagram posts. I stared at them, horrified. Someone from the party last night had taken pictures of me and Logan kissing. And Logan was the one who posted them. "Eli," I started, but he walked off before I could say another word. I ran to the girls' bathroom and burst into tears. I knew I'd just lost my best friend. Logan hadn't come to school that day, and I headed straight to his place in the afternoon to confront him. He had no right to post pictures of me without my permission. I rang the bell loudly several times, and a well-dressed woman answered the door looking annoyed. "I didn't know his parents were back already," she said coldly. "What do you want?" I said hesitantly. Hi. I'm Logan's friend, Mia. I'm here to see him." She rolled her eyes and said, "No one by that name lives here. Goodbye." Then she slammed the door in my face. I was shocked. How was this possible? The next day, when he turned up at school, Logan greeted me with a grin and planted a big kiss on my lips. I saw Eli looking at us before walking away. My heart sank. I had decided not to confront Logan right away, so I pretended everything was okay. Later, while I was hanging out with Logan and his friends during lunch break, I heard an all too familiar voice. It was Dad. Dad said, Well, well, well. Haven't you become all fancy again?" "What are you doing here, Dad?" I hissed. "I want to know what you're doing, Mia," he shouted. "Where are you getting the money for this school? Have you moved out of the homeless shelter? I've left Amanda and I'm ready to move in." Logan let go of my hand abruptly and looked at me in disgust. "Ew, you live in a homeless shelter? I can't believe I kissed you." I could feel everybody's eyes on me and wanted the ground to swallow me up. I could see Eli's face in the crowd. He looked shocked, but also like he felt sorry for me. A couple of school guards started pulling my father away. He shouted, "I'll find you and your mother, Mia! I want my share of the money!" I ran away from there as soon as I could. Mom was furious that Dad had ruined everything for me. She screamed, "That man can't stop ruining our lives, can he?" She decided there was no point in sending me to that school anymore. "Everyone there knows you're poor. I'll find another school." Feeling really sad, I went to school briefly the next day to clear out my locker. I could hear people whispering around me and tried to leave as soon as possible. Just as I was leaving, I saw Logan heading out too. I decided to follow him and ask him why he had ruined everything by posting my pictures. He led me straight to the mansion he'd had the party at. What was going on? I was just going to ask him. I peeked over the wall and froze on the spot. There was Logan, wearing gardener's clothes and mowing the lawn. A woman who looked just like him came over to kiss him on the cheek and headed inside with cleaning supplies. Just then, Logan spotted my head over the wall and turned pale. He slowly walked out of the gate towards me. Almost crying, he begged, "Mia, please don't tell anyone. It'll ruin me." He went on to explain that he and his mom worked here. The owners were really nice and were paying for the school since his dad had left them a few years ago. They'd sometimes even get their chauffeur to pick him up and drop him off. And his real name was Joe. I said, "I'll keep your secret, Joe, but you better start treating the people around you a little better. And take my pictures off your Instagram, jerk." Mom was shocked to find out that Logan was so poor. She said, "Maybe you should just be friends with Eli again. At least they have their own house and car." "That was it," I shouted. "I've had enough, Mom. I'm sorry that your life is so hard now, but I'm not running after rich boys. Eli really loved me, and I broke his heart." I ran out and headed straight to Eli's place. I knew he wouldn't want to have anything to do with me, but I had to apologize, and I would give back his ring. I rang the bell several times, but no one answered the door, and the house still looked empty. Later that evening, I saw some news on the TV about a robbery at a big jewelry store in a nearby town. A policeman was proudly telling the news reporter that they had been looking for these thieves for years and had finally caught them. They were going to jail for a long time, and their teenage son would be sent to a foster home. I nearly fell off my chair in surprise when I saw their faces on the TV. It was Eli's parents. I looked down at the ring on my finger. I was pretty sure now that it was a real diamond ring. I decided to focus on my studies and work really hard to make my life better for Mom and me. We moved away to another city so Dad wouldn't come around to make us miserable. Years later, I went on to become a flight attendant, a job I really loved. As I stopped at a cafe after a long flight, a waiter approached my table. "Nice ring. Must be one lucky guy." I looked up in shock when I heard that voice. It was Eli. He sat down next to me and took my hand. He said he had known all this time that his parents were criminals, but he wasn't sentenced because he was too young. He didn't want the same life for himself. He said softly, "You never sold the ring?" Teary-eyed, I said, "I couldn't." He smiled. "Are you ready to keep your promise?" I smiled back and said, "Yes, I am." He took out a small box from his coat pocket and placed it in front of me. Inside was a dazzling emerald ring. That kind of ring on a waiter's salary? I was pretty sure it was stolen, but I took it anyway.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy. Like and subscribe to hear my crazy story. Growing up, I had a happy life, and I basically had it all. Only one thing was missing: siblings. And since my parents were always busy, I felt lonely. So I came up with new ideas every time. Once when I was 4, I asked my driver to push my life-sized doll in a stroller to my dad's office.
Oh no, she pooped. Dad, can you please change my baby sister's diaper?
Oh, honey, I can't do.
Remember when you cleaned my bum in the middle of the forest with a leaf?
My dad looked horrified.
You've got this.
You can imagine my dad's embarrassment in the middle of the meeting. When I turned 8, I'd grab the neighbor's kids and beg my parents to bring them home, but they weren't convinced. So I did everything to let them stay with me as long as I could, until stop trying to kidnap my kid. Put down that Prada bag filled with jelly beans and get your butt home now. As they left, I started bawling, and my parents had enough embarrassment. So the next month, they adopted 6-year-old Harrison from foster care. I was ecstatic.
Welcome to your new house.
Whoa, it's so big. Is it an orphanage?
He was so cute, but he didn't play with the toys our parents bought for him. Instead, he picked up the cans from the bin and played with those. He also kept wearing the same clothes until they got worn out. My heart just swelled. So I stepped up and decided everything for him since then. But outside the house, his innocence quickly made him a target for bullies. Like in primary school, this one kid, Finn, kept picking on him. Once, when he made Harrison wipe up his shoes dipped in dog poop, hey, gross! I went full demon mode on this kid and sent him packing. But the teacher caught me giving him a black eye.
Lucy Godot Raffaelli, my office now.
I was in deep trouble, and I got detention for 3 weeks, and Mom had me doing chores for twice as long. But it was all worth it. Finn never messed with Harrison again. But when Harrison turned 12, he bought ponies for all the pretty girls to get their attention.
This one's for you. Her name is Chestnut, and she loves carrot-flavored ice cream.
Gosh, oh my gosh, thank you! As a responsible sister, I'd have to go around to all those girls' houses later to fix the damage. Chestnut's coming back with me. Hey, is that scarf cashmere? Give that to me. Stay away from Harrison, understood? I was genuinely worried that if a girl bats her eyelids at him, he'd buy her Prada bags and skirts from Miu Miu. In high school, the stakes got higher. There were more bullies who'd trick him, but the biggest threat was the hotties trying to charm him. Thankfully, my boyfriend Justin was 100% genuine. He was handsome and the best basketball player. Harrison is totally gonna get his butt whooped.
And you're going to follow him around with the baseball bat beating up anyone who tries?
I wish, but I have my own stuff going on too. But maybe, if you could...
Nuh-uh, no way. You can hire someone like Nathan. It's not like you don't have the cash for it. I was kidding, Lucy.
I sprinted off looking for Nathan. Oh, meet Nathan, the editor of our school paper. He's your typical dork, but don't underestimate him. This guy knows his work best. I remember in middle school, someone was smearing boogers on all the walls, and it turned out it was our cruelest teacher, Mr. Wobblebottom, and Nathan caught him in the act.
Say cheese!
So that meant if I wanted the inside scoop on any girls digging their claws into Harrison, he was the guy to ask. But when I went to the school newspaper newspaper office to find him, I didn't see him. I saw this muscled, blonde guy with a nose piercing. Then I realized that it was Nathan. Wow, talk about a glow-up. Puberty did him wonders.
If it isn't the Queen Bee, what are you doing here?
I wanted you to keep me updated on any girls getting close to Harrison, and I'm willing to pay anything. I slid an envelope bursting with cash across the table, but Nathan just laughed.
An info for an info. Tell me more about Justin.
Justin? Why?
Guys want to be him, girls want to be with him, so you feed me the info on his lifestyle, and I'll help spy on your little brother. Deal?
I wanted to smack Nathan so bad, but now I'm stuck. Spilling the tea about Justin isn't a big deal, and it might even get him more fans. For the next month, I got the inside track on any girls who had their eyes on Harrison and shut him down early. And all I had to do was listen to Justin a bit more when he started gushing about his new protein powder or whatever. But things got messy when the first article on Justin came out.
Gains come my ways.
He stopped me at my locker and shoved his phone in my face.
Do you know anything about this?
Your special no-carb meal plan?
In the school paper. How'd they find out about that? I eat my lunch in the gym storeroom just to keep it a secret. Only 2 people know about it. My trainer and you.
Don't get so worked up. It's just a diet.
Meal plan. This is what determines if you're Olympic level or a local league scrub. You just don't get it. You never did.
He stormed off, and before I could say anything, out of nowhere, Nathan peeked from behind.
Don't worry about it. I heard something else that's going to blow your mind.
He told me that Harrison and this girl, Natalie, have been secretly meeting up after school.
And just today, she got a new iPhone.
Okay, what's the big deal? Nathan said Natalie was on a scholarship, and there was no way she could afford the latest iPhone. That leech!
This would be a huge scoop if we can prove that she's using Harrison
for his money. Oh, she definitely is.
And since you're Harrison's sister, I thought you could get in close and help me expose Natalie.
Deal. The first step was to figure out just what Natalie had been scamming my brother out of. Nathan got Natalie's locker code, so I snuck into the locker room during my free period and took a look inside. Books, gym clothes, stationery, nothing I could pin on her. On the back of the locker door was a picture of her and Harrison with a big love heart drawn around it. Blech. And then, what really stood out was a folder called Operation Moolah. Bang! Just then, the door slammed shut in my face. It was Natalie. Find anything you like, thief? Funny you say that, when you're the one who's been eyeing up my brother's wallet. Oh yeah? And what did I take from him? And then, as I looked at her hand on the locker door, I saw Natalie was wearing a glittering diamond ring. Ah! Get off me! How'd you get this then? Dumpster diving? The crowd started murmuring, and I waited to see Natalie crumble, but she didn't. She looked more confident than ever. Harrison did give it to me as a promise ring. He gave this to me because he wants to go steady from now on. And before I could react, a couple of girls squealed, running out of the crowd to cheer for Natalie. I went back to Nathan to tell him what happened.
Not gonna lie, this is still great stuff for me.
Not helping, Nathan. I need a new way to expose Natalie. Just then, he pulled out a drawer filled with cables, microphones, and cameras. How do you have all these?
My friends lent it to me in exchange for information.
So this was how he got his info for the gossip column. Over the next week, we tried to follow Natalie wherever possible, but she wouldn't let us get close at all. Until one day, we saw her and her friends go to a primary school's playground. We brought a long-distance microphone with us. He helped me with setting it up. I can really hear them.
Wow, what's that?
I threw the headphones off before my eardrums burst. Some snotty kid was yelling right into the microphone. Go away from here. It's not cotton candy. I immediately realized my mistake. The kid started bawling his eyes out. Natalie and her friends whipped around at the voice, and they started walking towards us. Oh God, what should I do? They kept walking closer to us, so I pulled Nathan close and kissed him. I can't have her thinking I'm following her, can I?
Ugh, get a room.
I pulled away from Nathan, startled. Just then, Natalie and her friends turned around and walked away.
Wow, that was great.
Not another word. I was bewildered as I was still with Justin. So when I got home, I texted and called Justin, but he didn't respond or return any of my calls. But it's not like I wanted it. I just did it to show Natalie that we have better things to do than stalk her. I hesitantly shoved the feelings away and moved on to the next plan. Harrison was taking Natalie on a date to a street festival. Nathan had an interview with some of the staff there and scored us a mascot costume. Unfortunately, they only had one spare, a Chinese dragon made for 2 people. couple. I called dibs on the front because, let's be real, I didn't want to be stuck staring at his butt all the time. We followed them around for 2 hours, but the most he bought her was some cotton candy and a hot dog. What a waste of time. This is pointless. She's not gonna scam him with so many people around.
Come on, another hour. She's about to crack. Look, they're sneaking behind the fire breather stage.
We sidled up next to the stage, and I peered my giant dragon head slowly around the corner. Oh my god, no!
What? What's happening?
I think they're going to...
Well, duh. They are dating.
Ew, I won't watch.
You have to. She'll give him a big smooch, then ask him to buy her something. I'm sure.
I looked again, but Harrison and Natalie were staring at each other with stars in their eyes. I thought I might throw up. Harrison put his hands on Natalie's waist and pulled her in closer. It was too much. I jumped back suddenly, tripping over Nathan.
Watch it.
And just then, we crashed into the fire breather's tent pole, knocking down his backdrop. The whole thing came down just as he spit out a huge plume of flame.
Get up. We need to get out of here.
Ah, get it off! I threw the costume off and realized things weren't quite as crazy as I thought. There was a small stage fire, but it was quickly put out with nearby fire extinguishers. The only people panicking were us, and everyone had noticed.
Lucy, what are you doing here?
See? I told you. They've been following me around everywhere. No. We were just here enjoying the festival.
You and that gossipy writer Nathan from the paper?
I have other friends too.
I hope you're not counting me as one of them.
What?
I'm your brother, but I don't think I can be your friend anymore. You don't even trust me.
Trust? You shouldn't have trusted her. Ask her about Operation Moolah. OMG! That was about those rich kids I used to tutor. I told Harrison about this already. Harrison looked so betrayed. He stormed off, taking Natalie with him, and she dared to shoot a smug smile my way. She'd won.
Don't worry about it, Lucy. Once Harrison sees the evidence, he'll understand why.
Stop it. It's over. I felt terrible. I ran away and found myself in the corner shop at school where Harrison and I used to go as kids. His face would light up when I bought him gummy worms, like they were the most precious thing in the world. I couldn't help it. I started crying.
I've never seen you break a sweat before.
Justin was towering over me in his basketball clothes. Just when I thought this day couldn't get any worse.
What's going on?
Harrison hates me. He thinks I'm overprotective.
I mean, you are though?
Now see, I'm upset.
I meant it in a nice way. You'd do anything for your brother. Even sell out my secret meal plan.
You knew?
I figured it out later, and that's when I realized you haven't got room in your heart for another guy at the moment. Not while you're still looking out for Harrison.
I thought you'd be angrier. I'm so sorry. I'm a terrible person.
Not at all. I knew you had to have a good reason. You're a good person, but it's not possible for us to move ahead.
Justin pulled his bag over his shoulder and started to walk away.
You know, if you had more faith in Natalie too, you'd probably find something worth looking for.
And with that, he was gone. But he'd given me an idea. I headed across town to the one place I'd find out who Natalie really was, her house. Natalie's mom opened the door and invited me in. The place was falling apart. We got to chatting about Natalie's home life, and then I realized how wrong I was about Natalie. I left calling Nathan. Hello? Yeah, I'm fine. Don't worry. I need you to do something for me. Consider it a payment for staring at my butt all day. I'll text you through the deets later. Gotta go. I rushed home and started planning the event. It took a couple of weeks to get everything together, and Harrison was giving me the cold shoulder and was dead silent at family dinners during that time. It'll all be worth it. I gathered everyone in the front yard of Natalie's house, including Natalie's mom and Nathan. And when I saw Natalie and Harrison coming around, hit the cannons! Confetti drifted through the air as hundreds of people started cheering and waving. What's all this? When I visited the other week, your mom told me everything about your dirtbag dad walking out on you and taking everything you had and then leaving you in this place. No offense, but it's held together with crazy glue. So I wanted to do something for you, and I put together a fundraiser, with your mom's permission, of course. I don't understand.
They're buying us a new house.
Natalie was speechless. The first time I had ever seen her without the smug, all-knowing smile on her face.
Who are all these people? I put the word out on my network about Natalie's situation. Everyone was more than happy to pitch in. I didn't even have to blackmail anyone this time.
I elbowed Nathan in the gut. Not the time. So, Natalie, I want to apologize. Natalie's eyes started to well up, and she ran around the back of the house. Harrison followed right after her, and I couldn't help but see if everything was okay. I found them sitting on the rusty swing set, Harrison comforting Natalie. Hey, I'm sorry if I stuck my nose where it wasn't wanted. No, not at all. I really appreciate it. It's just, I don't deserve it. The truth is, when I first started seeing Harrison, I knew you were rich, like mega rich, and I thought if I got close to you, maybe I'd get some of the things I knew Mom could never afford for me, like that phone. And the ring? No, Harrison just got that for me, and I wanted to wear it and feel rich for once, to not be looked down on because I don't have as much money as everyone else. Actually, that's something Harrison and I bonded over. He got picked on for having so much money, and me for not having enough.
I thought we had something deeper than that.
We do. Once I saw how amazing you were, I felt guilty, and I couldn't possibly think of asking for money, gifts, or anything. I just wanted you, your big, innocent eyes and your charming smile. Harrison and Natalie locked eyes, and maybe I should have seen it sooner, but they really did like each other. Harrison, I'm sorry I didn't trust you.
You just need to let me make my own mistakes sometimes and meet new people. You don't have to worry. I only have one sister, and that's special, no matter what.
Harrison gave me a big hug. I didn't want to let him go again.
Not so tight from now on, okay?
I'll try. I let go.
Room for one more?
Not now, Nathan.
Aw, come on. I got all these people here.
Oh gosh, I need to go thank everyone. Natalie and Harrison ran off, leaving Nathan and I on the swing set together.
You know, this fluff piece stuff never sells nearly as well as juicy gossip. How do you plan to make it up to me?
Well, maybe we can make some juicy gossip of our own. I put my hand on Nathan's, and he blushed. For once, his cool guy attitude had cracked, and I thought maybe I have another innocent guy to look after from now on.
You may think your parents are cheap, but believe me, you've got it good. My mom takes saving to the next level. My mom saved up everything, literally everything. Our house had different stations where we recycled plastic, fabric, paper, and so on. But worst of all was the compost bin in the kitchen for recycling food and leftovers, and I can't even describe the horrible smell that came out of it. My mom, of course, refused to put it outside. The squirrels would ruin the compost we've been saving up, is what she claimed. Because of that, every time my friends would come over, they'd complain about the terrible smell. Until the day I was known in school as the girl whose house smells like a pig stable. When I was 7 years old, Mom stopped driving her car and designed her own special rickshaw with 2 seats in the back for my brother Mark and I. She drove us to school in this rickshaw for years. Back then, we thought we were cool. People waved at us and smiled. It was actually like we were the head of a special parade. I thought my mom was very creative. We always have to be prepared for the worst. Your grandpa has taught me well. He said, "Trisha, this is the best way to take care of your family," she said proudly. When we were very young, Mom bought toys from secondhand stores and then stitched them up for us. We were too young to care where the toys came from. The funny thing is that we didn't know how cheap my mom was until Tracy, one of my friends, came to visit when we were younger. She came over to my house for a sleepover when we were 10. "Why does your mom take ketchup, sugar, and serviettes from restaurants?" asked Tracy after we'd eaten. I didn't have an answer. The next day, we went to the movies together. "Why does your mom sneak her own popcorn and drinks into the movies?" Tracy asked me as the movie started. "Your mom is cheap," she said. I was angry with Tracy. I thought she was being mean. I didn't want to believe her, but as I cooled down, what she said opened up my eyes to what was actually happening. From then on, things started to make sense. I realized that people were actually laughing at us in my mom's rickshaw. That was when I told my mom that she didn't need to take us to school anymore. "I'll walk Mark to school, Mom. It's good exercise for us." My mom quickly agreed. "It gives me more time to turn our recycling into usable things in the house. Besides, we're going to save lots of money on gas." I got shivers when she said that. Now I had a very different feeling about Mom's creativity. A week later, Mom took out all the showers. She replaced them with a bucket outside in the garden. "You know how much water we're going to save now?" she said, smiling. Luckily, when my dad saw that the neighbors were spying on him showering, he put an end to this. My dad had a lot of patience for my mom. He loved her despite her crazy cheapness. My dad had a great job, and we had money to spend, but my mom didn't want to hear any of that. "We have enough money until the government freezes our accounts," said my mom. "That's when you'll thank me for all that I do for you and your brother." The older we got, the less we saw our dad. His business trips went from being a few days long to a few weeks at a time. Soon it was months before we would see him. I should have known that something was up, but I'll admit that I was too wrapped up in my own problems. When I first got my period, I faced a problem I never expected. I knew at the time that I should start using pads and tampons, but instead, I was shocked to see my mom holding a period cup and saying, "Here you go, sweetie. You will be using this every time you get your period from now on." Not only that, but she also gave me a weird piece of fabric and said, "Spoiled teen girls start wearing a bra as they grow up, but a special girl like you will wear this." She handed me the piece of fabric. I didn't understand what it was supposed to be for. You see, you only need to wrap it around your chest and there you go, a comfy bra for free. I knew at that point that my mom had gone way too far. My brother Mark hated my mom's cheapness even more than I did. Because he was younger than me, Mark got all my hand-me-downs. From jeans to t-shirts and even jerseys, Mark grew up wearing my clothes. He was creative in how he reshaped them to look like something that a boy would wear. But by the time he was 13, his classmates wouldn't let him get away with this. They left lipstick and makeup on his desk. They stuck fashion articles to his locker. They even started calling him Marcy. "Leave my brother alone," I said to them. But they just laughed. "What are you gonna do? Will your mother chase us in her rickshaw?" I had no reply to this. I was furious, and so was Mark. He went home and told Mom that he needed clothes for boys. My mother almost lost it. "We don't have money for new clothes," she screamed. "If you want new clothes, I'll make them for you." Mom knitted Mark the most awful, trendy clothes we'd ever seen. Mark took one look at the new clothes Mom had made and said, "It's fine, I'll wear the hand-me-downs." Mark and I were tired of Mom's cheapness. That afternoon in my room, we had a secret meeting about what we could do to stop Mom from embarrassing us in the future. We needed help, so we called our dad. Dad didn't like to fight with Mom. He was a calm man who didn't like complications and fights. So whenever Mom went into one of her raging cheap spins, we made an arrangement with Dad. He sent us the money we needed, and in return, all he wanted us to do was keep these transactions from our mom. We agreed. Now we were able to buy all the clothes and items that we needed. The next part of our plan was pretty simple. My best friend Tracy lived down the road from us. We kept our secret stash of clothes at Tracy's house. Every morning we left home in Mom's clothes. Then we stopped at Tracy's house, changed, and then went to school in our new clothes. We did this for years, and there was peace in the house. But nothing lasts forever, especially when you've got a mom that has a PhD in cheapology. Summer vacation arrived, and I was excited. I'd just started dating a boy that I really liked. His name was Devin. He didn't judge me like the other kids did. I was looking forward to spending time with him and getting away from my bizarre life. That idea didn't last long. A week into the vacation, Mom arrived home with shovels, pickaxes, and other digging equipment. "Mom, what's going on?" I asked. Mom smiled. "We're going to build a bunker. I've borrowed all this equipment from our neighbors so that we can get it done quickly." "We're going to build a bunker? As in, not just you?" "Correct. My hands make light work, and we'd better get this done before your grandpa comes to visit. He's always said that every house must have a bunker." I was surprised to hear about this visit. Grandpa hadn't left his home in 20 years. My grandfather was in the Second World War. It left him paranoid about the future. He turned his home into a doomsday bunker and taught his family to save everything they could. Nothing useful was ever thrown away, and it had to be used at least 3 or 4 times before it was thrown out. Grandpa was the reason Mom was the way she was. Mark and I didn't have a choice in the matter. We were going to build a bunker. I had to cancel plans with Devin. I made as many excuses as I could, but he wouldn't believe any of them. "I'm coming over to see you," he said. Before I could stop him, he hung up. A few minutes later, he arrived at my house. Up until then, I'd managed to keep him outside. I greeted him at the front door, covered in dirt. "What's going on?" he asked. I knew that no excuses were going to make any sense now, so I told him the truth. To my surprise, he didn't run away or even laugh. "Cool, I've never seen a bunker before. Can I check it out?" I let Devin in. I introduced him to my mom. He held out his hand to greet her. She put a shovel in his hand. "If you're going to be here, then you're going to work," she said. At that moment, I could have died. But Devin just smiled and said, "Thank you." We spent the rest of the day digging. How romantic, right? We dug for hours and hours, only resting to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Dad was away on yet another business trip and was basically unreachable. We worked like this for a week, with Devin coming over every day. We dug until our hands ached. When our neighbors started seeing what Mom was doing, they became suspicious. They called the police on us. A squad car came around and asked Mom what she was doing. She told them about the bunker. They nodded while she spoke, but we could tell that they wanted to laugh at her. The police left soon enough, asking Mom to make sure that the structure was safe. Mom told them that it would be, but knowing Mom, she'd never hire an architect to design this bunker. "It's a waste of money," she said. "Anyway, my father taught me how to make a bunker when I was 9 years old." 9? I couldn't believe it. I felt sorry for Mom. She'd had a pretty tough life. Mark and I got back to work. It was becoming easier now, and it would have been fine if the news reporters hadn't arrived. Someone must have contacted the newspapers telling them about what was going on in our backyard. A day later, we had reporters outside the house. Cameras popped over our wall. Some of our classmates came to watch and laugh, too. We live in a town where not much news happens, so when someone starts building a bunker, it gets onto the front page of the newspaper. Mark and I were totally embarrassed the following week when we saw Mom smiling on the front page of the paper. The headline read, "Doomsday Lady Builds a Bunker." I was so grateful that we were on vacation. I was so grateful for Devin. He stayed through the whole ordeal and held me when it became too much. I knew then that he loved me. I also knew that I couldn't live this way much longer. A few weeks later, the bunker was finished. Mom called Grandpa to tell him that she was ready for his visit. He canceled on her, saying that it wasn't safe to leave the house. Mom was upset, but I was furious. I couldn't do this anymore. The day I turned 18, I left home. Mom wasn't happy and neither was Mark, but I wouldn't let them stop me. Devin and I found jobs and made enough to rent a small apartment. A few years later, we got married. A few years after that, we had 2 beautiful children. Being a mother was tough, but I promised myself I'd be nothing like my mom. I kept in touch with Mom, but only through calls and messages. I kept my distance from her. Mark came to visit often. Dad, well, he was so busy with work that we barely heard from him. When my kids were about 5, Mom called me with news. "Your grandpa is coming to visit," she said excitedly, "and I'd like you to come and see him." I didn't want to go, but Devin talked me into it. "Family is important," he said. So we went. The next day, we went to my mom's house. "He'll probably come on the bus," said Mom. Back in the old days, he would have walked, but his hip is acting up now. Mark and I looked at each other. What kind of family had we grown up in? "Go to the bus to pick up your grandfather," said Mom. Mark and I walked down the road to the bus stop. The first bus arrived, but Grandpa wasn't on it. He wasn't on the second or the third bus. An hour later, we walked back home. As we arrived back at the house, a brand new car pulled up to the house. Mark and I couldn't believe it. It was Grandpa. He looked nothing like we remembered him. The Grandpa we remembered wore old clothes, cut his own hair, and had a beard longer than Santa's. This Grandpa stepped out of the car looking different. He was dressed in sick clothes and looked like $1,000,000. "Kiddos, so good to see you both. Come give Grandpa a hug." We hugged him and smelled his cologne. It was definitely something expensive. Then we helped him with his bags. If we were shocked by what we saw, Mom's reaction was even worse. She just about fell over when she saw Grandpa. He was different, calmer, friendlier, laid back, and full of jokes. Mom showed him around the house. She went through each room and explained how she had used everything that he had taught her when she was a girl. Grandpa smiled politely, but we could see that he was surprised and a little shocked by Mom's efforts. Finally, Mom showed Grandpa the bunker. We could tell how proud she was of her design. "And we put it together in just over a month," she said, "filled with everything we'll need for 10 years. Grandpa's face went white. "That's great news. Why don't we get some fresh air? And I could use a glass of water." Mom said she'd get it for him. While Mom was away, Grandpa pulled us aside. "What's happened to her?" he asked. "What do you mean?" I said. "She's always been like this? Always?" asked Grandpa. He paused a moment and then dropped his head. "It's my fault. I raised her believing that the end of the world was always just around the corner, although I was rich. But after my wife was gone, I realized I was a lonely man and that I missed out on a lot in my life. I decided to change. I'm sorry, kiddos, but don't worry. I'm going to talk some sense into her." Mark and I could have cried at that point. We were so relieved. We hugged Grandpa and thanked him. That evening after a tinned food dinner, Grandpa sat Mom down and had a heart-to-heart with her. I sent Devin home with the kids. Mark and I listened from another room. "You've done a great job of preparing for the end of the world, Trisha, but it's not going to happen anytime soon." Mom looked shocked. "What do you mean? Grandpa stopped her. "I know. When you were growing up, I thought that the world was in serious trouble. I filled your head with a lot of ideas that I now see are a bit extreme. After your mother was gone, I started to think about life differently. Trisha, it's important to save and be sensible with what we have, but it's also important to enjoy life." It was the toughest conversation that Mom had ever had. Everything that she had ever believed in had just been pulled out from under her. She was quiet for a long time. "Dad, it's okay. I'm going to keep doing what you taught me. We need to be prepared for every disaster." Grandpa tried to reason with her, but she didn't want to hear it. Mark and I tried to. "Enough of this, Mom," I said. "This is the reason why I left. And it's the reason why Dad left too," said Mark. Mom shook her head. She looked completely confused. "No, he's away on business." "He's been away on business for 10 years now, Mom," said Mark. "He told me that he's not coming back, and it's because of you, because of all of this." My mom burst into tears. "So I just let go? Give up?" My mom said quietly. "You have this skill and it's so great, but you can't always be sacrificing the present for the future. The world is not going to end anytime soon." Grandpa chuckled. A long pause followed. Then her eyes became wet with tears. She began to speak, but only tears fell. "It's okay, Mom. We're all here to help you." Mom took a deep breath before she spoke. "Okay, how do you guys do it? Do we have to go out for dinner as regular people do? I can do that now for a start." I smiled widely. Things wouldn't change all at once, but, well, she was finally trying to bust out of her bubble, and that's all that mattered to us.
Hi everyone, my name is Danielle, and I'm not your typical teenager. I've always been different. Instead of playing dress up with the girls, I preferred playing football with the neighborhood boys when I was a little girl. And now that I'm 15, I always play video games with the boys instead of going to the mall with my mom. I also sing a little, and it is my dream to become a professional singer one day. But before I get into that, please like and subscribe. I guess it's no surprise that I've barely got any girlfriends. My best friend's name is Chase, and he lives down the road from my house. Chase and I go to the same school, but since he's 2 grades above me, we only hang out after school. With his dark hair and light eyes, he's one of the hottest and most popular boys at Pineville High. I've had a crush on him for years now, but I know he'll never like me that way. Not when he could have any girl he wanted. No one knows we're friends, and I'd like to keep it that way. At least then, his female admirers will not find a reason to attack me in the hallways. At any rate, I am already pretty unpopular in school. Ever since I accidentally spilled juice on Michelle James's prom dress, the entire cheerleading squad has had it out for me. Well, I didn't trip on purpose. I've just always been a bit clumsy. This year was going to be different, though. This year, I planned to change. Now that I'm a freshman, I think it's time I got a boyfriend. Believe it or not, I've never even had my first kiss. So I straightened my auburn hair until it was long and shiny and picked out a super cute back-to-school outfit. I even applied makeup. In fact, with my pink lips and long eyelashes, not to mention my super cute mini skirt, I looked unrecognizable. Well, that was the plan. The first person who saw me was Chase, as he was picking me up from school, but his reaction was not what I expected. Whoa, what are you up to? Nothing. Is it obvious that I was a bit nervous? Chase gave me an angry look that had me squirming, then looked ahead and continued driving. He refused to say one more word to me during the entire journey. But apart from the disappointment with Chase, the rest of the day was perfect. Nearly every girl wanted to know where I bought my yellow crop top and blue miniskirt, and nearly every boy wanted my number. Yes, even the ones who were already in relationships. And by the end of the day, I had a date with Hugh Lautner. Hugh was a quarterback on the soccer team and super cute. He promised to pick me up from school tomorrow, even though he lived an hour away in a much posher part of town. I told Chase this on our ride back from school. I could tell that he was struggling to say something. Do you really like him? I don't know. I could if I tried, I guess. I just really want to become cool now. I've been an awkward klutz for too long. And what if I told you that you're perfect the way you are? You know that's not true, Chase. Because if that's the case, why am I invisible to you in school? Chase was silent. He did not even say goodbye when he dropped me off. That evening, Hugh and I went out for pizza. You're different from the girls I know. They always order a salad and say they're dieting or something. It's so much more fun to go out with a girl who eats. Soon, Hugh started dropping me off and picking me up from school. Unlike Chase, he never pretended not to know me in school. Apart from the awkward glances, Chase and I stopped being friends. I'm not going to lie, I missed his friendship. I missed playing video games with him and chatting with him until we fell asleep. But maybe I had never meant anything to him because he let our friendship end so easily. It hurt, but I kept my feelings to myself. Soon, Hugh asked me to prom. Of course I said yes. I spent a long time getting ready and spent all my money on a beautiful silver gown. Everyone oohed and ahed when we made our entrance as a couple. But even though I was with Hugh, I kept looking around for a glimpse of Chase. I wanted him to see me all dressed up. My heart sank when I could not see him anywhere. Finally, it was time to announce the prom king and queen. It was no surprise that Hugh won prom king. His queen, though, was head cheerleader Michelle. Michelle gave me a smug look before she grabbed Hugh for the official dance. Soon, she started getting close to him. I thought he would stop her, but he seemed to enjoy it. Then suddenly, she kissed him, and he started kissing her back. Shocked, I ran out of the hall and continued running. By the time I reached home, my beautiful dress was torn at the bottom and my cheeks were stained with tears. Suddenly, a familiar figure stopped in my path. Chase. He was wearing a tight-fitted jacket and looked, so handsome. What happened? I told him everything, and he took me into his arms. Let me go beat him up. No! Will you please stay with me, though? I missed you. But you chose him. What? What do you mean? You threw away our friendship. You completely changed yourself just to be with him. I liked you just as you were, in your pajamas, with your love for video games. But I liked you too. I was invisible to you only in school, so I had no hope. I'm sorry about that. I guess I didn't know my own feelings till I saw you gush over someone else. It's why I couldn't stand seeing you with Hugh. Suddenly he took my hand. The question is, do you still like me? Yes. So will you go on a date with me? Of course I will. Wear your pajamas and meet me for video games then. Soon, Chase and I started dating officially. This was when I found out how romantic he really is. He was the best boyfriend ever. He would open the door for me and hold my hand wherever we went. And he had a sense of humor too. If any girl asked for his number, he would give her mine as a joke. A year passed, and soon he was going to go off to study at Yale in the fall, and I was really going to miss him. You'll forget me. Never. You'll get busy with studies and stuff then. Maybe, but I'll still come back for you. Or you can come study with me. Like that was going to happen. I was not as bright as Chase. Besides, I wanted to pursue music as a career. I had started recording videos of myself singing, but was too shy to show them to anyone. Soon after Chase left, I began devoting more time to my music. I started singing at school, but only when the classrooms were empty, and recording videos of myself. But I never shared them with anyone, including him. Chase and I were still going strong, though. He'd send me a good morning text every day and video call me every night. I miss you so much. I just want to get on the next flight and come see you. I wish you could, but I want you to concentrate on your studies instead. Yeah, I know. Promise me you'll at least apply to Yale, though. Okay, I promise. I probably shouldn't have made that promise, though. I really wanted to be a musician and had been practicing a lot recently. That night, on impulse, I shared one of my singing videos on YouTube. I applied makeup and wore a wig, though, so that no one could tell it was me. The next morning when I woke up, I realized it had gone viral. In just one night, my video had garnered 100,000 views. When I went through the comments section, I was shocked. Everyone loved my voice, and people wanted to know who the mystery girl really was. There were a few trolls, but I just ignored them. My eyes filled with tears of happiness, and I wanted to share the news with someone. But who? If Chase still lived down the street, I'd have gone running in my pajamas to tell him. But now that he was so far away and so busy, I didn't want to disturb him, especially since he had exams going on. Chase was busy with his studies for the entire week, but so was I. I started sharing more videos, and soon even magazines and news channels were picking up stories on the mystery girl. Everyone wanted to know who I was, but I was going to keep it a secret until I told Chase. But by the end of the week, I received a call. Good afternoon. Am I speaking to Danielle Jones, aka Mystery Girl? What? How do you know? I didn't tell anyone. It is my job to know Miss Jones. Oh, okay. Let me introduce myself. We are Superstar Inc., and we like to give a launch pad to actors and musicians who show a lot of promise. Now, there is no denying that you're talented, but you've also managed to create a fan following around your mystery girl persona. Part of the allure, I think, is because no one really knows your identity. Okay. And we want to keep it that way. We are offering $1 million for your talent and your silence. This means that you need to keep your double life absolutely secret. And clearly you haven't been doing it well enough because it wasn't that difficult for us to figure out who you were. Does that mean I can't even tell my boyfriend? Of course not! He may be trustworthy now, but what happens if you two break up? You think you'll keep your secret then? I was silent. I knew it was wrong not to tell Chase my secret, but I also didn't want to jeopardize my only chance at fame. So, I agreed to the conditions set by Superstar Inc. Within days, I was whisked off to LA. They gave me the swankiest car and the fanciest apartment, and suddenly I was making more money than I had ever dreamt of. The best fashion labels wanted me to sign as their models walked the ramp, so I was soon flying all over the world, from Milan to Paris to Zurich. Unfortunately, this meant that I was growing distant from Chase. I kept missing his calls and texts because I was always so busy with some concert or tour. I couldn't tell him the truth, so I would just send lame excuses. I slept off early last night, but I could see you were online till 1 a.m. I guess I was sleep texting then. Finally, one day, Chase sent broke. I spent many nights crying and poured all my pain into my music. The audience still loved my songs, even though they were sadder now. Male singers and actors would keep asking me out on dates, but I was still nursing a broken heart. I no longer had any ties to my old life, though. Mom and Dad had stopped trying to call me home for a visit, and we only exchanged the occasional text. I guess they still wanted to know that their daughter was doing all right. As time passed by, my heart began to mend. I began dating Hollywood stars, but I could never forget Chase. Even 3 years after he ended things with me, I was still not completely over him. One day, I was doing a live show with Aaron, an up-and-coming Hollywood actor. Everyone told me that you're a cutie, but I had no idea you were this cute. Thanks, I guess. I could marry you right now. On live TV? Yes. Will you marry me? Aaron got on one knee and pulled out a ring. Oh my God! No, I'm sorry, I can't. Why not? Because I don't love you. My heart is with someone else. But you're not dating anyone. Trust me, I've been having you followed. That's illegal, I'm sure. And he left me years ago. His name was Chase, and he was the best boyfriend ever. I started crying. Suddenly, I was sick of this job. It may have brought me fame and money, but it cost me my relationship with my parents and boyfriend. It was time to tell the truth about who I was, whether Superstar Inc. allowed it or not. Suddenly, I took off my wig and wiped off my makeup on live TV. My name is Danielle Jones, and I am the mystery girl. Only I don't want to remain a mystery anymore. I am real, and I want to live my truth for myself and my fans. My confession sent Superstar Inc. and the rest of the country into a tizzy. By the next day, I was the top trending topic on all the news sites. Superstar Inc. fired me and took back my apartment, but I didn't care. I had made so much money that I could live anywhere. The only place I wanted to go, though, was home. After 4 long years, I landed on my parents' doorstep to apologize. They had seen the news and cried tears of happiness while hugging me. There was still one more apology I needed to make, though. I texted Chase, "Hey, it's Danielle. I know this comes really late, but I'm sorry for everything." I waited a few hours for a response, but none came. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. It was Chase. Chase, what are you doing here? Answering your text. Can I come in? I'm a bit tired. I just flew in. Of course. Where are my manners? Will you have something to drink? Wait, why are you wearing another perfect kiss?
Tiptoed into the lounge. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard a voice. "You're gonna be in so much trouble." It was my annoying older sister Natalia sitting in a corner and recording a makeup tutorial. "Listen, you can't tell Aunt I came so late. She'll make me do the dishes and laundry for a month. I might keep your secret if you do my math homework for the rest of the school year." Just then, my eyes fell on the mound of honey cakes on the table and my stomach growled. "Don't even think about touching these. Aunt wants to sell them at the farmer's market. We came to live with our miserable Aunt Ursula after our parents passed away in an accident a few years ago, and she treated us like we were her servants. I was really hungry, so I just grabbed one and popped the whole thing into my mouth. Just then, my aunt suddenly showed up and yelled, "That's it! I'm sick of breaking my back looking after you girls. I'm sending you off to foster care." We looked at her in horror. Going to foster care meant we'd be sent off to different families. As Aunt stormed off and we heard her making a call, I got a flying shoe on my head. Ow! Oh, I forgot to tell you about my third sister, Tanya. The sleepyhead had been snoring in front of the fireplace, but she was wide awake now and glaring at me. "This is all your fault, Marina. Go tell her you're sorry. I'm not living away from you guys." Natalia and I ran to hug her, and I promised I'd make everything okay. Just then, we heard loud knocking on the door. Aunt came waddling out to open it, and she let out a loud gasp. Standing in the doorway was a huge man with a beard. His voice boomed in the small room. "Did you really think you could send them off and keep taking the money I give you for their care and I wouldn't even know? Girls, pack your things. You're coming with me." "Hi, my name is Marina, and I'm from Russia." My life turned around when Mom's eccentric brother, who I never even knew existed, took away me and my sisters to live in his old mansion. But it gets even crazier from here. Before I continue, click like and subscribe. The next few weeks living with Uncle Ivan was like a dream. He got all 3 of us into the best school in town right away. A few days later at dinner, while Natalia and I were busy arguing over something, Tanya suddenly said, Guys, is Uncle Ivan okay?" We looked at him and saw that he sat slumped in his chair. "Oh, no. Natalia poked him, but there was no response. I bent down to check his pupils, and just then he yelled, "Do svidaniya!" We all screamed and nearly fell back in shock. He glared at us. Can't a man take a nap in his own house? Uncle Ivan startled us again by suddenly banging his goblet on the table. I've just decided something. I want to give you $1 million. For a few seconds, we stared at him with our mouths open, and then we started hugging each other in delight. To one of you. We froze in our spots. Wait, what? Well, if it's only one of us, of course it should be me. I'm the oldest, and I'm running a business already. You know, my beauty blog.
Your business is just Dumbos watching another Dumbo putting on makeup. I'm going to be a big shot singer one day, so I'll need that money for my album. Guys, come on, $1 million is a lot of money. We can share it. But the other two weren't even listening to me. How dare you call me a Dumbo, you little bug? I'm 11 and I can kick your butt. And before I knew it, they were attacking one another while I was trying to break it up. Uncle got up and looked at us with sad eyes. I will make my decision in 3 days. And with that, he walked off. The next morning, when I peeked into Natalia and Tanya's rooms and didn't find them there, I knew exactly where they'd be. And sure enough, I found them standing outside Uncle's bedroom with breakfast trays loaded with his favorite foods. Seriously, guys, we're family. I swear if I find the money, I'll happily split it with you two. Well, I wouldn't do that for you. Yeah, me neither. It's gonna be all mine.
And with that, Tanya knocked on the door loudly, but there was no reply. We opened the door, and to our surprise, the bed was perfectly made and the room was empty. Just then, I caught sight of a note on his pillow and ran forward to pick it up. A fat lady with no eyebrows sitting in a frame, smiling strangely at the world. Everyone knows her name. P.S. I had to go somewhere. What on earth is he talking about?
The woman he's describing sounds like Aunt Ursula. I'm not going back to her, not even for $1 million.
Later that night, when I was in bed, I was still thinking about the strange poem when I suddenly sat up straight. Of course that's what Uncle meant. I quickly put on my nightgown and rushed downstairs. I crept quietly into Uncle's study and switched on my phone's flashlight. I knew I'd seen it here, the Mona Lisa hanging on the wall. I stared at the painting for a while, wondering what I was supposed to do now. Then I took it off the wall and flipped it over. I gasped. Taped to one corner was a small bronze key. I couldn't wait to tell the others. And then suddenly, I felt a hand around my ankle. Ah! I jumped back in fright and fell on the floor. And then someone popped up from behind the couch. Oh, hi, Marina. I thought it was Natalia bringing me food. Oh my God, how could it possibly be? It was Petrov, the hockey team captain at my old school and my biggest crush. What on earth are you doing here? Just then, the door burst open and she walked in with a tray of snacks. She looked shocked to see me, then quickly smiled. Oh, I see you've met my boyfriend. We were really missing each other, so he decided to pay me a visit. I couldn't believe my own sister would do this to me. She knew how much I liked him, and she'd been dating him behind my back. Just then, Tanya came running in, saying she'd heard my screams. She didn't even look surprised to see Petrov. You knew he was here too?
Yeah, I saw Natalia sneaking him in a few nights ago. Petrov, it's really uncool to eat someone's chocolates without asking, man.
Petrov stared at her like she was crazy. What are you talking about? I didn't eat your stuff.
Well, one of you is lying then because they were in the fridge this morning. Who ate them, ghosts?
Just then, the study door behind us slammed shut and we all turned around startled. And then we heard a key turn in the lock. I ran towards the door and pulled the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Who could possibly have locked us inside? Petrov started banging on the door and screaming like a maniac.
Help! This house is haunted! I don't want to die here!
Jeez, Petrov, you're gonna wake up all the ghosts.
He looked even more horrified, and Natalia kicked Tanya before taking him aside and calming him down. Just seeing the two of them sitting so close made my blood boil. And now we were just stuck here and would have to wait for Uncle to let us out. As we all sat there sulking quietly, Natalia suggested that we could play a game to pass the time. Oh, I have a great game in mind. It's called Reflection. I picked the antique mirror from Uncle's desk and shoved it in her face. Mirror, mirror in my hands, who's the worst sister in all the lands? OMG, loser, get over it. Petrov looked really confused and asked what was going on. Natalia just said, oh, nothing. And then she grabbed him by the collar and started kissing him in front of me.
Oh, my eyes, my eyes!
Tanya ran off to the other end of the room and refused to come back. She snuggled into a big armchair, and after a few minutes, we could hear her loud snoring. Natalia opened a packet of crisps for herself and Petrov and glared at me. Don't even think about it. Also, why were you snooping around at night? As if I'd tell you. When Petrov asked us what we were fighting about, Natalia spilled out everything about how Uncle was leaving one of us $1 million. If you're keeping any secrets from me, Marina, I'll find out. Come on, babe, I'm so tired. And with that, she took Petrov's hands and they both snuggled onto onto the couch. I put my fingers in my ears to stop hearing their kissing and giggling sounds. This was just the worst night ever. Finally, after ages, it seemed like they'd fallen asleep. I was still wide awake and my stomach rumbled loudly. A few minutes later, someone shook me by the shoulder. I turned around to see it was Petrov, and he'd brought me some food. We stayed up for hours talking, and I was having the best time.
You know something, Marina? I think you're the smartest, and you'll win the money.
His face was really close to mine, and he was leaning in to kiss me. Just then, we heard Natalia stir, and he quickly ran off to her. A little while later, I crawled over to the Mona Lisa painting on the floor and found a key on the back. I clutched it tight and fell asleep. I woke up the next morning, and to my shock, the door was unlocked and wide open. I woke the others up, and everyone was so excited we were free. Just as I was walking out, I heard Natalia say,
"Hey, why is this painting on the floor?" "Oh, I saw Marina take it off last night. There was something behind it."
And before I knew it, Natalia had jumped across the room and pinned me to the ground.
"Tell me what you found, you witch!"
I tried to push her off me, but she was crazy strong. As we wrestled on the floor, the key slipped out of my hands and Tanya ran to pick it up.
"Both of you, shut up!"
As we sat panting and staring daggers at one another, Tanya said that there was something written on the key. Together in Paris. We had no idea what that was about and decided we'd come back from school and figure it out together. I went to Uncle's room and slipped the key into a drawer. During the first recess, I snuck out of the school and went back home as fast as I could. I crept into Uncle's room and headed straight for the drawer, to find it empty. What? Just then, I saw the curtain move a little. I crept up to it slowly and pulled it back to see Petrov behind it.
"What are you doing here, and where's my key?" I saw you with it, and I just wanted to help solve the mystery for you. You're so smart. I really wanted you to think I'm smart too."
He suddenly took my hand and pulled me close.
"I like you, Marina, a lot. Let's figure this thing out and get out of here with the $1 million. We could go anywhere, just you and me."
Just as he was about to pull me in for a kiss, I pushed him away.
"Seriously? You were just making out with my sister this morning. You're such a cheater, and I'm no idiot. Give me the key, Petrov, now!"
Suddenly, Petrov pushed me aside and made a dash towards the door. He bumped into a small table and knocked everything over. I jumped towards him and managed to tackle him to the ground. The small key flew out of his hand and went skidding across the floor and landed at Natalia's feet. She looked livid.
"Oh, so you were going to just take my money and run off with my sister?"
He crawled up to her on his knees.
"Don't be silly, babe. I didn't mean a word of that. I was just doing this for the two of us."
"You mean the three of us?" Tanya and I stared at her in shock, except Petrov, who just looked stupidly confused.
"It's not some riddle, idiot. I'm pregnant and you're going to be a daddy."
He stared up at her in horror for a second, then ran out of the room screaming. We heard the huge main door slam shut. I ran to Natalia and hugged her.
"I had no idea. Petrov's such a jerk.
But don't worry, we will be really good aunts, and
She pushed me off. "Ew, I'm not dumb enough to get pregnant. That was just to get rid of him."
Just then, Tanya, who was picking up the things Petrov had knocked over, suddenly screamed,
"Look, girls, look what this says!"
She was holding a beautiful little music box in her hands, and there was a small carving on the lid. Together in Paris. I placed the box on the table and we all gathered around as I turned the key. The lid slowly opened and we gasped in delight as we saw two figurines dancing to the tinkly music. There was a tiny compartment underneath and a small note tucked away, 271287. For a moment we just stared at the paper when Natalia suddenly gasped.
"These numbers! This is Mom's birthday!"
She was right.
But what could Uncle possibly mean by this?
I have no idea, girls, but Uncle said we only had 3 days, so we have to put our heads together and figure it out soon. Later that night, as I tossed around in bed, I suddenly heard a loud thump from downstairs. I froze for a minute, then quickly crept out of bed and tiptoed down with a baseball bat. I couldn't see anyone around, and just as I was about to turn away, something on the floor caught my eye. Muddy shoe prints. We definitely had an intruder in the house. I followed the shoe prints down the corridors that led to the eastern wing of the house. I'd never been here before. Suddenly, they faded away, and I looked up to see a door at the end of the hall. Holding my breath, I slowly opened it. There was no one inside, but it was the oddest room I'd ever seen. It seemed like a museum of forgotten things, and there were hundreds of clocks on the walls of all shapes and sizes, ticking away and all telling the wrong time. And in one corner was a shiny bronze safe. The minute I saw it, I had a light bulb moment. Of course that's what the numbers were.
The combination to a safe. With trembling hands, I entered the numbers and heard a small click. I opened it and squealed when I saw what was inside. Stacks of money. It definitely looked like $1 million. Were you going to keep this for yourself? I turned around to see Natalia and Tanya standing behind me. Of course not. How could you even think that? Come, let's split it right now. There's plenty for us all. Just then, the door burst open and we turned around to see Uncle Ivan beaming in the doorway. Uncle, you're back!
I was here all along. Who do you think locked you up when you girls were being so noisy? I just wanted to see how you would play my game. Marina, you really know what family is all about. Good girl. You get to keep all the money.
The other two looked horrified. I turned to Uncle and smiled. Thank you, Uncle, but I couldn't. It'll make me happier to share it with my sisters.
I knew you wouldn't. Now only time will tell if your sisters deserve their share.
Yes, we deserve it. We'll prove it. We'll be so good to each other. I laughed and put my arms through theirs. Let's divide it and go shopping tomorrow, shall we?
Hi, my name is Ray, and I'm from Virginia. Please like and subscribe. My parents were pretty famous singers back in their time, so when I grew up, I became one too. But Mom and Dad had an accident when I was only 6, and ever since then, my uncle and aunt took care of me. Both of them spoiled me to bits and always supported me in everything, especially in my singing career. By the time I was 14, I was already doing huge shows and concerts, and it kept me so busy that I always wondered what normal stuff like making friends and going to school would be like. But suddenly, my life took a wild turn on my 15th birthday. Just as I entered my room, I saw my auntie going through Mom's stuff. What are you doing in here? Hey, honey, happy birthday. I was just missing your mom so much today. Came to see these pictures and stuff that belonged to her. I hope you don't mind. Aw, thanks, auntie. And of course not. This belongs to you as much as it belongs to me. After that, she got me to sign some papers for my upcoming show and hugged me tight. We have the greatest surprise party for you, sweetie. You're gonna love it. And it was actually awesome. It was my biggest concert ever, and I was gonna sing in front of my biggest live audience. I was jumping with excitement backstage, and that's when I heard the most shocking thing of my life. Now that we have my cunning sister's real will and we got that orphan brat to sign the property papers, everything will be ours, honey. Yeah, and all that money she's gonna make, we'll bite on that too. We're gonna be so rich. OMG, who were these people? I pushed the curtain aside and confronted them. You blood-sucking mosquitoes! I can't believe you'd be so greedy and evil. You're gonna what? There's nothing you can do now. We are the freaking owners of everything. Your money, your life, and your soul. Yes, sir, and now you're gonna make more money for us, so get your butt on that stage and do what you trained for. No, there's no way. I'm not gonna do anything you guys say. That's enough. I'm not asking. I'm giving you an order. Security, watch over this room and don't let her out until the show starts. Oh, God, no. I tried to kick her with all my might, but that witch got away. And now I was gonna be trapped in this room with 2 Hulks standing outside keeping an eye on me. I had to do something. I looked at the window in the room, and without a thought, I climbed out of it. I had to run away from these evil people at all costs. But just as I was climbing down, my hand slipped and I fell on something. Ah, my back. I'm so sorry. The guy looked at me super stunned, but he finally spoke. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm Noah, super crazy fan. I've heard all of your songs 1,000 times. Suddenly the guards heard me and they were running down to catch me. I didn't have any time for the introduction, but he had a bike. Get me out of here, now! What? He looked shocked and I didn't have time to explain, so I just kissed him and told him to get me out of here. He went into shock for a few seconds, but then he held me and got me on his bike and we rode off. In no time, we were far away from my evil aunt and her potato head husband. After some time, he stopped and he turned around to me. Is everything okay? Why did you run? Should I call someone? His name was Noah, and he was actually a year younger than me. I told him everything that had happened, and then he offered me his place to stay. What? Are you sure? Yeah, I live with my mom, and you can stay with me. I mean us, as long as you want. Honestly, I had no other place to go, and I ran from a freaking concert. I didn't want the media or my aunt to find me, so I said yes, and Noah took me to his house. We climbed into his room through the window so his mom wouldn't see us. Once inside, he got me all the food in the house and kept looking at me like I was some kind of alien. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face?
I just can't believe you're here. In my room. This is like...
I pinched him hard and he squealed loudly. Now do you believe me?
Ouch! Okay, okay, I do.
And we both burst out laughing. Later, when it was time to sleep, Noah offered me his bed and went to sleep on the floor. Oh God, he was so cute. But the next morning when I woke up, I was startled to see Noah staring at me. What the heck, dude?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just leaving for school, and Mom will go to work. She's a lawyer, so you have the home to yourself. Make yourself comfy, okay?
He then got me breakfast and a pair of clothes which were obviously his and left. But the next morning, as Noah was getting ready for school, I had a crazy idea. I want to go to school and see what a normal school life looks like. Will you take me? And he straight away denied.
No. What if someone sees you? It's too dangerous for you to step out like this.
What? So I was again a prisoner? No way! After he went downstairs, I sneaked into his mom's room and borrowed some wigs and some makeup, and then I followed him to school. And public school was nothing like I had imagined. The kids were coming in on buses or bicycles, and everyone minded their own business. That was so freaking awesome. But then I saw a bunch of guys surrounding Noah, and one of them was holding him by his collar.
I thought you'd stay at home after the butt kicking I gave you yesterday, nerd. Next time when I ask you to do my homework, don't you dare refuse. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. Sure, I'll do that, but before that, you'll have to lick my shoes.
Seriously? I couldn't hold it back anymore. I marched up to him and punched him hard in the face.
Oh my God, what are you doing here? Oh, and who is this you got with you, Noah? Your sister? 'Cause I didn't think a scaredy cat like you can get a girl. Ha!
He sure can, and here I am. 'Cause you see, he ain't a giant crybaby who has to pick on others to satisfy his tiny ego, and that's why I love him. And then I kissed him again. The guy looked raging mad after this, and he turned to hit me when Noah came in and took the hit. Noah, are you okay? Just then, seeing some of the teachers coming our way, the bullies ran away. And I didn't want to be caught either, so I took Noah's hand and ran too.
Wait, what are you doing here? This was crazy.
You're crazy. Why didn't you tell anyone you were being bullied? And why did you come in between?
Because he was gonna hurt you.
Ugh, you didn't have to save me, you dummy. Look at that. It's gonna hurt. But don't you worry. I'm gonna make those jerks pay for what they did.
What do you mean?
I showed him the phone camera I had on all this time and recorded whatever those jerks did. Later, Noah showed it to the principal and those jerks were suspended for 2 weeks. Later that night, I went downstairs to get some ice for Noah's bruises, but just as I picked up the ice tray, I freaked out to see Noah's mom right behind me.
Goodness gracious, where did you come from?
Suddenly, Noah came running downstairs screaming,
Mom, listen to me. I can explain.
You better. I didn't want to complicate things, so I told her everything and begged her to let me stay. Just a few more days, and then I'll go back, I promise. She melted and agreed, but Noah had to sleep in the living room, which he was totally fine with. This guy was winning my heart like anything. The next day, Noah's friends were throwing him a huge party for getting into the basketball team, and he asked me to tag along. This was gonna be awesome. When we reached there, Noah and I danced to my favorite song and partied so hard. This is the best day ever. I'm so happy you got onto the team.
Yeah, I think I made it because I got my good luck charm. Oh, your good luck charm?
The bully guys from school. What were they doing here?
How about you share this babe with us too, Noah? What are you even doing this evening, sweetheart? Want to go out with a real player?
I was gonna poke my fingers right into his eyes this time. But before I could do that, Noah kicked him hard and he fell to the ground. Both of them broke into a fight and I had to pull Noah apart from him. But Noah looked raging mad.
Stay away from my girl or I'm gonna kill you.
Whoa, his girl? I was blushing so hard. Noah took my hand and we were about to leave when the bully got up and pulled me by my hair. My wig! It came off and everyone gasped as they saw me. Ray! It's Ray, the music superstar! Within seconds, Everyone had their phones up and were taking pictures of me. Oh, shoot. Noah put his hoodie over me and rushed me out of there, but I was terrified now. My aunt was gonna know about me. As soon as we reached home, I hugged him tight. I don't want to go. I can't, Noah.
Don't worry, Ray. I won't let them take you, I promise.
But minutes later, someone barged into the front door, and it was none other than my aunt and uncle with loads of paparazzi and a huge crowd gathered behind them. My darling niece, thank God I found you. I've been worried sick. Come, let's go home. Get away from me. I'm not going anywhere with you. And you already have everything. You made me sign those papers and all my money. You have it. What do you want now? You little witch, shut up and get in the car. Do you know all the record and concert deals worth billions that we'll lose?
What's happening here? What papers?
Noah's mom came in and pulled me to her side, and then I told her everything.
Oh my God. Why would you do that to your own blood?
'Cause it was easy to trick a trusting moron like her into signing whatever we wanted. Ugh, I don't have time for this chit-chat. We're still her legal guardians, and I'm taking her with me.
Not anymore. Say cheese.
Apparently, Noah had been live streaming the whole thing since the moment my wicked uncle and aunt had stepped inside, and the media outside was going crazy to bash them now. No. This can't be happening. I'm gonna kill you. My aunt tried to get a hold of my arm, but I pushed her away. She turned into a witch, but thankfully, Noah's mom had already called the cops, and they got there just in time. After everyone went away, I turned to Noah and I hugged him tight. Thank you so much for everything. His cheeks went all red.
I want to say...
Oh, get in here. I pulled him in for a kiss and he swung me into the air.
I love you.
I love you too, dummy.
When I was 14, I woke up one day in a soft, comfortable bed that wasn't mine. I slowly got up. Oh, my head was really hurting. I looked around the huge room, and I had no idea how I'd gotten here. My eyes grew wide as I looked up at the walls flecked with gold, and the heavy velvet curtains. One whole wall was taken up with a huge flat-screen TV. Where was I? All of a sudden, this old couple I'd never seen before came into the room, smiling at me. Who are you? Where are my parents? The woman said, "Don't be silly, Jihan. We are your parents." And she kept smiling at me like a lunatic. What are you talking about? My name is Lisa, and I can't remember who my parents are, but I know that you aren't them. The old man started laughing.
Oh, what an imagination. Your name is Jihan Kanan. You're our daughter, and you live here in this house with us.
I lay back on the crazy soft pillows. I was so confused and my heart was pounding. I looked for my phone, but it wasn't in my pocket. Just then, this old white-haired doctor came into the room.
You must rest, Miss Kanan. You took quite a hit on the head when you fell off your horse.
Horse? I'd never sat on one in my life. Just as I lay back to fall asleep again, I saw the doctor winking at the old couple before he left the room. Something strange was going on here, but I was too tired to work it out at that moment. Hi, I'm Lisa from Turkey, and this is the crazy story of how losing my memory made me a wealthy billionaire. But before I continue, please click like and subscribe. The next morning, I left the bedroom and went down the grand staircase to the breakfast room. The house was like a palace. There was a maid in the room, and she actually curtsied and said, "Good morning, Miss Kanan." I started to wish that this was actually my life. I figured I might as well eat before I left, so I sat down to have some salmon and poached eggs with some freshly squeezed orange juice. If I had a breakfast fit for a princess every day, I think I would remember it. Once I was full, I started to walk towards the huge front door. I had to get out of this house of weirdness and figure out what had happened to me. Just then, a young guy came to me and said,
"Hey, Jihan, where are you going?"
This guy was so gorgeous. I basically swooned. He was smiling at me, and for a second, I almost thought about staying, but then I remembered that I wasn't Jihan, so I pushed him out of the way and went out the front door. The garden was the size of a football field. I started to run towards the massive gates at the end of the drive, still wearing the silk pajamas I'd woken up in. I could hear that boy shouting behind me, "Come back, Jihan!" But I kept running. Just then, I heard the roar of an engine. My dad was coming down the driveway towards me. "Please, Jihan, come back inside. You're not well." I had no choice. I walked back to the house and pushed the door open. With its solid gold door handle, the woman said, "You've taken quite a bump to the head, Jihan, so it's normal that your memory will be affected. I'm your mother, Mrs. Kanan, and this is your father, Mr. Kanan." He smiled. "This is our home, and yours too. As you can see, we are quite comfortable." That obviously meant that they were billionaires. Maybe this wasn't the worst thing to have happened to me. The hot boy said, "And I'm Oliver. I'm your cousin, just visiting from Switzerland. I'm going to help you until your memory comes back, okay?" He smiled, and I melted. They all seemed really nice, actually, even if they were weird. I mean, who cares? They were rich, and I didn't even know where else to go. Over the next few weeks, I slowly began to accept my new life. My name was Jihan, and I was now one of the elite. I was driven to school in a fancy limousine with 2 personal bodyguards. Turns out, Jihan was really popular at her school. The boys would fight over getting me food at lunch and asking me out on dates. The girls obviously saw me as the leader of the pack and were always getting me gifts. I loved all my teachers here and was acing all my exams. I even went abroad for an international math competition and brought the trophy home. My hair was colored by a celebrity hairstylist twice a month, and a makeup artist was part of the team that got me ready for school every day. I had a wardrobe full of designer clothes and shoes. The maids and the butler brought me snacks whenever I wanted, and my personal trainer kept me in shape. I didn't remember what dreams I had before, but this was the life of any girl's dreams. The mansion was a really bizarre place, though. Every other day, I'd lose my way and stumble into a strange new room. Once I walked into a room where a bunch of women were weaving yarn on spinning wheels. When I asked them who they were, they only looked at me and smiled. I ran off feeling rather creeped out. I could go anywhere in the mansion, except the last room in the west wing. I'd been told it was off limits, but my curiosity got the better of me one day, and I sneaked into it when no one was around. I looked around the huge room and felt a shiver go down my spine. It looked like an abandoned nursery. There was a wall covered entirely with a faded painting of baby cupids flying in the clouds. On a huge bookshelf were lots of stuffed animals and a collection of dolls. In one corner, there was a crib that looked like it had been recently polished. I picked up the pink blanket lying in it. Who did these belong to? "You're not supposed to be here." I nearly jumped out of my skin when I saw Mrs. Kanan standing in the doorway with a strange smile on her face. I quickly mumbled that I'd lost my way and walked out. As she locked the door, I could feel her eyes following me. These people were definitely weirdos. I was riding my horse one day with Oliver when a man I'd never seen before approached the stables. I could hear him arguing with Oliver, and I rode my horse closer to hear what they were saying. The man was shouting, "I have to see her. You can't stop me." When I got closer, I could see the man was about 50 and looked half crazy with his torn clothes and bloodshot eyes. Suddenly, he spotted me and started staggering in my direction. "There you are. I know what you're doing. You're not getting away with this. Get away from here, or I'll call the police." Oliver pushed the man away roughly, but he wouldn't leave. When some guards started to approach him, the man turned and started to walk away, but he kept looking back at me for a while. When I asked Oliver who that man was, he said it was just some crazy homeless person. He pulled on the reins of my horse and we started to ride away. A year or so had passed of my amazing life as Jihan. One day when I walked into the living room, I found my parents talking to each other in low voices. They stopped the minute I entered the room.
"There you are, Jihan. We were just discussing that we want to move you to an elite private school, which will get you on track for going to the right university."
I was really happy to hear it. And the best part was, Oliver was coming too. He was officially my best friend by now. The weird part was, they added 2 new bodyguards. I literally had my own entourage now. Oliver explained that if people realized I was related to the Kanans, someone might kidnap me for ransom. I shrugged. I always thought they were way too paranoid and weird about my security. I hit it off with everyone pretty quickly at my new school. The boys were swarming as usual, but I had my sights set instantly on a particular cutie, Ben. I was busy daydreaming of my first date with Ben when the teacher walked into the classroom with a new girl and introduced her as Brittany. She looked around and smiled at everyone, and suddenly our eyes met, and she looked like she'd seen a ghost. All the color just drained from her face. She stared at me for a few seconds before she walked to her seat in a daze. I could feel her glancing at me through the lesson. I wondered why she was acting so weird. During recess, I walked over to her and said, "Hi, I'm Jihan. I'm also kind of new around here. Want to come sit at my table?" She looked at me strangely, but after a few seconds, she smiled and said she'd love to. Brittany and I became friends pretty quickly. I found out that she was from a poor family and had made her way to this school on a scholarship. She'd often ask me about my family and would look at me and wonder as I told her about my life. I pretty much had everything she didn't. I decided to take Brittany under my wing. "You're so pretty, Britt. I'm gonna let my team do their magic on you. And I know just the place to get you a cute new wardrobe." I took Brittany to my favorite designer stores. As she was trying clothes on, I had to admit, she looked really good. As we were leaving the mall, I saw Ben from school walking towards us. I quickly stepped in front of Brittany to hide her from his view and said hi to him with a big smile. But he just said, "Can you move aside, Jihan? I came over to say hello to Brittany." His face looked like a heart emoji while he was talking to her, and I felt furious. The next day at school, I could tell how everyone was noticing Brittany a lot more than usual. Normally, when I walked in with my outfit of the day, I had girls oohing and eyeing over me, but today they were all over Brittany, telling her what good taste she had. She just smiled and accepted all the compliments. Like, "Hello, I handpicked that dress for you." At school a week later, we got a math test back. The teacher handed me my paper and said, "Brilliant work as usual, Jihan." But then he handed Brittany her paper and said, "And even better work from you, Brittany. Top of the class." I tried to look like I didn't care, but I felt like I'd been slapped. Was Brittany actually smarter than me? Ugh. I felt so mad at her. At lunch, I decided not to sit with her, but then I noticed that a lot of my friends were going over to her table, and if Ben was any closer to her, he'd be sitting in her lap. As I went through my phone, I saw a selfie she'd just put up with Ben 2 minutes ago, and it already had 300 likes. Seriously? Was she an influencer now? Just then, Oliver came and sat at my table, laughing.
"Man, that Brittany sure is funny. Oh, guess this riddle she just told me. 10 fat ladies tried to fit under a small umbrella, but none of them got wet. How did they do it?"
Ugh, I don't care.
"It wasn't raining."
And he burst out laughing while I rolled my eyes. That wasn't even funny. I couldn't believe I ever felt sorry for this witch. I really needed to put Brittany in her place, and I knew just where to do it. The tennis court. All those private lessons from Serena Williams' coach were about to pay off. I playfully challenged Brittany to a one-on-one game, and she instantly agreed. Half the school had gathered to watch us play. I knew she played tennis, but I had no idea she was this good. She was giving me a really hard time out there, but I had the lead. I smirked at her across the court as the crowd cheered for me. She served the next ball so viciously, I couldn't even react as it headed for me at bullet speed. It hit me straight in the forehead, and I flew in the air and fell backwards. My head hit the ground, and everything went black. When I came around, the coach and a bunch of people were gathered around me, looking anxiously. I spotted Brittany's worried face, and suddenly it felt like a switch had been turned on in my head. I suddenly knew exactly who I was, and I also knew exactly who Brittany was. The competitive little witch. I drifted off to unconsciousness again. Later that night, as the Canaans flew about here and there to get me food and make me comfortable, I couldn't help smiling to myself. I'd finally figured everything out, but I wasn't letting them in on my secret. Not yet. The next day at school, Brittany ran over to me, looking really sorry. "Listen, Jihan, I never meant to actually hurt you," but I simply ignored her and walked away. I kept ignoring her every day for the next 2 weeks. Then one day, she stopped me in the hallway. "What's going on?" "Listen, you creep, I know you, and I know what you're doing." You got your memory back?" "Yeah, and there's no way I'm coming to live with you and your crazy family. I'm staying with the wealthy old couple." "Listen, I know the Canaans have many connections, but you know I have a way to ruin you and them, and there's nothing you can do about it. What do you want?" "I want to live with the Canaans. You need to convince them to keep me." "I swear, Lisa, you'll regret it if you don't." A few days later, Brittany moved in. It wasn't hard to convince my parents. They agreed immediately. The Canaans gave her the bedroom next to mine. I was so angry to have her with us. After putting up with her snooty behavior both at school and home for the next few weeks,
I'd had enough. I wasn't going to let her hold anything over me, even if it might cost me my perfect life. I went to see my biological mother to tell her everything the Canaans have been doing. The house was old and dirty, even worse than what I remembered. The door was already opened, and I entered to see my mom asleep on the couch. "Mom, it's Lisa, your daughter." Half asleep, Mom mumbled, "Yeah, what do you want?" "Mom, I'm back." Mom got up lazily and looked at me like nothing had happened. "You're not supposed to be here. I sent your sister to you. Enjoy her company. Now leave and shut the door behind you." I was super shocked. She gave me away? What was going on? I decided to ask the Canaans about all this. When I reached home, I found everyone celebrating Brittany's birthday. They were having the biggest party ever, and all the important and wealthy people were there. They didn't even think about letting me know. I spotted Brittany, and she was all over Oliver. She was hugging him and touching his face. I took her aside furiously. "Stay away from him. He's mine." "Oh yeah? What are you going to do about it?" "Listen, I don't know what you and Mom are up to. I went to her old house and she kicked me out." "Oh, yeah. She gave you away to the Canaans when you lost your memory. Dad left and she was poor. She had to give away her least favorite child, and that's you." I yelled at everyone to stop this stupid party. The Canaans looked terrified and asked everyone to leave. When the guests were leaving, I heard a familiar voice. As the crowd parted, I saw Mom. "Oh, I invited her." Mom entered, glaring furiously at the Canaans. "Where's my money, you thieves?" "Let's just discuss this privately. I don't give you my daughters for free. It's not my fault that you can't have children. You want children? You pay to have them." "Okay, so Mom gave me away to get money from them?" "Mom, it's okay that they're late to pay this month. I spent a lot of their money recently. Be a little patient, Mom." "A monthly payment? What on earth is going on?" Suddenly we heard a loud noise, and a huge old man entered the room with our bodyguards trying to stop him. He smelled so bad, and then I saw his face. It was the man who had come years ago when Oliver and I were riding our horses. I remember exactly who he was now. He was my dad. Mom looked shocked and furious to see him. "What on earth are you doing here?" Dad glared at her. "Oh, you thought I wouldn't find out what you've been up to? If you're making money off our daughters, I want my share." Mrs. Canaan turned to me with tears in her eyes. "Can't you see how crazy your parents are? We're sorry we lied to you, but we really love you and we can give you everything you truly deserve." Looking at my own parents and then at the Canaans, I made a decision. "I want you to legally adopt me and Brittany. These people don't deserve to have us, and you don't have to pay them another lira ever again." Brittany looked ecstatic, and the Canaans hugged us both in delight as the guards carried away our screaming parents. Brittany and I improved our relationship and became closer. We both graduated from the best colleges in the country. Today, 8 years later, we are celebrating Brittany's wedding. And no, our biological parents weren't invited.
I was brought up in an orphanage by nuns who found me on their doorstep one night, wrapped in a soft blanket and wearing a gold pendant shaped like the sun. The nuns were never able to find out anything about my family, or maybe they never even tried. But I had all kinds of theories about my past.
Maybe I'm some princess stolen by an evil witch and sent here because she was jealous of my beauty. Or maybe you stole me and you keep me here because of the magical powers of my hair, just like Rapunzel. You touch my hair a lot, you know.
Yes, to pick lice. And trust me, this mousy nest on your head has no magical powers.
Maybe I'm from another planet, like Superman. And my parents dropped me at the orphanage because I wasn't safe on my planet. This necklace has to mean something. I probably have superpowers. Look, I can stare directly at the sun.
I went half blind trying to prove that I could. All the kids thought I was a bit of a weirdo, and I guess I was. I never really felt like I belonged there. The only person I was close to was Anna, one of the janitors. She was the sweetest lady who'd always paid extra attention to me since I was little, and we had a special bond. One day when I was 10, I was going on about a new theory regarding my parents over breakfast when this kid named Brett flung oatmeal in my face.
Can you just shut up for once? We don't care where you came from. You're nobody special.
I'm special to someone out there. That's why they gave me this precious necklace, dummy.
But suddenly, Brett lunged at me and pulled at the necklace, breaking the chain and sending the pendant flying across the floor. I stood frozen in shock. Then fury took over and I pounced on him. Brett was rescued by some nuns soon enough, while Anna pulled me away to her room where I sobbed over my broken necklace. I can't fix the chain, sweetie. But how about I put the pendant in this thread so you can still wear it?
Anna, do you think I'm special?
Everyone's special in their own way, Cass.
That's just another way of saying no one is. Well, I guess it's true in my case. My parents wouldn't have left me here if I was special.
Or maybe they loved you so much that they gave you up because they wanted you to have a better life than the one they could give you. Also, you're special to me. Anna's words made me feel better, and something in my head shifted that day. If my parents wanted me to have a good life, I needed to get adopted by a nice family living in a nice house. They wouldn't want me spending my life here, but my attempts to get adopted didn't go well.
Why does my head look like a jelly bean?
And why do I look pregnant?
I was wondering about your head too. Maybe your brain is too small? And I thought you are pregnant and wanted an older sister for your baby. I'm totally up for it.
I guess I offended them because they didn't adopt me. I tried to impress more couples visiting the orphanage. I cracked jokes, sang them songs, memorized a bunch of science facts so they'd think I was super smart. But every meeting ended the same way. They left, always choosing someone else. And eventually, I gave up on the idea of ever getting adopted. I wasn't going to put myself through the pain of rejection again. Then one time when I was 15, I was reading in the common room when I heard loud voices in the corridor. I stepped outside to see a new boy surrounded by a bunch of kids, including Brett. They'd taken his thick glasses and were passing them around and laughing. Then Brett threw them to the side and the poor boy dropped to the floor, blindly searching for them. What is wrong with you guys? Leave him alone.
Oh, chill out, loser. Unlike you, I'm getting adopted next week, so we're just having some fun before I go.
Do you need a reminder of the time I made you scream for your life? Do your new parents want a bald son? Brett gave me the stink eye before he and the others left, and the boy turned to me with a grateful smile. He told me his name was Mateo. Mateo and I had tons in common. We both liked pickles and super spicy food and scary movies, and we were both misfits as kids.
The only difference is that you don't let anyone bully you, and I can't stand up for myself.
Yes, you can, because you have me by your side now. You don't have to do it alone. Mateo and I became best friends, and my life was just better with him around. Of course, I started including him in my hangouts with Anna, but I could just sense he didn't like her at all. Like this one time, I asked Mateo to play board games with me and Anna after dinner, and he flat out refused.
I just don't like the way she keeps looking at me.
She has a slight squint in her eye, dude.
Then I guess it's just her vibe.
She's perfectly lovely.
Just yesterday, I saw her screaming at some little kids for spilling juice on the floor. I mean, they're kids. And the other night, I woke up and was getting myself some water when I saw her sneaking out. It was 2 a.m. Trust me, there's something shady about that woman.
It's her job to keep the floors clean, and those kids can be brats. And Anna is an adult. She doesn't have a curfew. Stop being so weird about her. But Mateo refused to hang out with Anna, and if she ever came to check up on me, Mateo would just leave. Of course, it didn't escape Anna's notice. I don't understand why Mateo feels so uncomfortable around me. He's just an introvert. Just give him time. He'll warm up to you. Are you sure? I don't want you losing the only friend you have because of me. Mateo had totally misunderstood Anna, and I was hoping I could knock some sense into him soon. But a few days later, I was summoned to the warden's office. I walked in and saw Mateo there with a young couple, and then he came running to me excitedly.
She's the girl I've been telling you about. She's been so amazing to me since I came here. If you're looking to adopt someone, it should be her, not me.
Mateo, what are you? But Mateo just shushed me and went on singing my praises as the couple smiled, then turned to the warden and told her they wanted to adopt us both. I couldn't believe my ears. I was finally getting adopted, and Mateo was gonna be my brother. Anna was thrilled for me too, and we spent the whole week packing. But on the last day, I was told that I wasn't getting adopted. Only Mateo was. What? Why?
They didn't give me a reason, but for now, you'll stay here. And Mateo, your new parents will pick you up soon, so you guys can say your goodbyes.
The warden walked away, and I broke down in tears. I don't understand. What changed?
I know you don't want to hear it, but I think Anna is behind this.
Mateo mentioned that a few days earlier, the couple's lawyer had come by the orphanage to drop some paperwork, and he had spotted Anna talking to him.
She said something about you having bipolar disorder and being a troublemaker.
What? You heard her say this exactly?
Well, not exactly, but I'm good with lip reading, and that's pretty much what she said.
Are you kidding me, Mateo? Accusing Anna for no good reason? No, your parents probably just decided it wasn't worth the trouble to adopt 2 kids after all.
Why don't we ask them?
No, thank you. I don't need to be humiliated to my face. Are you sure you want to go with these people? What if they change their mind about you one day too, huh?
I think you're wrong about them.
You know what? Just leave. I can see you're dying to go, but don't ruin the one good thing I have in my life, and that's Anna. I stormed off before he could say more, tears pouring down my face. We didn't have a proper goodbye, and I didn't stay in touch. A couple of years went by, and I started a job at a local grocery store to save up money for the future. One day, as I was heading out, I realized my uniform had a tear in the back. I went to Anna's room to ask for help, but she wasn't around. As I looked around for her sewing kit, my foot got caught in the carpet, and I fell on my face. As I groaned, I suddenly spotted a large wooden box under her bed. My curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it. There were stacks of cash inside, but my hands trembled as I picked up a picture of Anna with a woman who looked a lot like me, wearing my necklace. I went through the other documents in the box and saw my birth certificate, along with letters from someone asking about how I was doing. It didn't make any sense. Anna had my birth certificate, so she knew exactly when I was born and to whom. She actually knew my mother, and she'd lied to me about all this my entire life? I wanted to confront Anna immediately, but something stopped me. If she'd kept such a big secret, she would only lie to my face now. I took pictures of everything with my phone and quickly left her room. And later that night, I ran away from the orphanage. I messaged Mateo on Instagram saying it was an emergency, and thankfully, he agreed to meet me at a cafe. As he walked in, I instantly registered that he looked different.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm so sorry for not believing you, Mateo. You were right. Anna isn't who she seems. I told Mateo about everything I'd discovered.
I just knew it! My parents confirmed that Anna had said things about you to their lawyer, but I didn't reach out to you again because I didn't think you'd listen.
I wasn't ready to, but I do believe you now. I couldn't think of anyone else to go to, and I know you aren't happy to see me, but...
Cassie, of course I am. You're my best friend, and you are not going back to that orphanage.
Mateo took me to his mansion, which was beyond amazing. He had butlers and maids, a movie theater in his basement, 3 pools, a chef, and a masseuse. His parents were welcoming, and Mateo helped me hire a private investigator to follow up on the leads I'd found in Anna's room. He even lied for me when some police sent by the nuns showed up asking about me. With me, he was still great, but I could see he'd really changed. I couldn't ignore his pretentious wardrobe and his slicked back gel hair, and he always seemed overeager to please his parents, thanking them for every little thing, basking in their praise over his good grades, and taking an interest in everything they liked. Dude, did you even know anything about the painting your parents just bought you were praising so much? It looked pretty weird to me.
Of course I know. I researched the artist and all his works, and it's not weird, it's genius. Takes a refined eye to appreciate art.
His condescending comment annoyed me, but I brushed it off. The painting was ugly, period. And soon after, Mateo invited me to one of his school parties. He'd even picked out a dress for me, which looked expensive. He introduced me to his friends, each richer than the next. They all bragged about their money and their cars and made mean jokes about other kids in school. Then halfway through the party, a girl passing us by suddenly tripped, spilling her soda all over Mateo's shoes.
Oh my god, are you blind? These are limited edition Nikes.
I'm so sorry.
Meh. Is your apology gonna replace my shoes? I would insist that you get me new ones, but I'll let you off the hook. Just cause I know your dad's monthly salary wouldn't even cover it. Am I right?
As he and his friends laughed, something inside me snapped. Seriously? When did you become such a jerk? Have you forgotten your humble beginnings? Have you forgotten what it's like to be bullied? Mateo's face turned red as he tried to laugh it off, and he dragged me to the side.
What do you think you're doing?
Who have you turned into, man?
It's just an act, Cass. That's how everyone in my circle talks and acts. Don't make a big deal out of nothing. And the least you can do is not embarrass me in front of my friends, especially after everything I'm doing for you.
Wow, I don't even know what to say, except that I'll be out of your hair very soon. And with that, I just walked out of the party. I was so angry, I kept walking without thinking. But after a while, I realized I had no idea where I was. While I was hopefully waiting for a cab to turn up, I suddenly heard something behind me. But the second I turned around, a masked figure grabbed me and put a damp cloth on my face. And as I was dragged into the van, I blacked out. When I finally came around, I found myself on a chair, and I was somewhere familiar. Then I realized it was the horse shed at the orphanage. And minutes later, Anna appeared in front of me. Anna? How did I get here? What's going on? Please, Cassie, you need to calm down. Calm down? You don't get to tell me that after lying to me my whole life. Tell me the truth about everything in that wooden box under your bed. Anna started crying and then revealed the whole truth to me. She told me how my parents were millionaires who had met a boating accident when I was just a baby. As their only daughter, I was the sole heir of their massive fortune, business, and properties, which I would have full control over when I turned 18. Your dad's younger brother was put in charge of you and your finances till you turned 18, and he would get a portion too, but he got greedy. He knew that in case something happened to you, the entire property would get transferred to the next of kin, which was him. That's why he asked me to move you to this orphanage on the other end of the country, then claimed you'd passed away due to some illness and faked the documents. And he's been paying me to look over you in the orphanage, making sure you didn't leave and start poking into your past. So caring about me was all an act? You were just doing it for money? And why do you have a picture with my mom? I do care about you, but I had to do it. My life is difficult. I've needed this money to take care of my own family. Also, I have that picture because your mom and I were friends a long time ago, but then we had a huge falling out, so you haven't just been a lousy friend to me, but also my mom? You're despicable, and I won't let you or my uncle get away with this. I can't let you go. If your uncle found out, he'd kill me. I tried running out of there, but Anna was too fast and strong for me. I'd almost given up fighting her off when the door burst open and Mateo walked in with the police. Anna let go of me and tried to make a dash of it, but she was caught immediately and taken away. How did you even find me?
When you left the party, I followed you soon after. I figured you wouldn't know the way back, and I was looking for you when I saw you get kidnapped. I immediately called the police and told them the car's number, and they tracked it down.
That was quick thinking.
Listen, Cass, I'm really sorry. I know I've been such a jerk lately. I think what you said in the orphanage really stuck with me. What if my parents changed my mind about me too? I've been so afraid of losing them and my new life that I've been trying a little too hard to fit into this new world, but I hardly recognize myself anymore.
It takes courage to accept your mistakes, and I'm glad you could do it.
So, friends again?
Weren't we always? Oh, also, I won't be crashing at your place for too long. Apparently, I have an uncle to track down and a fortune to inherit. I turn 18 next week. Let's go home. I'll tell you all about it. Hi, my name is Amy, and this is my crazy story of how I became my parents' rich favorite child after just being a stupid teenager. But before I continue, hit the like button and subscribe for more crazy stories. You idiot, my mom yelled at me. Can't you do anything right? Before I could respond, a voice behind me said, "Of course not." I turned around to see Mr. Mason laughing at me. "You know, not everyone can be as amazing as you, Nurse Janet." My mom giggled like a silly schoolgirl and asked him why he was here. Mr. Mason looked at her and sighed, "I have a heartache." He never stopped flirting with Mom before they could continue with their gross conversation. I said angrily, "Leave now." Mom yelled at me to mind my own business. Then she left with him. At home, I found my brother Ben passed out on the couch. He started to wake up as I came in. As soon as he saw me, he shouted, "Make me a sandwich, loser. Make yourself useful." Suddenly, I heard Mom yelling her head off. I rushed out to find her screaming and throwing things at Dad. "You cheater! How dare you bring her into my house!" I saw someone else in the room. The girl, whose name turned out to be Anna, walked over to my mom and said, "How could any man put up with you when you scream like that?" Then right in front of Mom, she started hugging Dad. "You all right, sweetie?" she asked. Mom was furious. She ran to her room, and 5 minutes later, she was already in a cab with all her suitcases. As she walked out, she said, "That's it. I'm done with you and your kids. I'm going to live with Mason from now on." The very same day, Dad's girlfriend moved in. She started taking over everything and forced me to do all the chores. She said she was training me to become a proper lady. To make matters worse, with Mom gone, There was no one earning anything. Dad didn't want to work, of course, so Dad said I had to take over Mom's nurse job at school. I said, I'm not a certified nurse, Dad. But he didn't want to listen and threatened to kick me out. For a few weeks, I managed to avoid any major events. If anyone came looking for Mom, I'd help them and say Mom had just stepped out. One day after school, I was in the office when suddenly Paul rushed in. Paul was a senior and also my biggest ever crush. He had a huge cut on his leg. He was crying. He yelled, "Burns!" Then he fainted. When he woke up, though, he took my hand and said, "You're pretty cool for a junior." I was going to be a nurse for the whole year if Paul thought it was cool. But, of course, the principal found out soon enough. He was furious and demanded to know why I had been lying to everyone. He even called my dad, who pretended he had no idea what I was up to, and encouraged my principal to suspend me. Luckily, I begged my way out of it. When I got home and confronted Dad, he said time off from school would be a good idea. There's lots of cleaning and chores at home to do. The next day, I went to school and found the nurse's office open. Was Mom back? I rushed inside, only to be sorely disappointed. There was a new nurse. Her name tag read Susan. But she looked really young, barely a few years older than me. She also wore a very tight uniform. A huge line of guys was already forming outside her office. "Amy," I asked her how she knew me, and she took out something from her bag. I gasped when I saw what it was. My diary! I must have forgotten it here. Then she turned to the boys, who were all making up fake diseases to get her attention. She batted her eyes and said, "Will you all please leave us alone?" Immediately, they disappeared. Susan turned to me and grinned like a maniac. She said I had to come here to work with her every day. She giggled and said, I'm just here for the money. I hate this job. I hate everything." I knew she looked too young to be a nurse. I refused to help her, but she said if I didn't, she would show everyone my diary and tell everyone how sickeningly obsessed I was with Paul. Just then, Paul came in. Of course, he'd heard about the new attractive nurse. She told me to get out of the office and she started flirting with him. The next few weeks were horrible. Susan didn't know anything. If anyone came in, she would just tell me to deal with it or Google the symptoms. I was so scared she would accidentally kill someone. This one time, Mr. Davis came in to get an aspirin. Susan just said, "Oh, I've got the worst headache. Is it okay if Amy helps you out?" And then she accidentally tripped in front of him. He ended up giving her a foot massage. Worst of all, the one person who was always in the office now was Paul. He had completely forgotten I existed. One day, she looked at me and said, "How come you're never invited to any of Paul's parties? They're so cool." My jaw dropped. I looked at him in shock. He was inviting the school nurse to parties? Was that even legal? At the end of the day, I went home so pissed. And to my surprise, Susan was there chatting away with everybody. She was flirting shamelessly with my brother. I rushed in and demanded to know why she was there. And my dad said she was Anna's sister. I was shocked. Susan started laughing and said, "Your dad was the one who told me about the job. I was just having some fun with you." I was furious and I started yelling at her to get out of my house. But of course, Dad started yelling at me and said if I didn't behave, he'd kick me out. The next day, I got to school and was immediately called into the principal's office. He started saying that I had really crossed a line. I asked him what was wrong, and he said, "Your stupid games may have ruined his life forever." Susan suddenly ran into the room crying and said she was so sorry that she had trusted me. I had no idea what she was talking about. She said angrily, "Oh, so you don't know what you've done to poor Paul?" I gasped. "Paul?" He said the nurse told him that I was so mad at Paul because he didn't like me, that I had switched his aspirin with some different and way stronger medicine. Now, he couldn't move one of his legs. "You did this, you witch! You hurt my Paul?" As I was shouting, Paul rolled in. He was in a wheelchair. I rushed over to him and he yelled at me to stay away. "I hate you. I never want to see you again." I was heartbroken. I rushed out and ran home. At home, I found Dad's girlfriend on the phone. She saw me come in and started laughing like a hyena. Clearly, her sister had told her what she'd done. That was it. I went to my room, packed my bags, and left. Outside, I took the first bus going out of town. I got off the end of the line and looked for a homeless shelter. With time, I got a job and enrolled in a local high school. Life was okay for a while, but I was always really busy and short of money. One day, as I was leaving my job, a guy came up to me. He introduced himself as Martin, and he said he wanted to offer me a job. "I'll pay you a lot," he promised. I asked him what he had in mind, and he told me that he had an uncle who had been caught in a gold digger's trap. He said, "She's after his money. She forced him to run away with her, and she won't let him spend a penny on himself or anyone else." I agreed to the job, and he said all I had to do was help him expose her. I asked him to take me to them. He was psyched. He took me to his uncle's place. I had agreed that I would tell his uncle that I was her daughter and that she had abandoned me. As soon as I saw his uncle, though, I almost passed out. It was Mr. Mason. Just then, my mom walked out too. I couldn't believe my eyes. They were fighting. My mom was saying to him, "I would never cheat on you." They stopped in their tracks as soon as they saw me. "You!" he yelled at me. Mom started screaming at me too. She wanted to know why I was stalking her. "His nephew thinks you're a gold digger and wants you two to break up." Mason screamed at her. "So you're a gold digger and a cheater? I can't believe I ever loved you." Within 10 minutes, he had kicked us both out. Martin hugged me. "Thank you so much," he said, handing me an envelope full of money. Mom started yelling at me for trying to ruin her happiness. Martin looked at me in shock. He asked if I really was her daughter. I nodded yes. He snatched back the envelope and said, "Like mother, like daughter. Gold diggers." After that, he walked away. Mom was still angry and she wouldn't listen to me, so I decided to leave. But she said, "Since you're the reason I'm homeless, I'm coming with you." She followed me to my shelter and was a real pain the whole time. As soon as we got there, she dumped her bags onto a girl standing near the door. "Take these to my room," she said. The girl threw Mom's stuff on the ground and walked away. Then, my mom saw Mr. Dawson, the kind manager, and immediately tried flirting with him. His wife jumped out from behind him and glared at Mom. Mom took one look at her and stepped away. But the next day, she put on a red dress, went over to him and asked, "Do you need any help? I'm a qualified nurse." "Yes, your daughter was a very good nurse too." Mom laughed and said, "Her? She doesn't know anything." Everyone around us looked angry. They all liked me here and thought Mom was annoying. I dragged Mom away and told her, "They'll kick you out if you don't behave." But Mom wasn't willing to back off. She decided to follow me to work and told my manager that she was a much better server than I could ever be. I'd had enough. I yelled at her in the middle of the crowded restaurant and told her to get out. I had to ask security to take her outside. I went back to the shelter hoping she'd gone away, but I was in for a shock. At the shelter, there was someone else waiting for me with Mom. Dad. This was the last thing I needed. I started yelling at him and demanded to know why he was there. More importantly, why are you holding Mom's hand? Mom just sat there blushing like a teen. "Anna ran off with my money. He wanted us to come back and live with him." I burst out laughing and told him he deserved it, but Mom was suddenly ready to forgive him. I told them to do whatever they wanted, but that I was done. The two left the shelter and moved back home. At first, they would call me every day to ask for money, and when I refused, they sent me a gift. One day, I returned to find my room completely trashed. My roommate was inside crying. I was horrified and asked her what had happened. She angrily looked at me and said, "Why do you keep bringing your crazy family here?" The door flew open and my brother barged in. He demanded that I give him money and said, "I've got a kid now. I gotta feed him too. Give me money or else." I was furious. I kicked him out and said if he ever came back, I'd call the cops. Then I decided to move away. I applied to a college far away from my parents' town. I thought the drama was finally over, but I was so wrong. On the very first day of medical school, I saw someone else I'd hoped never to see again. Paul. As soon as he saw me, he jumped up and started waving at me. He came up to me and said, "Amy, I'm so sorry. All these years, I've been looking for you." He explained that a few weeks after I had left, he had found Susan making out with some guy. When he confronted her,
She said there was no way she was dating a guy with a bad leg. She also said she'd only pretended to like me because you liked me. I told Paul it was okay, and I was over it, but he held my hand and said, "But I'm not over it. I love you." I couldn't believe Paul wanted to be with me. We started dating, and after a few months, everything was perfect. Until one day, Paul stopped talking to me out of the blue. At first, I couldn't understand why he was acting this way. But then, one evening, I saw him at a college party with another girl. But the real shock was when I saw who it was, the nightmare nurse. I was furious. I rushed up to him, and before he could say anything, Susan cut in. "Get away from him. He's my fiancé." Then she said something even worse. "We have a child." I was shocked. Paul reached for me, but I pushed him away. As I ran away, Susan called after me and said, "We're getting married next week. Come see the wedding." On the day of the wedding, I got a call from my brother. I hung up the first time, but he kept calling and said, "I can't find my son." He said his fiancée had disappeared with their son. I asked him who it was, although I had a pretty good feeling I knew the answer. I had to stop Paul. At the church, the crowd had gathered, and the girl was walking down the aisle. As the ceremony started, my brother burst through the door screaming, "That's my son!" Susan gasped and tried to hurry through the vows, but it was too late. Paul pulled back and, well, long story short, they didn't get married. In fact, my brother grabbed his son and told her never to talk to them again.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra? Looks like a nightmare, right? Hi, I'm Sierra, and ever since I could talk, I've had a stutter. I didn't think much of it until I moved to a new town when I was 6.
Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Dean. This is my daughter, Kelsey. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sierra.
Why do you talk like that?
It was the first time anyone had asked me that. It wouldn't be the last. My stutter happened frequently, but it got worse when I was nervous. My mom barely noticed or cared that I had a stutter, or that I really existed. She was always working. And my dad? Well, he left the picture a while ago. Most days, Mr. Dean would watch me after school, and Kelsey and I became fast friends. We did everything together. Played at the park, put on fashion shows, grabbed ice cream at Scoopy's. When we went out as a trio, I'd secretly pretend that Mr. Dean was my dad, and Kelsey was my older sister. In those moments, it felt like the family I'd always wanted. But things started to change when Kelsey's mom announced she wanted a divorce and moved out of state. After that, Kelsey started to change. She wasn't just upset. She was furious. She yelled at everyone, and once even smashed the living room furniture in a fit of rage. She lashed out in class and got held back a grade. And if her dad hadn't been the superintendent, she probably would have been expelled. By middle school, we ended up in the same class, and Mr. Dean dropped us off on the first day.
Wow, your daughters are so beautiful.
Aren't they? I'm a lucky dad.
Kelsey looked like she was about to explode.
I'm Kelsey. I'm his only daughter. My mistake. And what's your name?
Sierra.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak properly? Or are you stupid?
The class erupted into laughter, and I could feel my face burn. Since then, Kelsey wasn't my friend anymore. A real friend wouldn't do that. Through the years, Kelsey's hatred only grew. Anytime I had an accomplishment, she had to ruin it. Opening night of the school play, she stuffed worms in my costume. She threw her birthday party on the same day as mine every year and literally paid people to skip mine. At the science fair, she unplugged my volcano as the judges walked by, so it just looked like a sad pile of paper mache. And during my middle school graduation speech, she just had to make a scene. And so, I want to say how proud I am of our class. We did...
What the glitch here is trying to say is we did it. Congratulations, grads. Party at my house tonight. Everyone's technically invited, but only cool people should show up.
If it weren't for being her neighbor and still being close with Mr. Dean, I would have liked to never see Kelsey again.
I'm sorry about my daughter. Ever since her mom left, she's been a different person.
I just wish she wasn't so mean.
You shouldn't be ashamed of something you can't control. At the end of the day, your stutter is something that makes you unique.
I held on to that going into high school. My stutter didn't bother me much anymore. In fact, it was getting better with age. He was right. It did make me different, and I liked that. One Friday in English, we were doing a vocabulary spelling exercise, and I was totally killing it. ESOTERIC, esoteric. QUERULOUS, querulous. VACILLATE, vacillate. Everyone was surprised at how well I was doing, and honestly, so was I. Who knew I was that good at spelling?
Sierra, there's a regional spelling bee in a few weeks. You should join. Who knows, you may make it all the way to nationals.
That night, as I sat in my room looking over the spelling bee brochure, loud music suddenly rattled my walls. Kelsey was throwing a party in her backyard. A few classmates waved me over. Fine, just for a little. The party was fun, but I couldn't stop thinking about the spelling bee, and I decided I would sign up. I was about to leave when...
What's this?
She snatched the brochure out of my hand.
A spelling bee? Oh, please. Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Give that back.
Not so fast. I'll help you practice for your big day.
She pulled out her phone and turned the flashlight on as if it were a spotlight. Some other people gathered around and did the same. I felt blinded by all the lights in my face.
Why don't you show us what you got? Nothing screams fun like watching you butcher the alphabet live on stage. Your word is quiberate.
That's not even a word.
Okay then, your word is pathetic. I'm sure you're quite familiar with that.
IRRELEVANT. Irrelevant. I'll use it in a sentence. Kelsey is irrelevant. Now give me back my brochure. But she ripped it into pieces and threw it up like confetti. I took a small step in her direction. Kelsey took a step back and fell into the pool.
Ugh! You pushed me!
Yeah, right. I didn't push you. Your attitude just slipped. She climbed out and stormed over to me, and I bolted. As I ran, I saw her shoving people in her way into the pool. I made it home and locked the door just as she started kicking and clawing at it. My heart was racing. By Monday, the whole school was talking about it. Someone had filmed everything, and she looked completely unhinged. I avoided her all day. After class, I asked my teacher if she would sign off on my spelling bee application, and she wrote a letter of recommendation. That night, I was recording myself practicing when I heard Mom come home early. I rushed downstairs to tell her about the bee, but she really wasn't listening, as usual.
Sierra, that's great and all, but I'm working and I don't need any distractions tonight.
And the Mother of the Year award goes to... Feeling annoyed, I went back upstairs and found Kelsey sneaking through my bedroom window. What are you doing here? Get out!
Relax, Miss Broken Record. I'm just here to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. I saw the video from the party over the weekend. I looked crazy. It wasn't okay how I was treating you, so I'm sorry, okay?
Thanks? I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, well, we used to be friends or whatever. I think it's time to put the bad blood between us to bed, right?
Trust doesn't just snap back into place, not after everything that's happened between us.
I understand. I intend to prove it to you. Do you mind getting me some water? Climbing up the vines was harder than I thought.
Uh-huh. Sure. This certainly wasn't on my bingo card for how the night would go. I brought her water, which she downed in one gulp.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can sit together at lunch?
Maybe. Also, never sneak into my room again. Then she climbed out the window. What a strange interaction. But maybe we really were turning over a new leaf. The next day, I walked into class feeling good about the new era I was in, where I tried new things and made up with old friends. But that confidence vanished when I found my teacher waiting for me, looking pissed.
Sierra, you will not be attending class today. I've contacted the spelling bee and pulled my recommendation for your application.
What? What did I do?
You should be ashamed of yourself. The principal is waiting for you in his office.
What was going on?
It has come to our attention that the English exam answers were sent to your entire English class yesterday.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's strange. Given the exam answers were sent from your email address, you'll be suspended for 3 days. Your mom is on her way here to come get you.
What? This wasn't possible. I didn't do it. When Mom showed up, the veins in her forehead were practically bursting. I begged her to believe me the whole way home, but she didn't say a thing. When we pulled up to the front of the house, she told me to get out of the car. I can't believe I missed an hour of work for this. You're grounded. Then she just drove off, and I burst into tears. I was wrongly accused, suspended, banned from the spelling bee, and all my mom cared about was missing work. Over the next few days, I stayed home and studied, and I kept practicing spelling words anyway. F-A-I-L-U-R-E, failure. D-I-S-M-A-Y, dismay. Okay, maybe I was leaning into the drama a little. When I finally got back to school, everyone basically hated me. A bunch of students had used the answers sent from my email, so the teacher failed the entire class, and now everyone was blaming me. The next few weeks were so lonely. I walked straight out of school one day and went to get an ice cream cone from Scoopy's, and Mr. Dean happened to be passing by. I told him everything that happened.
Let's go talk to the principal right now.
It was nice to have one person who actually listened and seemed to care. Back in the office, Mr. Dean demanded answers.
It was sent from her email account. My hands were tied.
Steve, you're talking like you weren't the biggest troublemaker back in school. Honestly, I'm shocked you became a principal.
Mr. Dean insisted on seeing the email with the timestamp. It was around the time I was practicing spelling. Wait, I had recorded myself doing that. I pulled out my phone to prove it. We watched me spelling, then leaving when Mom got home. Then Kelsey climbed through my window and went for the laptop, but I walked in. Once she sent me away for water, she sat down and typed out the email. She did this. They called her into the office.
Dad, what are you doing here?
You framed Sierra for stealing exam answers when she's completely innocent.
I did not.
He showed her the video.
Of course you go to defend her. She's never been completely innocent, Dad.
What had I ever done to her? The principal and I had front row seats to their screaming match. Kelsey got suspended for a week, and the principal and teacher apologized to me and reinstated me in the spelling bee. That night, I heard a commotion outside. I looked out my window and saw Kelsey stuffing suitcases into her car.
I'm over you, Dad. Just like Mom was.
She slammed the door, rammed the car into the garage, and peeled out of the driveway. I ran to Mr. Dean, who was covered in food. What happened?
We were in a huge fight about what she did to you, and she threw everything in the fridge at me. I kicked her out, and she's gone to live with her mom.
As much as I wanted to jump with joy at the thought of never seeing Kelsey again, I didn't want things to be like this. Mr. Dean looked crushed as he walked back inside, and I followed him to help clean up the mess. At school, word got out about what Kelsey did, and people started being nice again. Things weren't just back to normal, they were better. I gave an incredible anti-bullying speech at a school assembly that got a standing ovation. I started a support club where victims of bullying could share their stories. And at every free moment, I was practicing for the spelling bee, often with Mr. Dean's help. He still seemed down about being alone, but when I was around, he cheered up. He drilled practice words with me every day until regionals. And on that day, he was there in the audience. My mom wasn't. I got second place and was qualified for nationals in a month. Afterward, the top contestants did a group photo shoot. I was smiling for the camera when someone put an arm around my shoulder. I looked up. It was the guy who won first.
You were a great competitor out there today. Congratulations.
His accent, his eyes. Suddenly, I forgot how to breathe. Thanks. Where do you come from? Where do you come from? Sierra, are you kidding me?
Is that how you speak, or did I just fluster you?
Oh, no. I just have a stutter.
It's adorable. I'm Leon, and I'd love to get your number. We should talk more, since we'll be seeing one another for nationals next month.
Yes, please. We exchanged numbers, and I practically floated back to Mr. Dean. It felt like the best day of my life. When we got home, Mom was on the porch, arms crossed. She rolled her eyes when she saw us together.
And where have you two been?
The spelling bee, Mom. Remember? I won second place.
She did amazing. You should have seen her.
I'm sure, but I was too busy with the logistics of moving.
Moving?
Work wants me to relocate to California within the next couple of weeks.
Mom, no! I have nationals next month.
Well, that's too bad. Work comes first. You know that.
Work always comes first for you, Mom. It's never me.
Oh, stop being so dramatic.
What if she stays with me until the end of the school year?
What?
I have Kelsey's empty bedroom. She can compete in nationals, finish out the year, and then move out to California.
Please, Mom.
Fine.
Within a week, Mom was gone, and I had moved into Kelsey's old room. Mr. Dean cared in a way my mom never had, and this new life felt good. And to top it off, Leon reached out. He was a foreign exchange student from Spain living in New York, and we hit it off instantly, texting all night, every night. We had so much in common, and he was so easy to talk to. I had a major crush. One night, I even felt bold enough to tell him. I was losing sleep, slipping in school, and didn't care. I had never felt like this about someone in my life. Leon and I even planned our first date the night before nationals. That weekend, I was behind on prep, but I was more excited to see Leon than I was to compete. We planned to meet at a park, and I spent hours getting ready. I waited for him at the park. He was 5 minutes late, then 15, then 30. After 2 hours, unanswered calls, and 20 unread texts, I gave up and walked home. I got in bed and cried. Had something happened? Had I been stood up? I barely slept that night. The next morning, I was exhausted. Mr. Dean and I headed to the Bee. I checked in and looked for Leon. Nothing. When it was time to go on stage, I scanned the crowd. No Leon. But then backstage, I heard whispered voices. I turned and saw Leon talking to someone behind him.
No, I can't keep doing this.
Leon, come on! It's not that hard.
He pulled away, and I gasped. Their heads snapped towards me. Kelsey laughed, while Leon froze like a deer in headlights. Was this all just a setup to mess with me?
Sierra, wait!
My ears started ringing, and I don't remember anything else that happened until...
Contestant 9? Contestant 9, please step forward!
A contestant sitting next to me tapped on my shoulder, and I walked up to the mic, trying to steady myself.
Sierra, why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak? Are you stupid?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra?
Your word is vicissitude.
Vicissitude. VICISSITUDE.
That is correct.
And just like that, my first round was over. With every ring of the bell that told me I got the word correct, my confidence rose. I shut Kelsey and Leon out of my mind. Contestants were dropping like flies, but I stayed strong until it was just Leon and I.
Your word is appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Sierra, if you can correctly spell the word, you will be our national spelling bee champion.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
That is correct!
I did it! The audience went wild! I got my huge new trophy and went to the lobby to find Mr. Dean. But I heard Leon's voice behind me.
Wait, Sierra, please!
Leave me alone!
Sierra, please, let me explain. It was all Kelsey. She put me up to this. She wanted to get in your head so you'd lose. Wait, don't go to the lobby.
I walked through the doors, but Leon lunged at me and pushed me out of the way. The doors had buckets of slime and feathers on them, which all fell on Leon. Why did you push me away?
I was trying to save you from this. Listen, Kelsey moved to my school and found out I was going to regionals for the spelling bee. She said she'd pay me to flirt with you and distract you from studying. I'm so sorry.
I was just a game to you?
I only agreed because I really needed the money for my mom's treatments. That's why I'm even competing in the bee. I didn't expect to end up having real feelings for you. When Kelsey found out, she stole my phone and smashed it. She even threatened to get me kicked out of school.
Just then, my mom and Mr. Dean walked up. Mom, what are you doing here?
Mr. Dean convinced me to attend, and I had no idea you were so talented at this.
We're so proud of you, Sierra.
And then Kelsey walked in.
Of course my dad is here to support perfect little Sierra. And Leon, I see you've betrayed me too. Guess your mom isn't going to get any better.
Why are you so evil? What did I ever do to you, Kelsey?
You stole everything from me. Everything!
She didn't steal anything from you, Kelsey.
Oh, really? Because I remember the night you and Mom screamed at each other when she found out about your little affair, when we both found out Sierra is your daughter.
What?
Oh, yeah. My neighbor was actually my half-sister, the girl who ruined my family and took my dad away from me.
Is this true?
Yes, it is.
Even though this was the craziest day ever, the news warmed my heart. I'd seen Mr. Dean as my dad since I was a kid. You didn't lose your dad to me, Kelsey. You lost him because of you. You could have told me the truth. You could have been my sister. But you chose to be a liar, a bully, and a sad little lowlife who only feels powerful when someone else is hurting. I may stutter, but I never had to hurt people to be heard. And why didn't you guys tell me sooner?
I'm sorry. He didn't know until I told him once we moved in next door.
I wanted to tell you right away, but then my wife left me and Kelsey took the news really hard and started lashing out. We thought it would be best for you to not know, for your sake and Kelsey's. I was planning on telling you. I figured since we live together now, it was the right time.
You live together now?
She screamed, grabbed my trophy, and hurled it through the convention center's windows. She got arrested for property damage and spent some time in juvie before going to live with her mom. I told my mom I wanted to stay with Mr. Dean for the rest of high school, and thankfully, she allowed it. I gave the prize money to Leon to help his sick mom, but I refused to date him even after all his apologies. My self-worth wouldn't allow me to be with someone who thought it was okay to play with my feelings for any reason.
I'm so proud of you, Sierra.
Thanks, Dad. Hi, for a limited time, get up to 60% off our exclusive official merch. Don't miss out. Grab your favorites now. Visit our Amazon page through the link below and score these deals before they're gone. Hey people, I'm Danielle, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, I thought my mom was the coolest. Dad was always traveling for work, and we'd never gotten close. But I loved being with Mom because she was so unpredictable and fun. She didn't fuss over balanced meals or strict routines, and bedtime was always flexible, depending on how far our living room fort was coming along, or if we hadn't finished our movie. She was all about letting me explore and being creative without caring about a messy house or dirty clothes. It's like she crafted her parenting style from a child's wish list, and it was awesome.
A child needs some discipline. We don't want people thinking she's being raised by wolves.
I don't think a lot about what other people are thinking, and a child needs to enjoy their childhood. You only get it once. But nothing topped the birthday party she threw me when I turned 10. She turned our backyard into a carnival with swings, food stalls, bouncy castles, and a petting zoo. The whole neighborhood was invited, and everyone was having a blast, till things turned a bit chaotic. We suddenly had goats headbutting kids, llamas chasing neighbors down the street, and alpacas uprooting everyone's lawns. And to make things 10 times worse, Dad turned up early to find the house looking like a tornado had swept through. It didn't help that we also got a massive fine from the city council for unauthorized livestock. Dad was beyond furious, and after a huge fight, he told Mom he'd had enough and wanted a divorce. He moved out the next day, and soon after the divorce was finalized, we found out he got remarried. Mom didn't take all these changes well and got really depressed. Dad sent some money for child support, but it wasn't much, and we suddenly found ourselves going from fairly well off to, well, kinda poor.
It used to be so much more fun to share lunch with you when you had takeout pizza or pasta. Your homemade meals are awful.
I know.
How can you eat this every day? If you can make your mom happy by letting her think her food is good, it's easy to eat her awful lunches.
In more ways than one, I found myself being the adult around the house while Mom was in her downward spiral. She was a high school dropout, so she wasn't qualified for many jobs, and if she got any, she never lasted too long.
Mom, I understand the customer was being rude to you, but you shouldn't have hit him in the eye with fried chicken.
He deserved it. Otherwise, you know I'm not a violent person.
You got fired from the shoe store last month because you had an argument with the manager and threw a stiletto at him.
As Mom drifted in and out of jobs and moods, I was taking care of things around the house and even managing the finances. By 8th grade, I'd started doing small jobs for the neighbors to earn some extra cash. But when I was in the 9th grade, Mom got a job as a singing telegram. Yep, she got paid to dress up in the wackiest costumes, from a tap dancing banana to a rapping dinosaur, and deliver messages in song. Happy birthday, dear Max. It's time to wear your party hat, even though you're getting older. At least you're not as old as that. Betty, you give me diabetes, 'cause you're so sweet. Say yes to marry me, and I'll kiss your feet. They weren't always happy messages, though.
Don't worry, Mike. You're not about to die, but you are getting fired. So pack your things and say bye.
For the first time, Mom seemed to be doing something she enjoyed, and I was happy for her. One evening, she was going to a fast food restaurant to deliver a birthday message, and she asked me to come along so we could eat there later. I watched in amusement as she sang and danced, but just then, I heard loud laughter at the table behind me. It was a bunch of popular girls from my class with their queen bee, Mila, and they were laughing at Mom.
Gosh, how pathetic would you have to be to take up a job that has you acting like an idiot in public?
It made me really angry, but I couldn't help feeling embarrassed too. I didn't want to be seen by them with Mom. I slid under the table, crawled towards the fire exit, and escaped. I waited in the car till Mom came, saying she'd been looking for me everywhere, but I just pretended I wasn't feeling well and wanted to go home. And when career day came around and everyone was asked to bring in their parents, I made sure Mom just never got the notice for it. So imagine my shock when Mom walked into the classroom dressed up as a giant cupcake. And when she introduced herself as my mom, I wished a sinkhole would open up. How come you didn't tell me about career day? I found the notice under your bed while cleaning. I forgot. You looked uncomfortable with me being there. Well, you know what kids are like, Mom. They can be mean. If you were planning to come, you could have said you'd do something else. Why? I know some moms who came are lawyers and doctors, and their jobs are really important to them. But I also like mine, and it pays the bills. That's all a job is supposed to do. I don't define my worth by it. I was almost annoyed with Mom for choosing this moment to sound so
wise and mature. Why couldn't she understand that high school kids were judgmental and wouldn't let me live it down? Which, of course, they didn't. Wow, you got the lowest grade in the math test. If you keep up like this, you'll end up failing high school and become a singing telegram too. You're signing up for dance club? Danielle, if you dance anything like your mom, don't even bother. One day, I was walking into class when I tripped on a school bag and face planted to the floor. Oh, wow, girl. You're just as embarrassing as your mom. I'd had it. I was about to pounce on her when the door suddenly opened and the teacher walked in with the most gorgeous boy I'd ever laid eyes on. He introduced himself as Antonio, and everybody swooned over the mysterious exchange student. Antonio, you can sit here. She pushed her minion right out of the chair next to her, then smiled at him innocently. But to my shock, the teacher insisted Antonio sit with me. As he walked over, he ran his fingers through his blonde hair, and his bright blue eyes mesmerized me as he gave me a smile. Oh, was I kidding? He'd never be interested in me. So I just got on with the day and watched the really pretty girls fall over themselves to talk to him, which was so embarrassing. Hey, Antonio, please zip up my lab coat. Oh, silly me. It has no zip. Can I touch your hair? Just for 1 second. It's for science. To my surprise, Antonio walked past all the other girls at lunch and asked if he could sit with me. And he actually seemed interested in talking to me.
Back home, I don't have any friends.
Really? You look like the sort who would have loads.
It's hard to trust people. It seems like most of them want to be friends for all the wrong reasons. Even here, I don't know how many of these people actually care to know the real me. You seem different, though.
Oh, I blushed and got so nervous that I spilled my milkshake all over myself. Rather than laughing, he coolly handed me a napkin. When our hands touched, we both pulled away nervously. So, tell me about the real you. He talked about how much he missed his country and his family.
We're really close, so it's hard to be away. How about your family?
Oh, well, it's just me and my mom. We're pretty close.
What does your mom do?
She's a singer.
Oh, really? What kind of singer?
Come on, think fast. A jazz singer. Really sophisticated and cool, you know? Antonio was super amazed by that. But then I suddenly realized he would discover the truth soon enough. So I lied to Mom. I've joined a club before and after school, and the timings won't suit you, so no need to drive me over and pick me up. I'll take the bus. I had to go to a cafe to kill time, before and after school, but it was worth it. Antonio and I were getting closer.
Want me to come around tonight to study? Where I'm staying, I don't get much privacy.
My mom's rehearsing with her cool and sophisticated jazz band. What about the library? We hit the books in the library one afternoon where something weird happened. These two men in suits sat right near us and kept glancing at Antonio. They were both reading, but one of them had his book upside down. I don't want to worry you, but those men keep looking at you.
Are you sure? Maybe they're looking at you because, you know, you're so pretty. It's still creepy, of course. We can get out of here and go to the mall. I have to buy a few things.
It wasn't a few things. Antonio was spending an obscene amount of money.
What? These are presents for my family. I get an allowance, you know?
Suddenly, this guy appeared out of nowhere, took Antonio's wallet, and bolted like a cheetah. But just then, the same two men from the library popped up, chased the thief down, and tackled him to the ground. Those are the men from the library. They're after us. Run, Antonio, run!
It's okay. I know them. I will explain everything.
Antonio took me to the exchange house where he was staying, which turned out to be a freaking mansion with staff who bowed to him.
I must confess something. In my country, I'm a prince. My parents are king and queen, and those men are my bodyguards.
Yeah, and I'm the Empress of Egypt, Cleopatra. Nice to meet you.
It's true. I'm really not making this up.
It really felt like he wasn't joking around, and my mouth dropped open in shock.
I'm sorry, I lied. I just wanted to experience life without the royal spotlight for a bit. I was gonna tell you the truth eventually, but I was enjoying my time with you so much, just being a regular guy. I didn't want to ruin it because, well, I kinda like you.
Wow! A prince has feelings for me! I kinda like you too. Antonio smiled brightly. It was like a fairy tale.
Now that you know the truth, my parents are coming for a visit tomorrow and we're having a banquet. I'd love for you to come, you and your mom.
I couldn't invite Mom, not after the lies I told about her. She went on a world tour today. She's in Japan right now.
Oh, that's a shame. I really wanted to meet her.
The next night, as I got ready for Antonio's party, Mom peeked into my room. Hey honey, I have to work tonight. Are you going out? Yes. I'm hanging out with some
some friends.
I'm happy to hear that. But lately, I feel like we hardly spend any time together. Any chance you want to tag along to work? We can do something fun afterwards.
I told you already, Mom. Hanging out with friends. Mom looked a bit sad as she nodded and left, and I felt kinda bad. But my mind soon shifted back to Antonio's party. I wanted to look my absolute best for it. The party was amazing, and everyone there looked super glamorous. Antonio introduced me to his parents, who were both lovely. Everything was going well when suddenly Antonio grabbed my hand.
I have a surprise for you.
The lights darkened and the stage lights lit up. Then, to my absolute horror, Mom walked on stage dressed as a queen with a fake crown and velvet robes. I closed my eyes as tightly as I could, hoping I could teleport to another planet. But, spoiler alert, it didn't work.
I found the cutest way to send a message. It's called a singing telegram. Ever heard of it? This message is for you.
Then, my mother started to sing an opera about love. Everyone cheered her on, but I wasn't even listening. I was hoping she couldn't even see me from the stage. But then, she got off and started walking into the crowd towards me. As she got closer, her voice cracked and she stopped singing mid-sentence.
Danielle?
You know her?
I guess, a little, yeah. She's my mom.
I thought your mom was a jazz singer in Japan on a world tour.
I looked at Mom as realization of what was happening dawned on her face. I'd never seen her look so sad and disappointed. Then she just turned and ran out. I'm sorry, I have to go. I ran after her as fast as I could, but she'd already left, so I took a cab home. When I got there, she had already changed out of costume. Mom, I'm sorry.
You are that embarrassed of me that you pretended I was in another country?
I know, it was awful, and
That was my last job as a singing telegram. It's over.
Mom, you don't have to.
Save it, Danielle. You got what you wanted. A normal mom. I'll never embarrass you again.
She wasn't the only one angry at me. Antonio was ignoring me in school the next few days too. And eventually, I had to climb the rope right behind him in gym class to get him to talk to me.
What are you doing?
I just wanted to apologize about that little mix-up.
Little mix-up? You lied to me.
Hello, Mr. I'm a secret prince?
Lying about that is different. And I told you the truth eventually. I liked you because I thought you were genuine, unlike the others, but I was clearly wrong.
His words hit me so hard that I fell off the rope. Ouch. I know I shouldn't have cared what people thought of my mom. A part of me just wanted to have a stable parent with a normal job. But what was so bad about the one who didn't? Growing up, I'd loved that she wasn't like other parents. Mom had just picked up a waitressing job at her friend's cafe, and I decided to dress up and apologize to her publicly as a singing telegram. But when I got there, I found her in a cat fight with her friend. Why won't you believe me?
Why would I lie about my daughter dating a prince? If he's a prince, he could literally date anyone. Why Danielle? You're saying my daughter isn't good enough for a prince? What's wrong with my Danielle? She's pretty and smart and the picture of grace.
I couldn't help smiling. She really was one of a kind. Mom, I've been a jerk. We both know it's true. I'm really sorry that I made you feel blue. You deserve the best day and night. Please quit this job. Let's make it right. As Mom and I went smiling outside, I pulled her into a hug. You always let me do whatever I wanted. I'm sorry I wasn't as supportive.
I know I haven't been the ideal parent at times.
You're the parent I want. Let's go eat something, shall we?
Any chance your prince boyfriend would join us?
He's not my boyfriend. You aren't supposed to go around announcing he's a prince.
I don't think anyone believed me anyway.
Yeah, that's true. And I guess we'll have to see if he'll give me another chance. Either way, tonight I'd rather just hang out with you, Mom. It's been a while.
Hey there! My story is a little different from the stories you might have seen on MSA. Wanna know why? 'Cause it has a ghost in it. I'm Beatrix, and unlike other kids who are born crying, I was born smiling. Yep, and that sort of freaked out my mom and the doctors. Come on, little angel, it's time to cry. But instead, I cooed and laughed. Mom had so much fun playing with me and making me beatbox. That's the reason she named me Beatrix. Needless to say, growing up, I had a great life, and my parents absolutely adored me. They made me feel like I was the center of their universe, especially Dad. We were like two birds of a feather. He was an amazing singer and owned a studio. He often took me there, and I was always in awe of the place.
Daddy, can I be a singer too when I grow up?
You already are, kiddo. In fact, you're so good, you even make crying sound like a melody.
I always thought that nothing would ever break us apart and our family would stay together forever. I was so wrong. One day, Dad told Mom he had taken on some debt and was unable to pay it back. From that day on, they started fighting over the smallest of things and soon ended up getting divorced. Dad left the city and never looked back. I was heartbroken and hoped he'd come back for me, but he didn't come. Even on my birthday, I felt shattered.
Mommy, why didn't Daddy come? He promised he'd come for my birthday. Please call him.
I did, sweetheart. He must be busy. You have me. Come on, let's cut the cake.
No, I want Daddy, or else I don't want this cake at all.
After that day, I was asking Mom for Dad all the time, but he changed his number. And then to make things even worse, she married again. I was nervous at first when I met my stepdad, but it turned out he was an absolute gem. Not only did he paint my room in the exact color I wanted, but he also treated me to ice cream every day and spoiled me with all the things I asked for. Every night when Mom used to tuck me in bed and sing me a lullaby, he'd come too. Life was finally good again. And then my half-sister Jennifer was born. Mom and my stepdad only had eyes for her, and it seemed like it was all Jennifer all the time. I started to get jealous of her, but one time when she was crying and Mom and my stepdad weren't around, she gave me the most beautiful smile ever, and I melted.
Aw, aren't you the cutest thing in the world?
I tried to lift her, but Jennifer ended up crying again, and right then my stepdad stomped into the room. He looked really pissed.
I just put her to sleep. Did you wake her up? Did you make her cry?
What? No, I was just...
Don't yell at her. She's just a kid. Then they started fighting over me all the time. When my stepdad said I was always causing trouble and should be sent away to live with my real dad, I felt like someone punched me in the gut. That's when I felt like I wasn't a part of my own family. But I kept quiet and didn't complain. And since no one even knew where my real dad was, I wasn't sent away. But then I noticed something strange was happening. I couldn't go outside anymore. Mom even had to homeschool me for a month. Thankfully, I grew out of it eventually with Mom's help. And as Jennifer grew up, she loved being around me. We were pretty close, even though she was competitive and wanted Mom's attention all the time. Like, when I'd come home from school and run to hug Mom, she'd jump in and hug her first, then talk to her and keep her busy until I gave up and would go to my room. I didn't mind because she was still very small. But one day, she broke Dad's phone by accident when we were playing with it.
Beatrix, please don't let them know it was me. It was an accident. Please, please, please. I don't want them to be mad at me.
I couldn't see my baby sister that way, so when Mom entered the room and saw Jennifer crying, she assumed I had done something. Mom, we were playing, and I accidentally broke Dad's phone. Why can't you be more careful, Beatrix? Why are you two in his office anyway? Don't you know how angry? At that exact moment, Dad rushed in and turned as red as a fire truck. He began yelling at me and Mom.
Look at what your daughter did! I told you she's only trouble!
Your daughter? Oh, wow, that hurt. After that fight, I began distancing and avoiding my stepdad every time I saw him. Since at home I had so many problems, school was a relief. There I was part of the music club, and singing always felt like a joy. One time when I was in 12th grade, I was performing in a school play, and the lead had to sing a lullaby but forgot the words. I didn't know them either, but I jumped up and sang the same lullaby Mom used to sing me when I was little. When I was done, there was silence. Oh, shoot, I must have sounded bad. But then, all of a sudden, there was a thunder of applause, and I was stunned.
Oh my God, Beatrix, you sounded so amazing!
Oh, stop. You're just being nice. Wait, who are you?
I'm an ad producer, and I'd like to work with you.
But before I could even finish my sentence, the man handed me his card. I called him a couple of days later, and then I found out he wanted me to sing a jingle for a Christmas ad. It was so much fun.
When I got paid, I went to Mom and told her I wanted to take her out for dinner, but she seemed so occupied. That's very nice, honey, but I have to go out with your sister tonight. She got 15th position in her class in the exams. Oh, wonderful. Okay, I'll come too. Well, you know how she is. She said it's a mom-daughter thing only. We'll go out some other time. I hope that's all right. Sure. It was pretty clear that Jennifer was more important to her than me. Mom never made the time to go out with me, even as I finished high school and moved out to my own apartment. After a few years, I started to get lots of attention for my singing, and people were totally loving it. I worked hard, and eventually I got a huge show in New York. I was so psyched about it and invited Mom and Jennifer, but minutes before I was supposed to start, Mom said they couldn't come. When I got on stage and saw the crowd and the 2 empty seats in the front row, I suddenly got really nervous and forgot the lyrics. My brain went blank, and since I was on the stage for so long and still hadn't performed, the audience started booing me. I felt my heart sinking, and then everything went dark. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. That was supposed to be my big break. Everything is ruined now. It's not, Beatrix. You just need to take it slow. Trust me, you'll be on the stage again soon. Everything will be okay. I wanted to believe her, but right when I was about to step out of my hospital room, I froze at the door and couldn't move. Honey, what's the matter? I don't know. I'm too scared to leave. I hurried back to the bed and refused to move. After talking to the doctor, I was diagnosed with a condition called agoraphobia. It was just like when my dad left. The stage incident triggered the condition I already had but forgot about. It meant I had trouble being in crowds and open spaces. It had been months since I left my home, and Mom was worried sick for me. She suggested I move into the house next to hers. It had been empty for years because the owners had left town. I was fine with it, as long as it was kept locked and I could stay inside. Mom and Jennifer were the only ones allowed in. My stepdad never visited. Jennifer was incredibly understanding, and we grew even closer. Mom came over every day, always spending time and taking care of me. One day, after she left and I was alone, I heard the sound of a door creaking open. I got up to check all the doors in the house and found the back door completely open. That was weird. I remember locking it. Soon after that, weird things started happening. Like, once I noticed the stove was on, even after I was sure I had turned it off. And then my shoes went missing. What was happening? Was I going crazy on top of everything else? I told Jennifer, and she thought the unthinkable. Maybe my house was haunted. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't explain it. One day, Jennifer brought over a Ouija board. Why did you bring this?
Well, if there is some ghost here, we need to communicate with it and ask what it wants so we can go away.
I wasn't too sold on the idea, but I thought I might as well try. Yeah, just like those stupid kids in horror movies. In just a few minutes, it turned out to be a very bad idea. I thought Jennifer was moving the pointer, but she swore it wasn't her. And it definitely wasn't me. It spelled out, "Get out." Huh. Awesome! I was even more scared now, and I couldn't move or even leave the house. I was stuck. Things died down for a little while, but one day while I was watching TV, the volume got super loud and the channel changed by itself. I was terrified and ran out of the house without thinking and immediately ran into the most beautiful delivery guy I ever saw. "Are you okay, miss? I thought maybe someone was in your house. I can check if you want." I just nodded and followed him into the house, and after 10 minutes, he assured me that no one was around and nothing was wrong. "I work around here a lot. If you have any problem, let me know and I'll help you, okay? I'm Easton." From then on, Easton came to visit me every once in a while. We would sit near my door and talk. I told him about my agoraphobia, and he would bring me things that I couldn't get for myself. He was so thoughtful and sweet. One day, when Easton and I were talking, Jennifer came to visit me. The three of us had a good time. Once he left, I could not stop talking about him. He's so kind and sweet. You know, we like the same pizza, and we both love the Marvel movies and
Be an Easton sitting in a tree. Kissing.
No, what are you talking about?
You have a crush on him. It's so obvious.
Oh no, it's true. The day Mom was supposed to meet him, I invited her and Jennifer, but he called and said he had to work late. Mom seemed disappointed. I went to get them some snacks, and when I got back, I overheard Mom and Jennifer talking, and Mom was crying. I don't know how I can help her. I've never seen her this happy.
But Mom, you should know about it. That Easton does not exist. She's maybe hallucinating, going crazy.
What in the chocolate fudge? Beatrix, honey, what do you mean he doesn't exist? Jen, you saw him.
Bea, I'm sorry, but I didn't. I was pretending for your sake. There was no one there that day.
If Easton wasn't real, then who was I texting a while back?
That was me. I put in my number when you weren't looking.
Could it be true? After everything, I thought maybe she was right. Maybe I really was losing my mind. Mom consoled me for hours until I finally calmed down. Then we made an appointment to meet the doctor the next day to see if I really was going cuckoo. Just a week later, I was trying to get ready when a diary fell out of my cupboard. I went pale when I saw what was written. Easton used to live here all those years ago? This freaked me out so much that when the doorbell rang, I screamed. I was shaking as I opened the door. But the minute I did, I went pale with fear. It was Easton, standing right in front of me. Beatrix, I'm sorry for not showing up last week. Stay away from me. Why are you haunting me? What do you mean? What's going on? You're not real. You're my imagination. Or a ghost. That explains all the weird things that's been happening. The stove, the TV, the weird... What? Of course I'm real. I don't know what you mean. I began screaming and yelling for Mom. And pretty soon she rushed to me with Jennifer and stepdad following behind her. The minute they saw my frantic state, they went pale, especially Jennifer. Mom, I can see Easton, and I'm scared. I think he's a ghost. Honey, I can see him too. Of course you can. I'm a real human. What's going on here? I don't understand. Jennifer, we met too. What's going on? We all turned towards Jennifer, and as if on cue, she began crying and wailing. It was all about Beatrix. She's my mom, too. Ever since she got that condition, she's been with you, not me. I've done things to try to make her angry at you and happy with me, but it never works. Jennifer, how could you do this to your sister? You made her think her house was haunted? It ain't my fault she's so dumb, believing there was some ghost. Stupid Beatrix. How dare you do all of this? All I've been is nice to you. And you're so ungrateful. But Mom, Dad, I did this all because I love you and want you to myself. Enough. I can't believe you could stoop down to this level, Jennifer. You're the one who has a problem. And this is all my fault. I'm sorry, Beatrix. If I had never behaved that way towards you as a child, Jennifer wouldn't have grown up hating you this way. Easton just stood there, shocked at the entire situation. After talking to him later, we continued to stay friends. Mom and Dad helped me get through my agoraphobia and get better. Jennifer was sent away for therapy and treatment. With my parents' support, I was able to turn my focus back to music. It took a lot of hard work and dedication, but eventually I was able to start performing again. Mom, stepdad, and Easton were all there in the front row when I went on stage again. And when the show was over, Jennifer surprised me with flowers. She was finally better.
I'm sorry for everything. You were always a great sister. I was selfish.
No more ghost stuff?
Never.
Good. Let's go to my not haunted house and celebrate.
It was the happiest day of my life. I was finally going to his concert.
We were trudging back home when I met you in the car. Saw nothing, heard no nothing in my heart. Whoa.
Hi,
I'm Stacy, and this is my crazy story of spying on my crush and finding out his biggest secret and the love of my life. After the concert, as we made our way home, my friend stopped in the parking lot to take pictures. "Hey, get off! That's Russell's car!" I noticed she'd left a speck of dust on it, and I started to clean it off. "Oh gosh, Stacy, get a life. It's not like he'll ever notice you." I turned around to see Maya, the school queen bee, looking down on me. I told her she was wrong. "We're totally friends." "Are you now? Then I don't suppose he'd mind giving you his jacket, would he?" "He wouldn't mind at all." "Great then. Ask him to lend you the one he was wearing tonight and bring it to school tomorrow. Or else." With that, she was gone. Oh no. What was I going to do? Stupid, stupid, stupid. I was so mad at myself for playing right into Maya's hands. Just then, I saw it. The key to my reputation, my only salvation. I knew what I was going to do. The trunk of the car was unlocked, and I climbed in. From there, I got into the back seat and grabbed his jacket, and immediately I decided to smell it. It smelled just as I imagined, like expensive cologne and aftershave. I couldn't believe I was in the back seat of Russell's car. I would tell our grandkids about it. Just then, the car beeped. Horrified, I looked outside the window and saw Russell heading towards me. I had to hide. He was too close for me to get out. I had no other option but to crouch down and pray he would just take something and leave. To my utter horror, though, he got into the car and started to drive. Oh no, I was sure I would get caught now. Just as I was thinking of letting him know I was in his car, he got a phone call. "Hey baby, I'm on my way to pick you up. Can't wait to spend the weekend with you." I felt my heart drop. Russell had a girlfriend. I should have known. Someone so perfect couldn't possibly be single. From the conversation, I learned he was going to a cabin just outside of town with his girlfriend to spend the weekend. Then something even worse happened. Russell put on some music and started singing. That voice was not Russell's. Well, it was Russell's, but it wasn't his onstage voice. His onstage voice sounded like all the angels had come together to throw a rockin' party. This sounded like a walrus dying and giving birth at the same time. While I was still reeling from the discovery that Russell was nothing but a catfish, he received another call. This time, he didn't answer immediately and held his breath. I could tell, even from my hiding place, that he was tense. When he finally answered, the voice at the other end sounded robotic.
"You got my money?"
"The turnout at the last event wasn't as big as I'd expected. I'm a little short. I need some time to figure it out."
"You have until Tuesday."
In the back seat, I was freaking out. I'd only wanted a stupid jacket. I did not want to know my future husband was a catfish who couldn't sing to save his own life, and he was involved with criminals. Finally, Russell started slowing down and pulled the car to a stop. Thank God. Maybe he'd leave and I could get out. Just then, he reached over to the back seat to get his jacket and jumped when he touched me instead. Not quite the electric moment I'd imagined our first touch to be.
"Who the hell are you, and what are you doing in my car?"
Before I could even say a word, he glared at me.
"Stay down and don't even breathe."
The car door opened and his disgustingly gorgeous girlfriend hopped in. Then he started making out with her. This was just getting better and better. After what seemed like forever, he started the car and his girlfriend asked him to sing for her.
"Babe, we've been over this. I've told you that singing for you makes me feel cheap. I don't want to ruin the beauty of what we have."
What nonsense. Finally, we reached the cabin. I was thrilled when they got out, but my problems weren't over. Just as they got out of the car, someone else got inside the car. The person started singing along to the songs that had been playing before, and I almost passed out. It was an angel's voice. This was Russell's onstage voice. Who was this guy? Oh God, cramp in my leg. I let out a small scream and the car came to a screeching stop.
"Who are you? Why are you in my car?"
How many cute boys were going to ask me that today? And boy, this one was a hunk. I'm from Russell's school. This is all just a mistake, okay? Please don't tell anyone."
He looked a bit worried. "You heard me, didn't you?"
"I won't tell anyone. I just want to go home." He nodded slowly and started driving again. We got to the cabin. He got out, and I waited for a minute before opening the door. As soon as I stepped out, I was pushed to the ground. Glaring down at me was Russell.
"Come inside. We need to talk."
A huge bodyguard outside gave him a slight nod, but completely ignored me. The other guy, the real singer, was nowhere in sight. Russell led me to a private room and turned to me angrily. "So,
They sent you to spy on me. Who set you up for this?
Russell, I have no idea what you're talking about. I wasn't spying on you. I was just trying to steal your jacket. But it was a dare. Maya dared me. He didn't look convinced. Just then, his girlfriend showed up and accused Russell of cheating on her, but he told her to shut up. She just stared at him in shock.
Which one of you is involved in this? I need to know right away. I'm sick of this drama.
She looked just as confused as I felt, but Russell locked the door. He said nobody was leaving the cabin until he knew who was blackmailing him. I told him I didn't know anything and begged him to let me go because my parents would be worried by now. His girlfriend started crying and asking him what was wrong. Then she turned to me. You witch, what have you done to him? He's never talked to me this way before. Just then, the door flew open and a man walked in.
What's going on here?
Russell jumped.
Dad, it might be one of these girls.
His dad quickly interrupted him and left.
You didn't tell me we had guests over. I'll have arrangements made for them.
He ordered the butler to have rooms set up for us for the night since it was too late to go back. A while later, while we were having dinner, Russell kept staring daggers at me. Apparently, he no longer doubted his girlfriend because she kept giggling and blowing kisses at him. Dumb bimbo. His dad turned to me and asked me how I knew Russell. But before I could say anything, Russell yelled, "She knows! She knows!" Immediately, the color drained from his face and he jumped from his seat.
You good-for-nothing moron. You told her? Does the other one know too?
He turned from Mr. Nice Guy into a monster in seconds. He started yelling at all of us and ordered me to go to my room. I had to get out of there first thing in the morning. As I ran out of the room, I bumped into someone and fell down. Oh, hi, it's you. He quickly shushed me and pulled me up. Hey, yes, it's me. But don't let his dad know you know me. He was still holding my hand, and I was pretty sure I wasn't imagining the sparks between us. Just then, Russell's sister burst in. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get away from him.
Hey, chill out. She fell, and I was just making sure she wasn't hurt. I'll just show her to her room.
I could feel her eyes drilling holes into my skull as I walked away quickly. On our way up, he introduced himself as Aaron. He said he was the son of the butler.
Russell and I, we grew up together. We used to be great friends.
Just as he was about to leave, the power went out and I screamed. I hated the dark. Aaron, are you still here? Oh my God, don't leave.
I'm right here.
He took my hand and led me to a nearby couch. We sat huddled next to each other in the dark. I really hoped the power wouldn't come back anytime soon. Suddenly, he started humming. I couldn't keep that question in anymore. Why would you let Russell take credit for your singing? Are you crazy? Do you not know how famous— He told me to keep it down and was silent for a bit.
Even though I don't really know you, I like you and I think I can trust you.
Then he told me that Russell's dad had been kind to his family all their lives, and in return, when he heard him singing, he asked Aaron to be Russell's voice.
I guess I didn't really know what I was signing up for until much later. It kind of sucks that every pretty girl goes gaga over my voice, but falls for him.
The power suddenly came back on, and we both nearly jumped when we saw Russell's sister standing in the doorway. How long had that creep been standing here? Aaron, you're needed downstairs, and Dad wants to see you first thing in the morning. When I went downstairs the next day, I saw Russell sulking on a couch and his girlfriend on another. As soon as she saw me, she jumped into his lap and started kissing him. Thanks for the morning makeout show, guys. Now, show me where I can throw up my breakfast. Where's your dad, Russell? Don't talk to him. Okay, psycho. Can you ask Russell where his dad is? Before she could scream anything else at me, Russell pointed towards the library. I knew I wasn't going home today. Russell's dad still looked furious. As soon as he saw me, he coldly said that they couldn't let me go just yet.
You see, you know Russell's secret, and you were spying on him. Someone has been blackmailing him, and it could be you.
I tried to protest, but he just wouldn't listen. He said he had called my parents and told them I was at their cabin and safe. Then he gave me till Monday to confess. After that, it'll be you and the cops. Till then, Aaron will watch over you. He sounded utterly crazy to me, but at least the last part didn't sound bad at all. Maybe Aaron would help me get back home. Just then, Russell's girlfriend skipped past me into the room. As she closed the door, I heard her say something that left me shook. This girl is perfect game. Russell will buy it in a minute. Who were they talking about? Me? Were they trying to make me game for something? Were they blackmailing him?
Just as I was going to look for Aaron, I heard a scuffle. I went to check and I was horrified. Russell had Aaron pinned to the wall and was glaring at him. It's you, isn't it? Aaron was trying to break free and it looked like he was trying not to punch Russell.
Let go, man. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Hey, get off of Aaron. Suddenly, I felt someone pulling me by my hair. Ow! Get off of my man.
Hey, back off.
He asked me if I was okay, and just as I was catching my breath, Russell's sister barged in. What the hell? Why are you clinging onto Aaron for dear life every time I see you? This witch wants all the boys after her. Why is she even here? She's here because she was spying on me. Probably for Aaron. Oh my God! It was just a stupid dare. What is this madhouse? Russell's dad burst in next, and he looked like he was about to pop a vein.
What is all this stupid drama? Russell, have you forgotten what a serious mess we're in? Break it up. Aaron, take this girl to her room.
Once inside, Aaron told me the craziest thing. He said that Russell never wanted to be a celebrity. He was never okay with the idea of taking credit for someone else's work.
It's his dad. He loves the money. He couldn't care less about his son's happiness.
Suddenly, I found myself telling him about what I'd overheard between Russell's girlfriend and his dad. Aaron didn't look entirely surprised. He said he would expect something like that from him. Then he said we had to help Russell. At this point, I didn't even want to look at Russell. But when Aaron said he had to expose Russell's dad, I couldn't say no looking into his beautiful eyes. We decided on a plan. Before everyone gathered for lunch, I found Russell's girlfriend alone and demanded to know why she was doing this to her own boyfriend. She looked at me like I was crazy. I told her I knew everything and that I wasn't buying her dumb bimbo routine. Suddenly, she started to laugh and said, "You're a smart one, aren't you?" I'd been hoping she would admit to something, but she just shut up until Russell came in and then she jumped into his arms. Dang it! I turned off the recorder. I went looking for Aaron and found him in the kitchen. No luck. I couldn't record anything.
It's okay. You're smart enough to catch her another time.
Then he pulled me in for a kiss. I was thrilled and I kissed him back.
I knew it.
Russell jumped from behind the fridge.
I knew the two of you were plotting something behind my back.
We both tried to explain, but he wouldn't listen. He said he knew neither I nor Aaron could be trusted. Suddenly, I lost it. I flew across the room and slapped him. Will you please just shut up and listen? He nodded, stunned. Then Aaron and I told him about what we'd heard. He looked at us in shock and screamed. He ran to confront his dad and his girlfriend, while Aaron and I followed.
I don't trust any of you. Not you, not you, not you, and certainly not you.
He said he knew whoever it was in the room. Aaron and I swore we hadn't done it, while his dad simply asked,
"How could I ever possibly hurt my own son?"
Russell simply burst into tears. He said ever since his mom had left, his dad had treated him just as a money-making machine.
Now that I'm turning 18, you thought you'd blackmail me, didn't you?
Russell's dad hugged him and swore he only did everything for Russell. Oh yeah? Then what about what I heard, huh? His dad glared at me and said they were talking about a model they had signed up to perform with Russell to get a bigger audience at his next concert. Then I told him again how I ended up in the car. This time, he either believed me or just didn't care, and simply asked Aaron to take me home. Just as we were about to leave, he made a decision.
Aaron, I'm quitting. From now on, you sing your own songs.
Aaron smiled at him and reached for my hand. Suddenly, the door flew open. No, no, no. Aaron, how could you possibly be with her after everything I've done for you? I made him quit for you! Everyone stared in shock as Russell's sister came into the room crying. She said she'd been blackmailing Russell with the help of Aaron's dad. We were so mad to see poor Aaron cheated like that, so we decided to help him. His dad promised I could marry him if I helped. Now you have to marry me, Aaron. Well, after that, things settled down pretty quickly. Russell gave up singing and picked up what he really liked doing, fixing cars. Russell's sister finally gave up her dreams of marrying Aaron, even though it took a while. Thankfully, everyone kind of forgave Aaron's dad. Aaron himself stopped taking Russell's money and started singing in small cafes, and he was gathering a following of his own. But he kept telling them he'd already given his heart to someone else.
Ever since I can remember, I've been all about making up stories. I don't know what kind of magic my parents mixed into my DNA, but that brew gave me one heck of an imagination. When I was a kid, my friends on the playground loved the games and tales I came up with.
Did the prince save her?
He got lost, so she teamed up with the dragon.
No way!
Yep, and they took over the kingdom together.
Whoa!
But as I got older, my audience got smaller and eventually vanished. Paper doesn't judge, though, so I began writing my stories down. And I have to admit, I absolutely loved writing. So by the time I hit 16, all I wanted was to be a famous author. But my schoolmates weren't into reading my silly fairy tales, as they called them. And the more I tried to stand out, the more I heard. So I sneak a peek from the corner, and there's Mrs. Wilson turning into a huge bug.
Stop lying, June.
After the break, he's not the same. Seriously, it's an alien, not the Jack we knew.
You're such a liar, June.
Oops, my bad. June, it's me. Nice to meet you. And before I continue, please like and subscribe. Anyways, I was craving recognition, and everything finally changed when we got a substitute English teacher. His name was Arthur Lewis, and he looked really cool. In the very first class, he asked us to write a short story about any character from a classic book. I chose the rabbit from Alice's Adventures and received an A+. After class, he asked me to stay behind.
You've got an exceptional imagination, young lady. Most people tend to lose that spark as they grow older, but not you.
I'm not that old yet. I've still got plenty of time.
But what if I told you that you could take your stories to a whole new level and have your readers glued to the book until the very end?
I'm all ears. He handed me a flyer. A party?
A writing club. Come join and see where your story takes you.
The following Thursday was our first club meeting. We wrote short stories as an exercise, and I even managed to add some illustrations to mine. My artistic skills weren't top-notch, but it worked out fine because the main character was...
Is it a rock?
My face flushed like a boiling balloon. That was Jim, my secret crush since I was 10. He was as brilliant as Stephen Hawking and as hot as a chili pepper. Best mix, if you ask me. In my diaries, he went by the codename Buffalo Wings. My spicy hot. Rawr! Yeah, his name is Kid. The story's called Kid, a Rock. He rolls around the world in search of his long-lost father, Mountain.
Sounds cool, June.
OMG, he knew my name! Sure, we'd had science classes together, but we'd never really spoken before. He'd always seemed so mysterious, silent, and oh so perfect. And now he was talking to me!
When I was a kid, I wrote a story about an ice cube. Looking back, it was quite a depressing tale because spring arrived too early.
Our Thursday meetings became a regular thing, but one day, Mr. Lewis asked us to help him move some books into our library.
It's part of an exchange program between state schools. We're giving away our books, and they're sending us books from other schools.
The packages weren't exactly lightweight, but we had fun.
Picture yourselves as thieves, and those are ancient relics and manuscripts that could unveil the secrets of Atlantis.
He often tasked us to play out the roles of the characters we planned to write about. My eyes lit up. I'd never played a thief before. I began to look around and tiptoe, but as I got into character, I didn't notice a small hole in the ground. I tripped and fell, and the box I was carrying flew several feet away.
Are you all right?
He rushed over and offered his hand. When I took it, I felt a little jolt, like static electricity. To avoid falling again, I hugged him, and our faces ended up so close I could feel his breath on my cheek.
You're limping.
It'll pass. He shook his head, lifted me in his arms, and carried me back to school.
June, did you hear me?
Huh?
I asked if you're all right.
He stood over me, looking concerned. Ugh, those daydreams. I'm just a lousy thief. He gave me a hand to stand, then dashed back to school. I picked up a box and noticed it had ripped open. I peeked inside to check if the books were okay. History of Revolutions, boring but intact. Little Women, also fine. Whoa, what's that? I pulled out a massive volume, covered with colorful pictures and gold letters. It was so shiny I had to shield my eyes with my hand. I'd never seen a book this fancy before. The Holy Bible. Well, my copy is definitely not this pretty. I put the book away and carried the box to the library. Just in a few days, I was at home watching the news. They were talking about a bunch of bold robberies happening all over the country. 3 billionaires have already reported valuable stuff stolen from their collections. There were some rare books and old paintings, and the almost priceless King James Bible. I sat there, mouth wide open, a spoon in my hand, jam dripping from it. The Bible they showed on TV was exactly the same as the one I saw in that box. It was my teacher who stole it.
Sweetie, come on, we talked about this. All made-up stories go in the notebook.
But it's true!
Right, and I guess he's also a cult leader, huh?
That would be a cool twist, Dad. I knew this story was a goldmine. It could change everything. But I needed evidence, so I decided to play detective. I put on a trench coat and went on a mission. I hid in the bushes near the school, using my dad's binoculars to keep a close watch. The cheerleaders were in the locker room near the field. One of the girls was bragging about her new Chanel bag, even though I saw her yesterday in a replica store. Another was adding fake hair to her ponytail, and the third was copying something from one sheet to another. I zoomed in. Those were the answers for tomorrow's test! Seriously? And they called me a liar?
What are you up to?
I jumped, accidentally banging my head on something. Playing detective. It's for a story.
I'd ask if I could join, but I don't think I'm allowed to spy on the girls in the locker room.
My cheeks flushed like ripe strawberries. It's not about them. I'm spying on Mr. Lewis.
Oh? Why?
I spilled the beans about that weird book and the robberies happening around, and how badly I needed some proof for the cops. Honestly, I was pretty sure he wouldn't buy it. He'd likely go, "You're just making stuff up," or "Quit with the lies." But instead, he just nodded and said,
"I'm in."
I was shocked, staring at him in disbelief. I couldn't even remember the last time someone had trusted me so easily. You really believe me?
Why shouldn't I?
It's just the others.
Well, I'm not like the others. I know what it's like to be different.
It was like a daydream coming to life. My eyes filled with tears and I started sobbing. Jim came closer and hugged me. He smelled like Christmas cookies, ginger, and spice. Then he shared that he lost his mom when he was just a kid. His dad, a big shot inventor, was always knee-deep in tech stuff or jet-setting around the world. Jim, though, wanted more of his dad's time, so he began shadowing him and even tinkering with his own inventions. He totally loved it, even though his interests zoomed past what was normal for someone his age.
And you know, kids can be pretty harsh when they see someone who's different. So I learned to stay quiet and keep everything to myself.
I gazed into his eyes, deep as the ocean. I just wished he'd grab my hand and we'd dash into the sunset together. So we dove into spying on Mr. Lewis. Days passed with no sign of anything fishy, but Jim brought some cool gadgets, like an invisible UV ink pen or a dice with a hidden camera. Are you like a real spy or something?
I made these for fun after binge watching James Bond. Never tried them out for real, so no guarantees they'll work.
He pulled something out from his pocket, a super cute necklace with a black stone. He gently placed it around my neck. Is this for me?
It's a voice recorder. Just tap it here and it'll start recording.
OMG, I totally forgot how to breathe. Is it even legal to be this perfect?
Oh, it's him!
Mr. Lewis was speedwalking, holding a package. He glanced back before vanishing into the alley behind the school. Hurry, or he'll slip away. We sprinted after him, trying to stay low, trailing him until he reached what seemed like an old factory building. He entered. Darn it, we've got to follow. I looked around. There was an open window about 7 feet off the ground. Jim crouched down. I stepped on his hands, and he boosted me up. I grabbed the frame and pulled myself inside, with Jim following.
June, you do know that we just freely walked through the door, right?
Shh, that's my story. So, what did I say? Oh yeah, we ended up in this massive warehouse. Rows upon rows of shelves stacked with boxes. We snooped around a bit, found some ancient stuff, paintings, and books.
Sick!
I snapped a few pics with my phone. We moved on, trying to be all stealthy.
That's it?
We both froze. My heart was pounding like crazy, so I grabbed Jim's hand for comfort. He gave it a reassuring squeeze.
The last one. We better move. I've got a bad feeling.
About what?
Just pack everything up and be ready tomorrow.
I heard footsteps fading away and peeked from behind the shelves. Nobody. Quick, over here. There was a table piled with papers, some documents and maps. I didn't know if any of it mattered, but I took some snaps and sneaked a dice with a camera between the stacks. We gotta find that book.
This one?
All kinds of stuff happened at once. I jumped up. Someone's grip clamped painfully onto our arms from behind. Ouch! 2 burly men had us locked down tight. No way to squirm free. Mr. Lewis leaned against a wall, holding the stolen Bible.
Well, well, my best students. Playing detective, I suppose?
He strolled over and picked up the dice, checking it out.
Impressive. A camera. Clever move.
He tossed it on the floor and crushed it underfoot. Darn it! I wished I could free my hands and activate the necklace recorder, but the dude behind me wasn't giving me any room to work. You stole all that stuff. Why? He took the phone from my pocket and began deleting the photos I'd snapped earlier. As he did, he explained that he swiped identities to use as a cover while robbing rich jerks who hoarded rare items and locked them away in dark rooms, hidden from the world.
I aim to open a museum where everyone can see these treasures.
Noble cause, but why stealing? He mumbled something about
Rich morons who'd never understand.
I was done with it. I twitched and sank my teeth into the burly man's hand. He howled in pain and shoved me away. Quick as lightning, I sprung back up, landing a solid punch right on his nose. Don't mess with me! Jim seized the chance and delivered a swift kick to his captor's shin.
Take that!
We were fighting like a team. We were furious. We were on fire. It was like we had a superpower that made us invincible. I paused to scan the area, but there was no sign of Mr. Lewis. And then, a sudden blow, and everything faded to black. I woke up to soft touches. Jim loomed over me, gently wiping my forehead with a damp towel.
Note to self, never get on your bad side.
I chuckled, and he explained that when one of the guards knocked me out, he got really freaked out. So he decided to even the score by giving them a few knocks, and then carried me away. Oh, my white knight, the hero of my story! But we still don't have any proof against Mr. Lewis. He flashed a sly grin and removed my necklace.
I switched it on when I pretended to kiss you.
Pretended? My heart sank. I thought it didn't take long to convince the cops when we handed over the recording. Sadly, by the time they arrived to arrest Mr. Lewis, he'd vanished without a trace. But hey, at least all the stolen stuff found its way back to their rightful owners.
Now that we've recovered the stolen gems, we can finally realize our long-standing dream of establishing the museum. We've always wanted to allow people worldwide to marvel at these precious artifacts.
Yeah, right. It's been their long-standing dream all along. As for me, after tons of reporters swarmed the school wanting interviews, it turned out that everybody wanted to say some nice words about me on camera. She's like my ride or die, you know? We're practically sisters. She's a creative genius. Her stories are seriously something else. Honestly, I didn't care. I was too busy writing a book. It hit the shelves in a month and went straight to bestseller status. I didn't hold a grudge against Mr. Lewis. Even if he was a bad guy, I did take my stories to a whole new level, just like he promised. And you know what? I feel like my rock finally found its mountain.
Wait, I thought mountain was like its dad.
It's an allegory, silly. Oh, and one last thing. Just yesterday, I got a copy of my book with a little note on it. Well done, A+. Any guesses on who that might have been?
Hi, I'm Nancy, and this is the crazy story of my life events that turned me upside down from being a poor maid to becoming the Prince Charming's girl. I was just a baby when my parents died in a car accident. My aunt took me in, and even though she was a poor single maid with not much to get by, she loved me like I was her own. Once when I was 4, Aunt came home on Christmas Eve looking bone-tired. But when she took off her hat, I almost fell down in shock. Her long, beautiful hair was all gone. She looked like a boy. Don't look so worried. It'll grow back. I sold my hair because I didn't want another Christmas to go by without you having a present. She took out a beautiful necklace with my name on it and put it around my neck. I couldn't believe she'd done this for me. Aunt would always leave me with the neighbors when she went to work. But once when I was 6, they had to go out of town and she had to take me with her. My jaw dropped when I saw her workplace. Our whole house could fit inside the hall of this mansion.
Now I see why you're so tired all the time, Auntie. You need a car to get around here.
The lady of the mansion overheard me and laughed. Oh, aren't you a little cutie pie? Why don't you come meet my son, Jeff? Just then, a boy my age walked up to me and gave me the warmest smile.
Hey, wanna go play in my room?
Yes! And that day was the day that changed my life forever. I met my best friend. I loved hanging out with him, and I begged my aunt to take me with her often. Soon enough, Jeff's mom arranged for his private tutor to teach me too, so now I had a reason to go every day. As I grew older, my aunt started paying more attention to my looks. One day, she came home with a bag full of cheap makeup. You're a pretty girl, Nancy. You have to always look perfect when you're hanging out with Madame's boy. But, Auntie, we're friends, and he knows what I look like. Why would he care about my face? But she wouldn't hear a word, and after that, I always had to go to the mansion with a fully done-up face. Over the years, I realized that I had totally fallen in love with Jeff, but I knew I was just the maid's niece, and he'd never feel the same way about me. Once when I was 14, I fell really sick and couldn't go to the mansion for a week. But when I was alone at home one day, someone rang the doorbell, and I was shocked to see that it was Jeff.
Nancy, I was really worried about you.
And with that, he suddenly hugged me. I totally panicked. I pushed him aside and ran to my room. Gosh, I looked so pale and terrible. I quickly applied makeup to my face and hurried downstairs.
Why are you wearing makeup?
Because I'm not pretty enough without it.
Nancy, please go and wash your face. Can you do that for me?
Okay, but will you promise to be nice?
I promise.
When I came back with my washed face, Jeff put his hand on my chin and held my face up.
Nancy, you're so beautiful.
As he pulled me closer, I saw his eyes were tearing up. We kissed, and there were fireworks exploding in my head. He told me to take care of myself and left. I was excited and nervous about seeing him the next day. But when we got to the mansion, I saw his mom was busy supervising some men as they were taking out furniture from the house. She called me and handed me an envelope.
This is your aunt's salary. A little something for you too. I'll miss watching you grow up, Nancy.
What's happening, ma'am? Where's Jeff?
He left last night because he transferred to a high school in Paris, and I'm going there too. Maybe we'll see each other again someday.
She pulled me into a warm hug and then walked away. I was so scared, thinking I'd never get to talk to Jeff again. But he emailed me a week later, and we wrote to each other every single day. His life in Paris seemed amazing. But soon, the emails got less and less frequent, till they just stopped altogether. He seemed to be really busy with his new life, and I figured it was time for me to move on with my own. By the time I graduated from high school, I was working 2 jobs, as a cleaner at the mall and a librarian's assistant. One day when I got home, I found out that my aunt had broken her foot. I slipped at work, and the doctor said I can't work for weeks. I can't afford to lose that job, Nancy. You won't, okay? I'll go instead. The next day, when I was cleaning one of the guest rooms, I came across a portrait of Jeff. As I touched it gently, a high-pitched voice suddenly made me jump out of my skin.
Are you drooling over that dork? Well, you're just the maid, so I guess you don't have any standards. That's my stepbrother, and I have yet to meet a bigger loser than him.
Jeff had a stepsister? No, I was just cleaning.
I was still talking? Don't interrupt me. I'm Linda. That's Miss Linda for you. And now my mom and I live here, so I don't know why his ugly portrait is still around. You can throw it in the trash on your way out.
I didn't have the heart to throw it away, so I snuck it into the dusty old attic and prayed she'd never go there. One evening, just as I was heading out of the mansion for work, Linda popped out of nowhere.
Ninny, come with me. It's an emergency.
I followed her to her room to see piles of dresses on the bed.
I'm hosting a party tonight, and I have to look amazing. You have to take pictures of me in every outfit so I can let my followers on Instagram decide.
Miss Linda, I'm sorry, but I have plans with a friend and...
Friend? Where does a maid even make friends? Is there a maid school you went to?
No, just a regular high school.
Listen, I don't have time for this. Cancel your stupid plans because you're supposed to help with the party. Didn't Mom tell you? Now, chop chop, start my photo session.
As if all this wasn't bad enough, I accidentally dropped a glass of juice on one of her friends, and she went ballistic.
OMG, this is literally the easiest job on the planet. First, your dumb aunt slips and breaks her foot, and now you're being such an idiot. Does stupidity run in the family?
I turned around, grabbed my stuff, and ran out the front door. I was never coming back here. Just as I stepped out, I bumped into someone. Jeff? His adorable smile lit up his face, and he pulled me close. But suddenly I pushed him away. No, you just cut me out of your life. And now you decide to walk back into mine and expect me to welcome you?
I know you're mad, and I'll understand if you don't want to forgive me. But Nancy, I've missed you so much.
So, why didn't you stay in touch?
I tried, but I had Dad watching me like a hawk. He did his best to make sure I wouldn't contact you because he felt you were distracting me. I'm so sorry.
I looked at his face and I knew he was being honest.
can you please just hug me now? We hugged. He whisked me away to a beautiful viewing point on a cliff, with the whole city glittering beneath us and the stars above us. He gently drew me close and kissed me, and in that moment, it felt like everything was just right. The next day, I really didn't want to go back to work, but I did for Aunt's sake. When I got there, Linda was already screaming at some maids. The minute she spotted me, she went off on me.
Here comes another idiot. Did you think elves and fairies were going to come at night and clean this mess? It's still waiting for you. Get to it. Now!
Before I could speak, I heard Jeff behind me. Knock it off, Linda. You can't talk to Nancy like that.
Oh, I see. You're in love with this maid. Well, history really does repeat itself. Our dad also married way below his league when he chose your mom. Now it's your turn.
Don't you dare say anything about my mom or Nancy, and you can't treat her this way.
Oh yeah? Watch me.
And with that, she walked up to me and slapped me, and I just snapped. I pushed her to the ground, and just as I was about to punch her stupid face, Jeff pulled me away. Linda's mom came running at the commotion, and she fired me on the spot. I don't want you or your aunt to ever set foot in this house again. When I went home and told everything to Aunt, she burst into tears. Please don't be upset. I promise I'll find another job. But just then, Jeff spoke up. You don't have to. Please, let me help you. I love Nancy, and you worked for us for so many years. It's the least I can do. I tried to refuse, but Jeff just wouldn't take no for an answer, so I accepted his offer till I found some work. Soon after, I got into college and also started a part-time job. As much as I wanted him to stay, I knew Jeff had to go finish his studies in Paris. We kept in touch as much as possible, and some days I missed him enough to cry. On the day of my graduation, he didn't show up because he said his flight was delayed, and I felt really sad. But when I got home, I saw a brand new car outside, and Jeff hopped out of it. Suddenly, fireworks erupted in the sky, and Jeff took out a box from his pocket. Wait, what? He was going to propose? But when I opened it, I saw car keys inside. It's for you, babe. And here, this too. He handed me a letter, which was an offer to work at his dad's company. I squealed with joy and kissed him. Just a few weeks after I'd started working, I landed a big client for the company. Everyone gathered around in the conference room to congratulate me, and I rose from my seat. All those years when I was a maid, I could only dream of working in a place like this one. Some dreams really do come true, and I'm so grateful.
Snap out of it, you idiot, because you don't belong here. Unless you're carrying a mop and cleaning the floors.
We all turned around to see Linda, who looked mental. But just then, Jeff raised a toast to me, and so did everyone else, completely ignoring her. After working for a few months, I started noticing errors in the accounts, and I discovered that Linda had been embezzling a huge sum of money from the company. When I went to Jeff with all the proof, both Linda and her mom were immediately kicked off the board of directors. Jeff and his dad thanked me profusely, and soon after, he moved me and my aunt to his mansion. A year later, I was feeling really nauseous for a few days, and it turned out that I was pregnant. Jeff's family was overjoyed, and 9 months later, we welcomed our daughter, Natasha. Unlike other kids, she couldn't complain about not being invited to our wedding. Natasha was the flower girl at the ceremony, and Jeff and I had the most beautiful wedding day ever.
Years ago, outside a busy restaurant, there was a 17-year-old girl begging for money. She held a child in her arms. She was too skinny, dirty, and tired. No one paid any attention to her. A few minutes later, exhausted, she sat on the curb, holding her baby, listening to the hungry cries of her newborn. She didn't know what to do. A car pulled up beside her. A lady walked out and took her hand. "Stand up, sweetheart." The young girl stood. "Why are you here?" The young girl told the lady her story. Her boyfriend abandoned her when he knew she was pregnant, and she didn't know anyone else in the city. She didn't know where to go or how to get her next meal. The lady listened to the story without interrupting. "My name's Griselda," she said. "I've got a place that you can go to. I've helped many women just like you. Will you come with me?" Desperate, the young girl joined the woman in her car. She took her to a shelter for women in need. The young girl had heard stories about shelters, but this was nothing like the accounts she'd heard. It was neat, friendly, and warm. It was a place where women regained their dignity and cared for their children. It was blissful. Griselda was a rich businesswoman, but the shelter was her passion. She funded it and searched the streets looking for women who needed help. There were many of these women, and they all seemed to grow healthy again under her watch. In Griselda's haven, women healed from their trauma. Seeing this gave Griselda a sense of fulfillment. Most of these women would leave the shelter only to return a few weeks later, newly traumatized. 9 times out of 10, it always came back to the same thing: men. Men were ruining the lives of these women. Griselda hired lawyers, hounded social workers, and called the police, but it was always the same. Nothing changed. The women continued to return to her, broken and defeated. After years of this, Griselda finally snapped. Every time a man came near her, she would just about spit on him. Within a week, the shelter closed down. Griselda and most of the women disappeared. Some returned to the streets or the homes where they were neglected. Griselda bought acres of farmland in the middle of nowhere, a place so far removed that no one knew about it. She built a giant wall around the perimeter, hidden behind a thick forest of trees. She put female guards up on the only entrance. She cut the internet, satellite, and cellular signals in the area, jamming and confusing these signals so that our community's location didn't even show up on digital maps. When we keep the men outside, we will have a safe place to grow, she told the women. She invited all the women in the shelter to join her, saying that there was more than enough room for all of them. Griselda promised them work and a new life free of pain and suffering. All the women had to do was promise they would never speak about men again. There were many women who weren't willing to part ways with men. They were kicked out of the shelter and excluded from Griselda's plans. But there were many women who had come to love Griselda and saw her as a mother. These women agreed to her conditions. These women were welcomed into her community. My mother was one of them. In fact, I was the baby that 17-year-old girl was holding. And my name is Stephanie. I went to school like all the other girls. Everything taught in the community was a modified version of history. All inventions, discoveries, and breakthroughs were made by women. They told us that there wasn't anything outside the community because the rest of the world was destroyed in a very strange version of World War II. Beyond the forest and the wall that separated our community from the outside were all kinds of scary things: zombies, monsters, etc. These were the scary bedtime stories that all the girls were told. My life in the community was fun and safe. I had lots of friends, and it didn't bother me in the least that they were all girls. The adults gave me tons of freedom and were very open with me. That changed when I was 17. That was when I began to ask too many questions about our history. I loved to explore and push the boundaries. We had grown up hearing stories about the boundary wall not being safe. There were usually patrols that passed through the forest, making sure that none of the girls strayed too far. I waited for them to pass and snuck right up to it. The wall was huge and there was no way I was going to see through it, but I followed the wall for a few days, mapping it out, seeing how far it stretched. That was when I found the guarded entrance. During a changeover of the guards, the entrance was temporarily open. I looked out past the wall and was surprised to see that the world I knew continued. It was nothing like the stories we'd been told, filled with decaying trees and radiated animals. It was alive and beautiful out there. I spent my afternoon sneaking to the entrance and watching from the bushes for any signs of life. About 2 weeks later, a truck arrived at the entrance. I saw the strangest creature climbing out of the truck, like a woman but with short hair and a deep voice. I told my friends what I had seen, but they didn't believe me. The next day, I was called in to see Griselda. She assured me that what I had seen was just a woman who had suffered because of the radiation out in the world beyond the community. But I saw plants out there, I said. Of course, she said. It's only a small patch of loveliness just before it gets really ugly and unsafe. Now I need you to stay away from that wall. It's not safe out there. Maybe she was right. I agreed to stay away from the wall, but unlike my friends, my curiosity continued to grow. Griselda was definitely hiding something. About 3 months later, one of the pregnant ladies that used to babysit me when I was younger went into labor. After 2 days of not seeing or hearing from her, I went to the hospital to see her. She was dazed from all the medication, but when she saw me, she became lucid. "They took my boy," she cried. That was all she was able to say. The nurses burst into the room, ushered me out, and closed the door. That evening, I asked my mother what boy meant. She almost dropped the pan that she was washing. Then she smiled at me and asked me where I'd heard that word. I told her. It must be a name that she gave to her daughter. I didn't feel like I was getting the whole truth, but I let it go. A week later, I went to visit my babysitter in the hospital, but she wasn't there anymore. But Griselda was. She greeted me with a sad look on her face. Unfortunately, she didn't make it through the trauma of her delivery. I was shocked. I'd seen her after she'd had her baby. It didn't make sense. But I came to see... Griselda didn't let me finish. She has suffered enough. Please leave this now. Go and grieve and stop fighting me on this. I spent the next day wandering the community alone, clearing my head. Something kept bringing my mind back to that entrance, so I visited my secret spot in the bushes where I could watch. A car drove by and stopped in front of the gate. I couldn't believe my eyes. In the passenger seat was my babysitter. She looked sad, but she was definitely alive. Griselda was driving the car. After signing the paperwork, the gate opened and the car drove out. I was confused, angry, and hurt. Nothing was making sense. I could tell that people were lying to me, but I didn't know why. Even my own mother was holding back on the truth. I decided not to tell her anything. I wanted to do my own research. After conversations with my friends, I discovered that something strange often happened to the pregnant women in the community. About 60% of their children didn't make it. Most of these women either died or were committed to a wing in the hospital for the mentally unstable. So I put in a request to intern as a nurse at the hospital. It took me a few weeks to earn the trust of the head nurse, but eventually I did. She started to relax around me. When I knew I could take the chance, I asked her about the patients in the mentally unstable wing. "You don't want to go in there," she said. "Just a lot of sedated women." I told her that I wanted the hands-on experience. I asked her if I could just work there for a day. "Okay, but just for a day." I visited the wing and found that these women were still alive. While many of them were heavily sedated, there were 2 or 3 that were awake and willing to share their stories with me. "No boys allowed in the community," one lady told me. "What does boy mean?" She laughed at me and told me the strangest story I had ever been told. It went against all the biology lessons I had learned at school. "There's a whole world out there," she said. I remember leaving it when I was about 7 years old. It's not a wasteland. They've been lying to us. Obsessed with finding answers, I snuck up to the fence and waited for an opportunity to sneak out. A delivery vehicle arrived. As they were unloading the truck, I slipped into the back. We drove for about an hour. When the truck stopped, the back was opened. I slipped out undetected. I walked into a tall building, bigger than anything that I'd seen in the community. It was filled with stores of every kind, and more than that, it was a mix of people. Lots of women, but also lots of these other strange creatures. One of these strange-looking women came up to me. "Are you okay? You look lost," he said. He was about the same age as me. I told him it was my first time here. He offered to show me around because his friends had bailed on him and he had some time to kill. He took me from store to store, but I barely heard what he said. I was more fascinated by him. "What kind of girls are you?" I asked him. He laughed. "I hear you. I should probably get my hair cut pretty soon." I had so many more questions for this stranger, but I didn't get a chance to ask any more. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned around. It was Griselda. "Excuse us, young man," she said to the boy. "We need to leave." He smiled and waved at me and then walked away. I pulled away from Griselda. "I'm not going anywhere with you," I said. Griselda shook her head. "You have no idea what you're doing, Stephanie. I'm not the villain here, okay? But if you want answers, I'll give them to you." Griselda took me to a coffee shop and we sat down. Griselda specifically asked for a female waiter. "This is a mall," she said, "and those strange creatures that you're seeing are boys. All the stories that we've told you, they've been to protect you and your sisters in the community, but they haven't been the whole truth." "What is the truth?" I asked. "The truth is that boys become men and men end up hurting women." Griselda told me why she had started the community. We spoke for hours. The more she explained, the more I could understand why she hated men so much. "Your own mother was abandoned by a man. Your father. Is that the life that you want to live? One filled with these vile creatures?" "They can't all be bad," I said. Griselda shook her head. "They are, every last one of them." She looked a bit creepy when she said that, but then she took a deep breath and calmed down. "We're going to go back home now, Stephanie, to your family, your mother, your friends, your community. And when we go back, you won't mention a word of this to anyone. Do you understand?" "You can't expect me to keep quiet about this," I said. "They need to know." Griselda slammed her fist on the table. "No one needs to know anything. I've been patient with you, but if you want to infect the minds of my community with what you've seen here today, I'll make you pay for it." She grabbed my wrist and told me that it was time to go. I tried to pull my hands free, but she wouldn't let go. I shouted for her to stop. A male security guard came over to us and asked if everything was okay. Griselda smiled at him and told him that she was my grandmother, and we were just leaving, but I wasn't going anywhere. "Help me," I said. "She's not my grandmother, and I don't want to go with her." Griselda tried to run then, but the security guard stopped her. We were taken to a room and held there until the police arrived. They questioned me in a separate room to Griselda. I told them my story. They couldn't believe what I was telling them. Griselda didn't say anything until her lawyers arrived. There was an army of them. Ironically, some of them were men. "I'm not doing anything illegal," she said to the police. The police said they'd need to investigate. I was kept in a safe house while the police performed their investigation. I watched television for the first time. It blew my mind. I surfed the internet and even signed up for a few social media accounts. I couldn't believe that there was a whole world of information out there, and anyone could access it for free. I also watched the news from all over the world. It was there that I saw regular updates about what was happening with Griselda and the community. It turns out she had broken the law, and she had hurt a lot of women who didn't want to play by her rules. I felt sorry for her, though. I knew that she just wanted to help. Her anger had overcome her. I testified against her in the court case. Griselda's lawyers kept her out of prison, but she had to give up the farmland and the community. The court ordered her to create a rehabilitation program for all the women who lived on her compound. I spent the next year learning about the real world, about real history, real boys, and everything else that actually happened. I have to admit, Griselda was right. The real world was a mess, but it was real, and I prefer it that way. Some of the other girls didn't cope in this new world. They struggled and wanted things to go back to the normal that they remembered. I did my best to remind them about the truth. The world is a harsh place, but running and hiding is not a solution. The best that we can do for ourselves is not wish that things were easier, but rather that we were stronger. Strong enough to take on the challenges that we face. Most of the older women were angry with me. They wanted things to go back to normal. My mother was one of them. She was disappointed in me and barely spoke to me for the first month. Since then, things have become a lot better between us. After my year of rehabilitation, I started college with a few of the other girls from the community. It was great to be in a place where I was free to ask questions and find answers. A place that encouraged me to be curious. It's the reason why I'm studying to become a lawyer. To make sure that the truth has a voice. It's also nice to have boys around on the campus. I haven't had the courage to start dating anyone yet, but one day I will. Although Griselda did the craziest and creepiest thing ever, I've learned something from her. I will never, ever allow anyone to mistreat me.
Hi, I'm Kanya. And yes, this is me on top of a skyscraper in Chicago. And that is a massive storm coming in my direction. I was born in Thailand, and my parents divorced when I was just a few months old. Mom left, and Dad raised me on his own. He worked at a very fancy international hotel as part of the waitstaff, and it was a super fun place for a small kid to hang out. I spent days playing in the pool, learning to say hello in a million different languages, and every time I was hungry, I just had to turn my puppy eyes to the cook.
Here, the clients didn't even touch it. They said the salad was too green.
When it was too warm, Dad and I would go to the roof, eat khao lam, and watch the stars.
Wow, they're so bright, it almost looks like it's day.
But the brightest star is sitting beside me.
Aw, Dad. You'd think I'd miss Mom, but Dad was extra caring. Every morning, Dad made pancakes and braided my hair. He also fought Cook to have first dibs on the hotel's lost and found box. And if there was something super nice, like that shiny pink bag both Cook and I wanted, they ended up pulling each other's hair. I wanted to do something nice for Dad, so when his birthday came up, I broke my piggy bank to get him a present. But I barely had anything. Well, just enough to buy a cheap lottery ticket.
It's okay if I don't win. It's the thought that counts.
But as the announcer read the lottery numbers, Dad's eyes grew bigger and bigger, and then he let out a loud scream. We had actually won the freaking lottery! Dad knew his greedy relatives would come after him like bees to honey when they found out about his new wealth. So he decided to move to the US with me, and we settled in Chicago. I was 12, and my life had turned upside down overnight. America was cold, and I wasn't used to Western customs. The first time he took me to a fancy restaurant, there were so many knives, forks, and spoons.
What do you mean I can't eat spaghetti with chopsticks? They're noodles!
But the biggest change was my dad. He invested the money in very successful startups, and we went from being really rich to filthy rich, and we moved into a massive mansion.
Anything you want, you let Sebastian know, and he'll get it for you.
Sebastian was Dad's personal assistant, and he was glued to his side. Every time I wanted to spend time with Dad, Sebastian was there too, tall and serious like a scarecrow in an expensive suit. He even went with us to the amusement park and followed us on the roller coaster.
Does he really have to be here?
Yes, I need him to hold my tie down so it doesn't flap in the pictures.
Gosh, just buy a tie clip. I wanted Sebastian gone. I started giving him impossible tasks, so when he failed, Dad would get rid of him.
Sebastian, I want a copy of the next BTS album, the unpublished one. Sebastian, I want croissants every morning, fresh from Paris.
But Sebastian always delivered. One day, I was stuffing down a box of fried chicken and plotting my next request, when suddenly I started choking on a chicken bone. Sebastian was immediately by my side, performing the Heimlich maneuver till I spat it out. Oh my God, you saved my life.
Just doing my duty, miss.
After that incident, I started warming up to Sebastian, thinking of him as my grumpy guardian angel / fairy godmother. When I started high school, I was nervous about whether my new classmates would like me or make fun of my accent. I'd heard American high schools were brutal. But then I met Diana, a total firecracker.
Oh, you're from Thailand? I've always wanted to see the Festival of Lights.
Yes, it's pretty amazing.
We should totally organize one for our school, right?
Everyone loved the idea. And while building lanterns with my classmates, I also got to make new friends quickly. As we watched the lanterns float into the sky, I was so happy to bring a piece of my culture to my new home. Diana became my partner in crime. She introduced me to a world of karaoke nights, greasy hamburgers, baseball games, and sleepovers. We spilled secrets about our crushes and talked about my upcoming 16th birthday.
You know your dad is planning a massive Sweet 16 party, right?
To be honest, I don't really care about a big party. I'd rather do something meaningful, you know? Sebastian helped me organize a day of volunteering with my friends at the local animal shelter. Dad, however, couldn't help going overboard. He donated a new building to the animal charity, complete with VIP grooming stations. I guess even the three-legged half-blind cats deserve a blowout. And they look great on my TikTok. Here, let's grab a selfie. At the end of the day, Dad rolled in the biggest cake I'd ever seen. But suddenly, he tripped and fell face forward into the cake. After a moment of horrified silence, I started laughing. I guess now everyone knows how sweet you are, Dad. He laughed too, and I hugged him, getting frosting all over myself. Best birthday ever! But the very next day, Dad was dropping me off at school when our limo got surrounded by police cars. An officer handcuffed my dad as half the school watched and recorded videos.
You're under arrest for fraud.
What? That's impossible! As the police took him away, I frantically called Sebastian, but I couldn't get through. Please, pick up, Sebastian. You're the only one who can fix this. Pick up, pick up. When the police released Dad without charges and without money, he told me Sebastian had transferred everything into offshore accounts, disappeared, and left us with a mountain of debts. We weren't the first family he'd stolen from. He was a con man wanted in 17 countries.
This is all my fault. I should have never trusted him.
I have a lot of friends. They'll help us out, Dad. But I was so wrong. And I discovered that at Diana's doorstep.
Wow, you really have some nerve showing up here.
What?
Oh, you thought we could still be friends? Your dad's a criminal. And who knows what you've been up to? Before, you were rich and exotic. Now, you're poor and toxic. So scram.
She tried to slam the door shut, but I pushed her in so hard that she fell on her butt. My dad's not a criminal.
Then he's an idiot who got scammed by a butler.
I left before I ended up punching her stupid face. I couldn't believe I ever thought of that snake as a friend. Luckily, not all of my friends were as horrible. One helped Dad find a job as a night guard, and another let us stay in her uncle's apartment. I moved to a public school, and things were not so bad, except for one thing. The debt collectors. They hounded Dad and even followed me everywhere. One even pretended to be a teacher to get into the school and took my bag. Hey, give me back my bag.
You mean my bag? Where's the money, girl?
Are you stupid enough to think I carry it around in my school bag? Sebastian took everything, and we're broke, you moron!
I don't believe you. Tell your dad to return our money soon, or things are gonna get a lot worse.
Of course, I didn't tell Dad. He was already crushed and looked worried all the time. The only time I saw him smiling was when I sent him a selfie I'd taken of us on our old hotel roof. We didn't have much in Thailand, but we were happy. I just had to remind him that happiness was possible here too, but I didn't know how to do that. But then a few months later, I was working part-time at a coffee shop when I overheard two customers chatting about an upcoming meteorite shower. That's it! Dad loved the stars. If I took a picture of the falling stars, it would remind him of us on the rooftop of the hotel in Thailand. It would cheer him up for sure. Chicago boasted a towering skyscraper, over 100 stories high. The roof, reserved for the top floor hotel clients, was just the spot I needed. On the night of the meteorite shower, I sneaked into the hotel's kitchen wearing a borrowed chef's uniform from work, then went to the Lost and Found. Bingo! I found a perfect fake fur coat and hat. I channeled my inner Paris Hilton and got to the elevators, where a bellhop boy was stationed. He stared at me suspiciously all the way up.
You look familiar.
Do I know you from somewhere?
Unlikely. I don't really mingle with the bellhop crowd.
Why? What's wrong with the bellhop crowd?
Oh, nothing at all. I'm sure your family's very proud of you. Your mother must have dreamed of a future for you where you press buttons for a living.
He turned away silently, and I hopped out of the elevator as we reached the top. I felt bad that I'd offended him, but I was just selling my rich brat role. The view from the top was amazing, but the wind was incredibly strong. As time passed, it intensified, and a thunderstorm loomed on the horizon. Just as I was about to give up, a multitude of shooting stars lit up the sky. I took countless pictures before running back home, and I burst through the front door. Dad, look! Dad! I stopped short when I saw the whole place had been trashed. I ran into the kitchen where I found a strange woman looking anxious. Who are you? What happened here? And where's my dad? Oh, thank God you're here. Kanya, I'm your mother. What the what now? I didn't even know she was American. I know you don't remember me, but your dad asked me if I could take care of you, so here I am. Excuse me? You're about 16 years too late. I'm sorry. I was so young when you were born, and your dad and I didn't really work out, so I thought leaving was the best solution. I knew he'd take good care of you. You're right. He did a great job, and I want him back. I ran out and called my dad crying. I'm sorry it has to be this way, sweetie. The debt collectors are getting too dangerous, and I need to draw them away from you, so I'm leaving for good. I love you, and I'll miss you terribly. You have to leave this house immediately and go stay with your mom. And you have to do what she tells you. I may not be able to call or text you again. No, Dad, wait! But he had already hung up. Dad was gone. And now I had to leave my house and my school and go live with this stranger at the other end of the city. And she forced me to wear a wig and contact lenses to make myself unrecognizable. I did what she said, but I just wasn't ready to accept her as my parent. I made it my life's mission to find Sebastian and make him return our money so Dad could pay off his debts and come home. I started visiting police stations every day, but no officer wanted to help me until I bumped into... Hey, it's you. Bellhop boy? You recognize me? Yeah, your disguise isn't that great. Also, my name's Enzo, and you owe me a tip. I'm so sorry about that encounter. How about I buy you an apology coffee? Better make it an extra large. It turned out that Enzo had started a new job at the police station as an IT assistant, and he recognized me from the viral video about my dad's arrest. So now you want to catch this Sebastian guy? Yeah, but I don't know how or where to start. Let me see if I can dig up some info. You'll really help me? Let's say I'm tired of asking. Have you tried switching it off and on again every time something doesn't work around here? Like a couple of Sherlock Holmes, we started tracking famous rich people's social media accounts because such people were usually Sebastian's targets. He's like a tick, looking for the fattest victim to suck on. But Sebastian was also sly, and he knew the police were on his tracks, so no matter how many pictures we looked at, we couldn't find him. Until one day... Wait, isn't that him on the yacht with Siley Myrus? OMG! Yes, even with the mustache, I'd recognize that sleazebag anywhere. Okay, let's zoom in on the boat name and... Found him! He's in Greece, posing as a pet masseuse for TikTok canine stars? The next day, I bought a flight to Greece with the last of my savings while Enzo alerted the local police. Together, we descended on Sebastian. Drop the poodle. You're under arrest. Give me back my money.
Your disguise is dumb, and I've already gambled all the money away, stupid.
I kicked him in the shin as the police carried him off. I was happy he was caught, but the money was gone. With no chance to pay off our debts, Dad would be on the run forever. That night, I went walking on the beach, and I saw the sky was filled with stars. I took a picture of it and sent it to Dad, but he didn't reply. After I returned to the States, I decided to start mending things with Mom. It wasn't easy, but she was the parent I had now, and I could see how hard she was trying. She even had a box with my baby clothes and pictures that she'd kept all these years. Slowly, we started to get to know each other, and she was really cool. As for Dad, I would send him a new sky picture every night, even though he never replied. he did make me realize I loved taking pictures of the night sky. Enzo, who was still looking for his dream career, was now working at an electronics store. So I asked him if he could find me a good deal on a camera. Sure, but it'll cost you. Name your price, Scrooge. How about a date? Really? But what if you grow tired of me and dump me? I mean, you change jobs every 2 seconds. Yeah, but I'm sure dating you won't feel like work. For our first date, we went back to the skyscraper roof, and I took more night sky pictures. Enzo loved them and suggested I start an astrophotography vlog. And when I won a super fancy prize in a competition, I realized I'd become a professional. I sent Dad the picture of the prize announcement, but like always, he never replied, and I finally accepted that he was never going to. I invited Mom and Enzo to the award ceremony, and I caught her beaming with pride as she admired one of my pictures in the gallery. I'm so sorry I missed your childhood, Kanya. If I could go back, I'd do everything differently. We're together now, Mom, and that's all that matters. I love you. The presenter announced I was the winner, and Enzo walked me to the podium. I dedicate this award to my father, who made me discover my love for the stars. All the pictures I take for you. I miss you. As I stepped off the stage and hugged Mom, I let out a tiny gasp. One of the waiters in the room was smiling brightly at me, and he was unmistakably my dad. He had tears in his eyes as he blew me a kiss and then quietly left. And for the first time in years, I felt truly at peace, knowing Dad was okay and always watching over me.
Hi, I'm Jade, and I made a fortune without knowing how to read a single word. But before I tell you my extraordinary story, click like and subscribe. Also, please follow us on Instagram and Facebook for exclusive content and to always be updated. When I was born, my dad named me Jade. He was a geologist who studied precious gemstones, and he said people around the world believed that jade brought good fortune. Well, that's all I knew about him from Mom. Growing up, it was just me and her, and we were always moving around. Sometimes we lived in tents, sometimes in minivans. Mom was a car mechanic and found jobs wherever we went. Once when I was 4, we were sleeping in our tent when I woke up in the middle of the night and noticed something strange.
Mom, I can see the sky.
Yes, honey, it's lovely. Go back to sleep now.
No, Mom, I can see the sky because our tent has flown away.
And that's when Mom sat up straight, but she wasn't too bothered by it. We lay back under the open sky, and she pointed out all the stars and constellations. When I was 5 and walking back home with Mom one day, I saw some school kids going by. I asked her when I'd be joining school, but her face clouded over. Never. Your dad went to the best schools and universities, but that didn't make him a good person. He just left us one day to be with his PhD professor. You don't have to learn how to read or write to have knowledge or kindness, Jade. You're probably thinking, what a dumb mom. But she really wasn't. She homeschooled me wherever our home was. There was no paper, no books, just us talking and imagining. And she also taught me all sorts of handy skills. By the time I was 9, I could change a car tire by myself. One day, Mom and I were at the grocery store when suddenly a masked guy walked in holding a board with something written on it. Everyone looked terrified and stood quietly while the guy started robbing the cash register. I felt really scared and ran for the door screaming, "Help! Help!" "What are you doing, stupid girl? Can't you read? Stop that!" But my screaming had already caught someone's attention outside, and seconds later the police arrived and caught the robber. Everyone thought I was a hero, but Mom was terrified. "You could have been killed because you couldn't read. I'll have to send you to school." And that's how I joined school in the 9th grade. On my first day, the teacher asked me to read out loud in class. I can't read. Haha, nice one, kid. You picked the wrong teacher to mess with. Read now. I just said I can't read. Why do I have to repeat that? Gosh, you are so rude. I swear on my grandma's grave, I can't read. What are you doing in the 9th grade then? Go back to kindergarten. Fine. Can someone guide me? I don't know where kindergarten is. Oh my god. To the principal, now! Okay, I also need someone to guide me there too. She looked furious and was about to drag me off to the principal, but she was already standing in the doorway. I think she made it clear that she can't read, didn't she? Or do you just enjoy bullying students? The teacher's face turned tomato red. She's really dumb, and I don't want her in my class. Are you sure about that? Go on, ask her something from the textbook. Fine, can you explain what gravity is? Of course. If you'd only let me before. Gravity is an invisible force that pulls objects towards each other. The teacher looked shocked, and so did everyone else. The principal said that when she'd interviewed me, she realized I was a genius. But Jade, you do have to learn how to read. Come by my office every day after school and I'll help. And you'll stay in the 9th grade. As I took my seat, I tried to keep the grin off my face, while the teacher glared at me like a fire-breathing dragon. While I was eating lunch in the cafeteria that day, a girl called Paige walked up to me, grabbed my notebook, and wrote fat letters on it. When I looked up at her confused, she burst out laughing. Wow, the loser doesn't even know how to read her own name. Oh, are you a bully? Like one of those people who are insecure and try to hide it by being mean to others? My mom told me about people like you. Well, you can't mess with someone like me. I'm the daughter of the jungle, babe. The daughter of what? What are you talking about? I'm just here to tell you that I'm impressed by how you embarrassed that grumpy teacher. So whatever, you can be my friend. You just call me a loser, and I don't want to be your friend. Gosh, who do you think you are? No one talks to me this way. And then she slapped me. I stood on the table and jumped on her. The grumpy teacher saw us and took us both to the principal. And she told the principal that it was all my fault. I couldn't control my anger and I called her a liar. This time, the principal didn't tolerate my behavior and suspended me for 3 days. When I returned to school, Paige came over to me at recess looking annoyed. I really don't want to talk to you, but the principal sent me. She wants you to meet her in the back alley. That sounded weird, but I didn't want to make the principal mad at me again, so I went. When I entered the alley, I saw the wired gate was open, and I walked in. There was a yellow board that had something written on it, but I didn't understand, obviously. And suddenly, I fell, and I kept falling. I landed with a thud at the bottom of a deep ditch. Oh my god, how was I gonna get out of here? I screamed for help, and thankfully a janitor heard me soon and helped me out. Oh, that Paige was dead meat. I rushed off to the principal's office to tell her everything, but she saw me and spoke first. Please, sit down, Jade. I'm afraid I have some bad news. She told me that Mom had been badly injured at work. I rushed to the hospital, and the doctor said she'd hurt her back and wouldn't be able to walk for a while. Mom was devastated. I was too, but I put on a brave face and hugged her. Don't worry, Mom. You've raised me to be tough like you. I'll find a job and take care of everything till you're better. Later that evening, when I went to get some medicines from the grocery store, the cashier didn't have $1 to give me as my change, so he gave me a scratch-off lotto ticket instead. I scratched it, but before I could ask someone to read it, I heard giggling behind me. It was Paige and her gang of bimbos. Fancy running into you here. I thought you'd still be in that ditch. I was already having the worst day, and I snapped. Paige, just shut up. I can't deal with your stupid face right now. I'd give you the money to shut up, but I don't have any. Here, take this. I flung the lotto ticket at her and started walking away, when suddenly I heard screams behind me. OMG! This has a $30,000 prize, you idiot! Thanks a bunch. Wait, what? I ran at her and tried to snatch the ticket, but her friends fought me off. Give it back! I need the money! Yeah, who doesn't? I'm gonna buy me some shoes. And with that, they all pranced away. Gosh, how could I be so stupid? I was walking back home one day and saw a few people crowding near a poster on the way. I was not interested in looking over it at all. Still, I passed by close. I saw pictures of maids on the poster. I casually said, "Who wants to buy a maid's costume, by the way? And they're so ugly." Someone from the crowd yelled, "What nonsense are you talking about? We're just looking at this poster for a cleaning job. Are you dumb or blind?" Hey, don't yell at me. I just can't read. That's even worse. I ignored him and quickly noted the number on the poster. I need this job. And just like that, I started working as a maid. After school and my reading lessons with the principal, I'd go clean people's houses. I worked hard, and my clients were really happy with my service. One day, I was given a job to clean up after a party, and when I got to the address, I saw that it was a huge mansion. As I started picking up the trash, I suddenly heard an all too familiar voice.
Oh my god, are you a maid?
Paige, what does it look like? Leave me alone to do my job, please. I'd rather deal with your trash than talk to you anyway.
Okay, Cinderella, I'll leave you alone.
I don't know why I was so shocked, really. Of course, you can't read or write, so these are the only kind of jobs you'll get. And she threw a whole bottle of soda on the floor before she marched off. Ugh. After that, she made it her mission to make my life miserable. She told everyone at school that I was a maid, and her friends would dump rubbish on my desk and ask me to clean it up. She wrote "Trash Girl" all over my locker, and she always made an extra mess at home when I had to go there for cleaning. I really wanted to quit, but I needed the money. One evening, I was leaving Paige's place after work, and I just stepped off the porch when something landed hard on my head. It almost knocked me down, and I had sand all over my face. I spat it out and rubbed my eyes to see Paige standing on the balcony laughing her head off. Gosh, that was so funny. I wish I'd filmed it. Good night, trash girl. I hated her. I was going to pay her back for this. When I was back home, I was dusting off my clothes in my apron when something fell out of its pocket. It was a large, dirty stone. Mom asked me to give it to her, and when she looked at it closely, her eyes went wide. Where did you find this? That horrible Paige threw a bag of sand at me. I guess it fell out of there and went into my apron pocket. Just some garbage. Jade, I don't think this is garbage. I think it's an unpolished pink diamond. Wait, what? I went to a jewelry store the next day and had it checked. The old man behind the counter took forever to examine it and then turned to me slowly.
This is a rare pink diamond from a royal tribe in Sierra Leone. It's a treasure that belongs in a museum.
What happened next was crazy. Now I had money to get the best treatment for her and enough to cover all our expenses for a long time. The story of how a schoolgirl found a rare treasure in the trash spread far and wide, and I was even on the local news. The exciting events of my life had kept me away from school for a few days, but when I returned, of course, Paige was waiting for me.
Wow, the trash girl really got lucky.
Guess sometimes in life, going through other people's garbage can really pay off. I walked up to her calmly and whispered in her ear, "You know where I found that diamond, Paige? It was in that sandbox you threw at me." Crazy, isn't it? Thanks a bunch. Paige just stared at me with manic eyes, let out an ear-splitting scream, and stormed off. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with her drama for too long. I moved to another city with Mom where she could get better treatment. I worked really hard on my reading skills and graduated high school at the top of my class. But the best part of graduation day was the surprise Mom had for me. She got up from her wheelchair and walked slowly towards me. I couldn't believe my eyes as I ran to her and hugged her tight. "My physiotherapist says I'll be able to walk completely fine in no time. And it's all because of you, Jade. Your dad was right. You brought good fortune with you. And I wanted to say I'm so sorry I've kept you away from school for so long. It really wasn't fair to you. Please forgive me. Please forgive your mama." "Oh, Mom, please. I do forgive you. We all make mistakes." "No, my mistake is unforgivable. I have forbidden you from reading and writing. Only stupid, insane people do that. Forgive me, please." "Mom, learning to read and write is really important. But you taught me so much too. And I'm grateful for that. Please stop crying. I love you so much." A few months later, Mom recovered completely, and she went back to working as a car mechanic. I'm studying mechanical engineering at university now on full scholarship, and I hope to open a workshop with Mom one day. But the biggest lesson I've learned is that if you have a thirst for knowledge, you can learn new things anytime, anywhere. And the most valuable thing you can ever learn or have is kindness.
Hey, Mandy, look at Simon. I think he's cute. For a boy. Do you think he'll play with me? Mandy said, No, he won't, stupid. He won't play with a freak like you. He'll only play with me. I said, No. My mom says everyone wants to be my friend because I'm special. Mandy said, Not Simon. He doesn't like you. No one likes you. Not even your mom. I screamed, Mom! Mandy says I'm a freak and no one likes me. Not even you. Mom said, That's okay, sweetie. You know it's not true, and I think it's time for Mandy to leave. Mandy left looking super angry after Mom kicked her out. After that day, Mandy became a real pain in my neck. She started going after everything I had and wanted it all for herself, especially my Simon. Hi, I'm Emma. You might hear my story and think I should be grateful for having everything a girl might wish for, especially with my perfect memory. What most people don't know is that I have a big problem, my anger issue. It made me lose the love of my life. I was falling asleep in class one day when my teacher yelled at me, Wake up, sleepyhead, you can't sleep in my class. I'm going to include this question in the exam tomorrow, and now I won't repeat what I said for you. You mean you're going to include the fact that the Allies decided to land powerful forces in German-occupied Europe after the evacuation from Dunkirk in 1940, and that it took 4 years to design, build, and move thousands of vehicles, ships, and aircraft, and it was only on April 22nd in 1944 that the rehearsal for D-Day started in the exam tomorrow? Everyone oohed and ahed. I sneaked a peek at Simon. He was not only the school's hottest guy, but also a local celebrity. He was also rich and had the voice of an angel. And right now, the angel looked impressed as he looked at me. Whatever. Imagine someone being so proud of being a freak, Simon. I groaned inwardly as Mandy, my ex-best friend, and Simon's ex-girlfriend, stepped up behind him. Even though they'd broken up a while ago, she was still obsessed with him. To my delight, Simon just ignored her. Served her right. Simon said, Emma, I have to ask you something. Will you be my girlfriend? Oh my god, I nodded enthusiastically. I couldn't believe Simon, the Simon, was asking me out. Yes, of course. Mandy said, Don't get too happy. I'll still take him away from you, you freak. What was this witch's problem? Suddenly my blood began to boil. The teacher told us to settle down, but I wasn't really listening. I said, Mind your own business, you freak. The teacher snapped, Emma, I will not stand this behavior. To the principal's office right now. My rage disappeared. What? No, I'm sorry, I said enough. Leave. This just wasn't my day. And then, as if getting detention wasn't enough, my driver was late. Oh my god, I've told you only about 1 billion times not to be late, but you just can't help talking to everyone. The driver said, Don't work yourself up, please. I'm sorry, Fine, it's fine. Just take me home. Simon was having a big party at his place that night, and I had to look better than Mandy. I knew she would do her best to show off her attractive body to get Simon's attention, but I was ready for that. I decided to go shopping for the perfect dress. But when I got to the mall, I was shocked to see Simon there, and he wasn't alone. Mandy was there too. While she stood talking to him, she casually slipped her arms around him. I was furious. I couldn't believe she was trying to hit on him like that. Ew! I needed to show her who his real girlfriend was. Unfortunately, though, by the time I decided to go over, they were gone. Ugh, I had to do something about her. I bought a super gorgeous pure silk evening gown for Simon's party. I even picked out a beautiful emerald necklace I'd bought in Italy last summer. I was gonna knock the boy down once and for all tonight. My driver dropped me at the party and I asked him to go home. My instructions were to wait around here. I spotted Simon and walked up to him. Hi, Emma. Before I could say anything else, Simon put his arms around me, and for a second, I was speechless. You look absolutely breathtaking tonight, Emma. I'd appreciate it if you picked me as your dance partner tonight. I was about to ask what Mandy did that day, but oh man, my heart began to beat wildly as we glided around the room, and I forgot all about it. While we were dancing, I could see Mandy's red face, and boy did she look mad. Ha! Take that! I pulled Simon closer just to tease her more. Then she said loudly, Look at the smile on her dumb face. As soon as I dance with Simon, I'm going to kiss his face off. He'll never look at her again. She and the girls around her started laughing. I began to see red. Before I knew it, I had pushed Simon away and was marching up to Mandy. What's your problem, huh? One thing led to another. Suddenly, strong arms pulled me back. It was my driver. He said, Let's go home. It's late. Back off! Who are you to tell me what to do? I could see that Simon was amazed, and I think he was impressed that I was finally teaching his ex a lesson. Then I took Simon's hand and left the party. Even though we had left the party, I didn't want to leave him just then. I wouldn't let Mandy ruin this evening for me. I asked, want to come up to my place? We can watch a movie and chill. Simon said, yes, of course. There's nothing I'd like more. I ran inside to check if the coast was clear and quietly snuck him up the stairs. We had just started the movie when Simon pulled me closer and snuggled with me. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Suddenly, the door flew open and my stepdad barged in. Just what do you think the two of you are doing here? I have a reputation to keep. He was barely done talking when the driver ran up behind him. And you, is this what I hired you for, huh? I told you to keep an eye on the girl and you let her bring a boy into her room? The driver said, Sir, my stepdad then shouted, You're fired. Just then, my mom burst into the room and started defending the driver. He most certainly is not fired. Mom was determined to keep him and kept saying it wasn't his fault that I'd snuck a boy in. He doesn't have magic powers. Punish them and leave him out of this. Well, a blind man could tell she had the hots for the driver even though she was like 10 years older than him. And it was super embarrassing. My stepdad looked between the two of them suspiciously and then suddenly, dragging Simon out, left the room. Don't think that I'm dumb. I can see what's going on here, my stepdad said while leaving. I didn't even know why my mom was with my stepdad. I know my real dad was too poor to keep us, but did she have to marry this guy? After he left, Mom led the driver away. I slammed the door behind them, grabbed the first thing I got my hands on, and threw it in anger. As the picture on my table fell to the ground, I realized what a horrible person I was. You're a spoiled brat, always getting people into trouble. After I was done crying, I began watching some videos on my story animated. I just come across a really interesting story of a girl with perfect memory. The next morning, my stepdad said that I was grounded for a month and wasn't allowed to leave the house. Try me. I called Simon and he invited me to watch the recording of his song. Some other kids would be there too. As soon as they took a break, Simon came over to me. He said, Sorry to keep you waiting. I said, No, I should be the one saying sorry for the way I acted yesterday. The way my stepdad dragged you out, you probably hate me. For a minute, he didn't reply. Emma, I don't hate you at all. I saw how unhappy you looked. Yesterday, I just wanted to see you happy. To help you. I stared into his eyes and wondered if he really meant it. His face was so close to mine. Wait, was he about to kiss me? Just then, the director barged into the room and practically dragged Simon away. Simon said before leaving, Check your pocket when I start singing, okay? Don't check it now. When Simon started singing, I dug into my pocket and gasped. It was a diamond bracelet. As I was watching the recording, others came in. Of course, Mandy was with them too. As soon as she saw me, she made her way over to me. She said, Just reminding you that Simon is mine. Don't even think about him. Then she turned around and blew a kiss in his direction. I waited for him to react, but if anything, his stupid grin just grew bigger. Suddenly, I began to feel angry. Is this why he'd asked me here? Just then, Mandy screeched, Oh my God, that bracelet is mine. Simon gave it to me on Valentine's Day. Give it back. I said, Not a chance. He gave it to me and it's mine now. You know why? Because he loves me, and you can take your jealousy and buzz off. When Mandy refused to back off, I began to get mad at Simon for giving me her hand-me-downs. For a rich guy, he had acted pretty cheap. You know what? You want it so bad, huh? I marched up to Simon and threw open the door of the studio. I can't believe you'd give me your ex's hand-me-downs. Simon looked shocked and also embarrassed, as everyone could see and hear. Oh, shocked enough? I know everything, and I don't want this. Keep this trashy gift. He said, What's wrong with you? If you don't want it, just say so. I'm done with your drama. I'm out. Then Mandy looked at me. You actually fell for it. I knew you weren't as smart as you thought. You may have perfect memory, but you don't have perfect vision. He bought the bracelet that day at the mall when you were there. I glared at her, but I wouldn't do what she wanted. I swore to not get angry and said calmly, You're just jealous because he never got you a beautiful diamond bracelet. Then she laughed and said, Oh, I'm happy you like it. I actually picked it. That's it, I yelled as the driver took my hand and got me in the car. As soon as I got home, though, I felt horrible about what I had done to Simon. I tried calling him, but he wouldn't answer. I went to the set the next day, unannounced, and everyone was shocked to see me. I saw Simon sitting there, and he looked devastated. I'm so sorry for the horrible things I said. I don't know what came over me. I just got into the door when Simon caught up with me. He said, Emma, wait. No, Simon, I know I'm a horrible person. I'll just go away and never interfere in your life again. But Simon pulled me back and hugged me. Stay, Emma. I know you're a great girl. I won't let you go. I could tell that Simon loved me and I wanted to be with him. Plus, being his girlfriend was the best way to pay Mandy back and put her in her place. For a few weeks, I was in heaven. My anger episodes began to fade. If I ever did get angry, Simon held me till I was calm. Until one day, after my date with Simon, I went home to Mom and my stepdad having a scream fest. I asked what was wrong. Mom said that my stepdad was cheating on her. Suddenly, the yelling started again. Mom said, "I never should have trusted you." Stepdad said, "If I go to other women, it's your fault because you never take care of me." I don't take care of you? What else? But clearly my stepdad had had enough and he pushed us both outside. But the drama was far from over. We just stepped outside when the craziest thing happened. A police vehicle pulled up outside our house and 2 policemen stepped out. They demanded to know where my stepdad was. I pointed to the house and they barged in. 5 minutes later, they came outside, dragging my stepfather behind them. Apparently, his secretary that he cheated with had filed a case against him for blackmailing her. As they dragged him away, I waved him goodbye. Good riddance for some months at least. Finally, the events of the day sank in, and I realized I needed to breathe. I needed to get away from them. I needed Simon. I called him so many times, but he didn't answer. I ran to his house and barged in. "Simon!" I stopped dead in my tracks. He wasn't alone. In the lounge sat Mandy. She was wearing the tightest outfit imaginable, and her hair was all messy. "I told you he'd come back to me." Simon came in. He looked shocked to see me, but then he smiled. "Babe, I can explain. I was just thinking about you." What an actor! "You two-timing cheater! I never should have trusted you! We're over!" I rushed home, knowing there was no one I could trust. I went home and locked myself in my room. I didn't want to see anyone. For the next few days, I stayed in my room. I was too mad to talk to anyone. Finally, one day, Mom knocked on my door. "Emma, the school called. They want to know why you're skipping school, honey. Also, Simon is very worried. Just mind your own business. I don't need you interfering in my life." That night, as I lay tossing and turning in my bed, I heard a knock on the window. What was that? I jumped to check and almost passed out when I saw Simon practically hanging from the window frame. As soon as I opened the window, he jumped inside. What are you doing here?" He smiled and reached out for me. "Don't come any closer. Don't touch me. You cheated on me." He asked me who he cheated on me with. I told him I'd seen Mandy in his lounge. Simon swore there had been no one in his house. He said he could show me security camera footage. Don't lie. I have a photographic memory, remember? I never forget a face. Then I began to describe Mandy, and Simon said, "There's no Mandy in our class." Just then, my mom stepped into the room and said, "There was only ever one Mandy in your lives, but we thought you'd forgotten about her. But of course, you have a great memory." "What?" Mom said. "You were just a year old when she was born, and I couldn't raise her alone. You remembered her for years and would even talk about her in your sleep. But by the time you were 6, you stopped mentioning her. I thought you'd forgotten." What were they all talking about? Mandy? My sister? Were they saying I was imagining a girl who hated me? I began to scroll through my phone. I knew Mandy would be in some class photos, but the more I scrolled, the more horrified I was. There was no Mandy. I checked Facebook and Instagram too. Nothing. It was as if she had never existed. Suddenly, old memories rushed into my mind. "Baby, baby, Manny." I remembered. I said, "Mandy, you gave her away. You gave me everything, but you sent her away. How could you? My sister will hate me. She'll hate me forever." Simon said, "No, she won't, Emma. If your sister ever knew you, she'd love every bit of you, just like I do." As Simon spoke, I looked over his shoulder and saw Mandy. She smiled at me and said, "Took you long enough to remember. I'm going now. I don't hate you. You just needed to remember." Then she turned and walked out of the room, and I knew I would never see her again. Well, my life has gotten better since then. I'm at college and still with the love of my life, Simon. And my mom? She married our driver. She is happy. Finally.
Do I look good, guys? Anything stuck in my teeth? Just let me know in the comments. I really don't trust my assistant. She hates me. See, I was telling a friend one day that my assistant smells like chicken, and I think she overheard. But seriously, I hear bark every time she comes close. Wait, if she sees this, she'll start spitting in my food. Director, please cut this part out, okay? Hi, I'm Cece, and I'm a model and Insta blogger from New York. Now, I know many of you are expecting Ramen to do a part 2. And don't get me wrong, I love her. But let me tell you how I'm better than that noodle-loving rapper. She never even told you her real name or where she's from. But I'm an open book. I have no problem disclosing that my full name is Cecilia and... Wait, I'm getting a phone call from the dragon. I mean, my mother. This can't be good. Be right back. Okay, where was I? Yeah, basically, Ramen's busy and her animator got sick and can't do more parts for now. But MSA can't disappoint you, so I stepped up. Now my story will take this lovely animator, and I chose him because he makes his character shake. Like this, see? See, I have a bit of a history with shaking. I love Rihanna and her song Shine Bright Like a Diamond. But when I was little, I used to hear it as shake your body like a demon. And I wondered, Why would somebody shake their body like a demon? Who has even seen a demon shaking? But you know, I'm just an easygoing girl. I didn't question anything and just continued with my life. The reason why I was a relaxed, easygoing kid was because my parents were jerks. You know, like jerks to the point where you just give up and live your life because you have no other option. I was born in a family of French aristocrats who had moved to the US a long time ago, but my parents still acted like they had sticks up their butts. I lived in a large, dull mansion where everything was beige, and you guessed it, beige. Any attempts to add color were frowned upon. And then they had all these rules. Keep your voice low, but don't mumble. Sit straight and no elbows on the table. Don't show your teeth when you laugh. You're not a donkey. That's the soup spoon. That's the dessert spoon. Your ancestors must be rolling in their graves saying you eat meat with a fish fork. Jeez, weirdos. Don't you have anything better to do than watching me all day? And wait, let me show you what someone looks like when they laugh without their teeth. I look like a psychopath, right? Even Mom's cat Vivian was a judgmental snob and probably a spy. Once I was playing in the garden and I picked a booger from my nose and stuck it to a sunflower. Come on, it's normal. Kids do this stuff. I know you've done it too. Don't act so cool. And I turned around to find Vivian looking at me like this. So, yeah, I've always been a misfit in this sophisticated family. And it's not that I'm not girly. Actually, I adore fashion. And I always had a magazine tucked in the middle of the literary masterpieces I was forced to read. But I just hadn't grown up to be the classy lady my parents had hoped for. Once in 9th grade, I was shopping at the supermarket with a friend because she wanted to cook something for her boyfriend. Ugh, barf. Boys were all the craze with the girls in 9th grade. I was the only one cool enough not to lose my mind over some boy. I got bored, so I jumped into my friend's shopping cart and told her to run down the aisle with me. We were both laughing like crazy when suddenly she tripped and let the cart go, and I went whizzing straight into a pile of watermelons. When I opened my eyes, I was sure I'd gone to heaven because an angel was looking down at me, halo and all. Hey, are you okay? I don't know. Am I dead? I really hope not. You have to pay for all those watermelons. And then he smiled. Okay. So I was about to lose my mind over some boy. So sue me. His name was Danny. He was 2 years older, and he worked there part-time as a sales assistant. Our connection was instant, and he asked me out right away. Also, I did pay for the watermelons, but I learned later that the store policy didn't require people to pay for accidents. I think Danny kept the money for himself. And yeah, I didn't question it, because I'm someone who's been shaking her body like a demon for years, and never even questioned that. Anyway, a week later, we were officially together. And you know those first days when you're so in love? The sky is bluer, the grass is greener, the air smells like lavender. My stupid 15-year-old brain was telling me that I'd met my soulmate. We liked the same everything, and I could just be myself around him. My parents didn't approve because he wasn't our class, but I couldn't give a hoot. Danny was perfect. So I really can't pinpoint exactly why or when things began going downhill and the lavender started to rot. Maybe because he started going to university and got too busy, or maybe because someone gave me a modeling offer in the city after seeing my blog. It was a great opportunity for me to enter the fashion world, and I was sure we could make long distance work. Yeah, except that even short distance wasn't working for us now. We were just arguing and getting on each other's nerves all the time. See this picture of Danny? Yeah, that's him as a loser kid. But do you see that annoying half smile? He would smirk just like that when he thought he was right, which was like always. Who wouldn't get annoyed? There were so many little things, like why did he tell so many jokes? Why did he touch his ear so often? Why did he sneeze like a raccoon? Sneeze like a man. But things really escalated when we were out for dinner once and he started eating my fries. Why didn't you just order your own fries? Because I didn't want fries. Then why are you eating my fries? I just took a few. You've eaten half the plate. You can't share fries with your boyfriend? This is not about the fries. This is about you. You lied when you said you didn't want any, then you ate mine, and now I'm the bad guy? Cece, you're acting crazy. Oh, you want fries? Here, have all of them. The next day, we broke up after 3 years together. And you know the worst part about dating your best friend? When it's all over, you lose your best friend too. But don't worry about me, guys. I took the breakup like a champ. Anyway, I took up the modeling offer and moved to Manhattan right after high school. My parents were very disappointed at my career choices. Surprise, surprise. But I needed to get away from this place, and I just hadn't gone back since. But now, I had just received an invite to a high school reunion. Maybe it was a good excuse to go home. And Danny had moved away, not that it mattered. Yeah, what could go wrong? Oh, Cece, you dumb, silly duck. I didn't realize I'd missed my parents so much till I saw them. Even they seemed kinda happy. Cecilia, what's the matter? Has the dirty city air destroyed your corneas? No, Mom. Something just went into my eye.
I asked the chef to make your favorite dessert, a strawberry tart.
That's your favorite, Dad. I'm allergic to strawberries, but I appreciate the thought. And man, oh man, did I appreciate my bed. Why had I left this life again? Hard to recall the moment. I was having a great time at the reunion with my old friends when I spotted a stunning brunette in a red dress. You know, the kind of dress that only a very confident girl can pull off and you instantly feel imperfect in every way just by looking at her. Hey, that girl wasn't in our batch, right? Cece, that's Regina. What? No, I remember Regina. Duh. She had braces, thick glasses, and she was cute but kind of fat, you know, like plump. Yep, same Regina. She got a major glow up. Also, there's something you should know. Just then, a tall guy in a suit walked up to Regina and kissed her. Danny? Oh my god, I'm not ready for this. I gotta go before he sees me. But as I turned, I tripped over my own feet and crashed into a photo booth. Caption for next Instapost: how to be a complete moron in front of your ex and his gorgeous girlfriend.
Why do our meetings always start with you on the floor?
Don't stare at my butt, you pervert.
What? I swear I wasn't. Ugh, get up, you weirdo.
Gosh, he was even cuter than I remembered. You didn't even go to our high school, man. Why are you here?
I'm here with, Regina.
Cece, you look gorgeous as ever. Mwah. Always the most popular girl in school? You look great too. Thanks, babe. Listen, I wouldn't have invited Danny if I knew you were coming, given your history. This must be awkward. Oh, please. That was a million years ago. I've dated like 400 boys since then. It's all cool. We're cool. Except watching them together was setting my insides on fire. Listen, guys, I'm not unreasonable. Of course, I didn't think Danny would stay single forever, even though it would have been great if he did till I got married and had my first child. Whatever, I can't control that. But why her? She's prettier than me. He wasn't supposed to upgrade. Animator, show me the ugliest shot you got of her. No, not this one. She still looks too pretty. Not this either. Pretty. Okay, animator, you failed. Can someone else volunteer? Yes, the music guy. Love your music, by the way. Oh yeah, this picture. Look at her face. It's made according to Da Vinci's golden ratio, man. And that dark hair, that swan-like neck, her perfect skin, and those long legs. And no, I'm not gay. I mean, I don't think so, but if I was, she'd totally be my type.
Cecilia, who are you talking to? And I heard gay. Are you gay? Not that we're not open-minded people, but no grandchildren then?
Not right now, guys. I went down a social media rabbit hole stalking Regina and Danny. I wanted to be happy for him, really, but he didn't seem like himself anymore. He was always dressed in fancy suits and hanging out with fake-looking rich people like he was trying too hard to fit in. But it wasn't any of my business. He'd moved on, and so had I. Till I found out my parents were hosting a Christmas party and Regina's parents were invited, so she and Danny would be coming too. Ugh, I needed a distraction, so I decided to work on a new blog post. How to get a date over the holidays so you're not the only single loser at Christmas. Okay, lovely followers, and of course everyone watching this video. Here are some of Cece's tried and tested tips. Number 1, walk up to a guy in a grocery store and compliment his ugly sweater that his mom obviously knit for him. Guys love it when you compliment their moms. Number 2, stand behind a cute guy at a coffee shop, eavesdrop on his order, and then say, "Oh, you have such good taste. I'll have what he's having." Making a guy feel special over nothing is a sure way to win him over. Number 3, when you're walking outside, take one shoe off and start limping. A gentleman is bound to stop and offer you a ride home. Great conversation starter. As I was testing out number 3, a car pulled up next to me. It was freaking Danny.
Hey, Cece, you okay?
Oh yeah, I just broke my heel.
Hop in, I'll drive you home.
I couldn't tell him what I was actually doing, obvi. We drove away in awkward silence, and then he turned on the radio. You wanna hear about a girl who makes jealous witches girl? I love Ramen Lee Min-ho.
Happy to hear that. Regina hates my songs.
And after that, we just reconnected like old times. Talking to him felt so right and easy and comfortable. I actually felt disappointed when we arrived at my place. And suddenly, it was crystal clear to me. I wanted Danny back. Look, guys, I can feel some of you judging me already. But Regina's known him for what? A few months? She'd get over him. Danny and I were together for 3 years. And yeah, it didn't end well, but we've grown up now. Plus, whose side are you on anyway? This is my story. Root for me. The Christmas dinner was the perfect opportunity for my first move. I switched around the place cards to make sure I sat next to Regina, to talk down Danny. So, you must have heard Danny's embarrassing singing by now. Gosh, I've never met someone so off-key, but it's cute. Okay, but have you heard him sneeze? Like a raccoon? Yeah, I tell him he should just let it out. What about the way he snorts like a pig when he laughs? I sometimes do that too. He has terrible taste in music. Oh yeah, I'm trying to change that by introducing him to classical stuff. Also, the worst taste in food. Why eat Mexican when you could have sushi and caviar? Yeah, Mexican? Yuck. Danny and I love Mexican food. Who doesn't? This girl's a psycho. But you know, that's just small stuff. He's pretty great overall. No one's perfect, right? Right. I'm gonna go sit with my date for a while. Yeah, it was just some random dude Ted at the bus stop I'd bribed to act like my date. The second course of action was trying to make Danny jealous. Regina was all over him, touching his hair and laughing, so I ran my fingers through Ted's hair too. Ow, you're hurting me. Ow. I tried feeding him cheesecake next. No way, girl. Get your own slice. You can't have mine. I don't share food. And then he just disappeared after dinner. Luckily, Regina's feet were hurting, so Danny asked me to dance instead. Ugh, why did he have to be so lovely and charming and a gentleman? Why couldn't he be ugly and gross and a jerk? Ugh. And when the music stopped, several people were pointing to something above us. Mistletoe. Everyone cheered us on to kiss, and Danny gave me a gentle peck on the lips. He walked off while my head was spinning like a ballerina. And as I watched him and Regina leave the party, she waved to me with a warm smile. Wait. What? I just kissed your boyfriend and you're smiling at me? This girl was faker than my nails. And for some reason, she wanted to keep me close. 2 days later, she arranged a big picnic for our whole batch and invited me too. Yeah, check out her fancy handwritten note because she's too fancy to send a text. Dearest Cece, you are cordially invited to Regina's annual charity picnic gala. All we require is your presence and generous donations. The rest has been taken care of by us. Hope you'll join us for a fun-filled day. XOXOXO, Regina. Well, two can write a note. Dear Regina, yeah, I'll come. I'm busy, but I'll come. Cece. It was a huge event and there were a bunch of games, and somehow for each of them, she partnered me and Danny. I didn't know what she was up to, but I felt like she was watching me. Well, I didn't mind. I was happy for Regina to see how totally in sync Danny and I were. Man, we could finish each other's sentences. We kept meeting for the next few days for some event or the other, but the problem was I was really falling for Danny all over again. Why did I ever let him go? And how could I know if he felt anything for me now? One evening, I was feeling bummed and sitting at my favorite spot when someone joined me.
Didn't think I'd find anyone here. Want me to leave?
You should have asked that before making yourself comfortable.
I have food.
You can stay. As we sat there eating crisps, Danny suddenly spoke.
Why didn't you come home earlier, Cece?
Maybe because I didn't want to return till I'd proved I could make it on my own. It's nice being back though. Even my parents are a little chilled out now. I got Dad to do a TikTok with me. Can you imagine?
Hardly. You know, I always felt like your parents didn't think I was good enough for you, but this time they were nice. Maybe because I've made something of myself now.
I'm sorry they made you feel that way, but I never cared about that stuff. You know that, right?
Of course. You were always so different.
He brushed away a strand of hair from my face and moved closer. Suddenly, his phone rang and we jumped apart. He mumbled that he had to go and quickly left. Once I was sure he was gone, I broke out into a happy dance. Now I knew he felt something for me. I just had to make him feel enough to break up with stupid Regina. The next day, I was at the mall when I went to a changing room, and I heard two girls talking in the next stall. No, not this dress. We're announcing my engagement at the New Year's party tomorrow. I need something special. What the what? Is Danny excited? Of course he is. Daddy just offered him a position in his firm, and I'm out of his league in every way. He's very lucky. Are you gonna invite Cece too? I don't know why you've been inviting her everywhere. To show her what she's lost. Have you forgotten what Cece was like in high school? She never even noticed me, like I was invisible. Well, she's looking at me now, and no, she's not invited. I'll just let Danny tell her. I'd never ignored Regina on purpose. She just seemed like one of those shy kids who wanted to be left alone. I had no idea she felt so bitter, and it didn't sound like she loved Danny. Just saw him as someone she could control because she thought she was better than him. I had to tell him, right? But he was getting engaged. He must have thought it through. What was I gonna do anyway? Crash Regina's New Year's party and object to the engagement? Ugh, that sounds stupid. Okay, now let's just fast forward to the part where I burst into Regina's New Year's party and yelled, I object to this engagement. Regina doesn't really love you, Danny. Danny grabbed my arm and led me out angrily.
Cece, what the heck?
Danny, don't get engaged to Regina. She's all wrong for you.
Who are you to decide that?
I just know that. She thinks she's out of your league and she's doing you some favor by being your girlfriend.
Regina loves me.
Not as you really are. Look in the mirror, man. I've seen you wear nothing but suits these past 10 days. She's changing you so you fit into her pretentious world.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, fine. Then don't get engaged to her because I love you.
What?
Yeah, there. I said it. I love you. Like I'd give up the last slice of cheesecake for you or whatever. So pick me. Choose me. Love me.
Did you just steal Meredith's speech from Grey's Anatomy?
Oh, shoot. I'd forgotten we'd seen that show together. Trust him to remember something like that. For those who don't know about it, here's the speech.
Choose me. Love me.
Okay, so I'm using her words, but I feel the same way.
You're just playing games, Cece. You didn't look back once after leaving, and now you suddenly want me? No, you just hate the thought of me with someone else. We didn't work out before, and we wouldn't now.
This felt worse than our breakup. And for those of you who are on Team Regina, you must be enjoying this. And you suck. I couldn't stay any longer, so I packed my bags the next day and hugged my parents goodbye.
I'll send you TikToks every day.
I'll be looking forward to that, Dad.
Don't take so long to visit again, Cece.
I won't, Mom. Wait, you didn't call me Cecilia.
Oh, must have slipped my tongue. Is there something in your eye again?
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, I'll come visit soon. Bye! Next day, as my self-pity continued, the doorbell rang, and I was shocked to find Danny outside. What are you doing here?
I couldn't get engaged to Regina. You were right about everything, and she's not the one for me. I'm choosing you.
Look, man, that speech was just embarrassing. I take it back.
I choose you anyway.
You said we won't work.
We have to at least try and find out, because I love you too, Cece.
And we argued happily ever after. If you like my story and want to hear more of this style, comment Cece, our shaking MCC. Hi, I'm Agnes from Bellevue. Please like and subscribe. My mom was a maid at a big mansion, and we both lived in a small room there. It wasn't bad, but I always wondered what the other big rooms were like. Once when I was 4, I sneaked upstairs for the first time and walked into a fancy bedroom. There was a giant bed, and whoa, it was so soft and bouncy. I climbed up on it and jumped like crazy. Suddenly, someone came out of the restroom and shouted, "You! What are you doing in my room?" That was Mrs. Darcy, the rich lady who owned the house with her husband. I immediately jumped down and tried to run away, but I bumped into Mr. Darcy at the door.
What's this girl doing here? Isn't she the maid's daughter?
Yes, honey. I don't know why she's here. Let me check if she's stolen something.
No, nothing. But can I take this bed? But then where will you sleep? So can I just jump on it one last time, please?
Oh, this girl is smart and cute.
He put me back on the bed and said I could play there for as long as I wanted. He was so sweet. But seeing Mrs. Darcy glaring at me, I ran out that instant. A few days later, we heard Mrs. Darcy was pregnant, and soon little Bella was born. Though she was 4 years younger than me, we grew up like best pals. And when it was Bella's time for school, she insisted that I leave my public school and join hers instead. And Mr. Darcy happily agreed. I was super nervous about the new school, but my classmates were cool and I made friends quickly. I was doing really well in my lessons too, but sadly, Bella got all F's in her exams. From that day on, I started helping Bella with her homework. Soon I realized something though. She wasn't reading or writing at a normal pace like other kids. I tried speaking to Mr. Darcy, but his wife would never let me near him. So when Bella got bad grades again, I went with her to get the report card signed by her parents. Mr. Darcy looked a bit upset, but her mom wasn't bothered at all. Come on, honey. She has years to learn. Relax. But, ma'am, I think Bella has some difficulty in learning. Don't bluff because you got all A's. You're not some teacher. My daughter is perfectly fine. She even tried to prove it a few days later at Mr. Darcy's birthday party, announcing that Bella was going to read out a poem for her dad. Oh, poor girl. She was stuttering at the very first line, and everybody was staring at her. I couldn't see my best friend breaking down. I walked up to her and took the mic from her. I think Bella is very nervous today. Come on, let's just read it together. And Bella whispered, "I love you, Agnes." But this incident got Mr. Darcy's attention, and he came to school the next day to talk to her teachers. who told him Bella had dyslexia. That's when Mr. Darcy arranged for a special tutor for Bella, and I continued helping her with her homework and test prep too. Years passed, and she was improving steadily. Finally, in 6th grade, when Bella got straight A's, nobody was happier than me, and the Darcys even threw a celebration party. I was helping my mom in the kitchen when I heard Mr. Darcy calling out my name. I peeped out, and he signaled me to join them.
Come on, Agnes. You're the real angel today. The one who understood Bella more than us and helped her always. This party is for you.
As he gently pulled me in, Mrs. Darcy looked furious. And in the photo shoot that followed, he literally glued me with Bella in every shot. It was a bit embarrassing, but holding Bella's hand like a sister made me quite happy. But suddenly, Bella shook off my hand and shouted, "Dad, I'm tired. Can we stop this rubbish, please?" And with that, she stormed off. What was going on with her? And the next morning, she'd just taken the car and driver and gone to school without me. I was too late to even catch the bus now. Just then, Mr. Darcy was heading out and offered to drop me off. During recess, I found her in the cafeteria. I walked up to her and took her hand. "Hey, why'd you leave me this morning?"
Get your filthy hands off me, you maid.
Wait, what did she just say? The whole cafeteria turned towards us, and Bella looked raging mad.
Why did my dad drop you at school today?
'Cause you left me behind, Bella.
Call me Miss Bella.
Fine, Miss Bella. And you call me, well, don't call me anything. I'm so disappointed in you. I pushed her back to her seat, but she missed and fell on the floor. I tried to pick her up, but she dragged me down and pulled my hair. We were wrestling on the floor with all the kids cheering around us when some teachers pulled us apart and gave us both a month's detention. I was so angry, I just stopped talking to her. Why had she become Mrs. Junior Darcy suddenly? Soon after, Bella's uncle came from Canada to visit the family, and she turned happy immediately because he was her favorite. One evening, I was sitting in the kitchen doing my homework when he came in, and he seemed really impressed by the math problems I'd just worked on.
Well, clearly you're a very bright kid, but do you ever have fun too, or are you always studying?
Oh, no, I love to sing and dance.
You sing? That's awesome. Let's hear something.
He led me to the main hall and started playing a song on the piano, and I sang along. Mr. Darcy was very amused, but just then I caught sight of Mrs. Darcy and Bella's faces. They looked like furious dragon sisters. Later that night, Mom told me Bella wanted to see me in her room. What did she want? Reluctantly, I knocked and went in, and she started throwing stuff at my face. Our matching headbands, friendship bracelets, birthday gifts, everything. She went berserk.
Take all this trash, you devil. Why are you always taking over my life? First, you got close to my dad. Now my uncle, too?
What? Look, I never wanted your life. Besides, but she just pushed me against the wall angrily. And that's when I saw a picture of me and her behind the door with dart pins stuck to my face. You did this? You've become a frickin' psycho.
Mind your words, maid. You're talking to the princess of this house.
Going by the way you're behaving, I'd rather call you a witch. I pushed her away and left the room. I was super upset by everything. Mr. Darcy's brother was leaving the next day, and he said something that left me shocked. Turns out, he was a teacher in a Canadian private school for gifted kids. After knowing about my grades, he said he could have me study there on full scholarship and make living arrangements for me and Mom. It sounded amazing. I jumped and hugged Mom, who looked at the Darcys for approval.
Oh, wow. This is an excellent opportunity for your future, Agnes. You have to go for it.
But suddenly, Mrs. Darcy went ballistic. No, she can't. She won't. How dare your brother just show up and steal my maids? He has no business doing that. We are already sending Agnes to a great school and giving her a good life. They are not leaving, and that's final. Not another word about it. Bella's uncle looked uncomfortable and quickly left, and I felt furious. Before I could stop myself, I shouted, "You've never liked me, Mrs. Darcy, and now you've made it clear that you don't want anything good to happen to me. I'm gonna leave someday for sure, and you won't be able to stop me then." I ran away before she could reply, and from that day, I stayed away from the family as much as possible. Soon it was Christmas, and I woke up that morning to see a beautiful dress on my bed. Mom said Mr. Darcy had sent it for me and requested me to join their party later. I didn't have the heart to refuse him, so I dressed up and went down that evening and bumped straight into Bella, who was wearing the exact same dress.
Oh, how lovely. You both look like sisters. That's why I bought them. How do you like the surprise, girls?
I smiled uncomfortably and looked at Bella. She was clenching her jaw.
Like the surprise? It's the worst thing you've ever done, Dad. I don't want to look anything like this poor loser.
Suddenly, she took a pair of scissors, marched towards me, and started cutting my dress right in front of everyone. Oh my God! Mr. Darcy stepped forward, but Mrs. Darcy got to Bella first and snatched the scissors from her.
Have you completely lost your mind, Bella? You could have hurt her.
Oh, now you're on her side too, Mom? Of course you are. I'm not surprised. I hate you all.
And with that, she stormed off to her room. What was frickin' wrong with her? She'd ruined the party for everyone. A few days later, we had the annual Parents' Day, and I was gonna sing a song. Right in the middle of my performance, the sound system got messed up and my mic stopped working. Just then, a voice started coming through the speakers.
Hi everyone, meet Agnes the Thief. She steals moms, dads, and sometimes the lives of rich people.
Holy heavens, it was Bella! I ran backstage and caught her red-handed. I jumped on her and started hitting her with the mic. When the teachers arrived on the scene, we were both suspended and sent home.
I can't believe you did this, Bella. I didn't raise you this way.
Yes, you're getting out of control. I'm thinking we should send you to boarding school.
Yeah, that's great. Send me away, because you have your perfect daughter Agnes by your side, don't you? Oh, come on, Mom. Why don't you tell Dad the truth now?
Wait, what was she talking about? I looked at Mrs. Darcy, who turned white as a ghost. What do you mean, Bella? You are my perfect daughter.
Enough of your lies. I can't hold this in anymore.
She ran to her room and returned with a piece of paper that she threw at my face.
I found this in the attic one day, which proves this moron is also your daughter, Mom.
Everyone looked as shocked as I felt. The paper was my birth certificate, and Mrs. Darcy's name was there as my mother. Stunned, I looked at Mom, who then told everyone that Mrs. Darcy had gotten pregnant with me before her marriage and had to hide it and marry Mr. Darcy. She'd given me to my mom to be raised in front of her eyes. What the frickin' what? I'm Mrs. Darcy's daughter?
I can't believe this. So my whole marriage is based on a lie? You kept something so big from me all this time? I can't even look at you, at both of you.
He walked out of the room and Mrs. Darcy burst into tears. I'm sorry I hid this from you, Agnes, but it wasn't my secret. But now you know everything, and you're one of the Darcys. You can choose to be with them, or... I'm not crazy. To leave a true, loving mom for someone who was ashamed to have me and hates me till now? Agnes, I don't hate you. I just pretended to be mean so that nobody would see how much I actually love you. I only tried keeping you away from the family so my husband wouldn't sense things and discover the truth. And I didn't let you go to Canada because I couldn't bear for you to be away from me. I'm so sorry. She tried to hold my hand, but I took Mom's hand and walked out of that house forever. Mom got another job as a maid and I joined the public school, and I tried to put the Darcys out of my mind until one day I got an unexpected visitor. Bella? What now? I'm tired of getting hated. And I'm tired of hating you, sis. She started crying. I'm so sorry, Agnes. I just got so jealous when Dad was always so proud of you. And I got more insecure when I found out that you're Mom's real daughter. But the truth is, I've always loved you as a friend. And isn't it amazing that we're actually sisters? Please, try and forgive me. I know I've behaved terribly. Please come back. She was like my little sister always, and my heart melted a bit. Bella, I forgive you, but I can't come back. Mr. Darcy probably hates me now, and I don't know how I feel about Mrs. Darcy. Just then, Mr. Darcy appeared from behind the door and took my hand.
Of course, I don't hate you. It was a huge shock at first, but I've forgiven my wife. I understand. She only did everything out of love for you. She misses you terribly. Please, give her a chance.
I looked back at Mom, who nodded at me and smiled. Okay, I will.
Hi, I'm Elena from Manhattan. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by an amazing single mom who worked as a cleaning lady in a fancy hotel. Even though we weren't rich at all, I always had everything I needed. And more importantly, I always knew I was loved. Once, when I was 7, Mom took me to the hotel with her. While she was busy cleaning some rich lady's suite, I spotted something sparkling under the bed. It was a gorgeous diamond necklace. Look, Mom, look what I found! Elena, where did you take this from? We have to put it back. Just then, the rich lady walked into the room, and she started screaming that she was being robbed. Minutes later, the cops arrived on the scene, and the lady insisted Mom had broken into her safe. They immediately arrested Mom and took her away. Suddenly, my whole world turned upside down, and I was sent off to live with my grandma in another city. But after only a few months, Grandma said that she was too old and tired to take care of me, and she shipped me off to an orphanage. Many years passed there, and I really missed Mom. When I was 15, the warden told us one day that some rich benefactors would be paying a visit, and she told me that I had to sing something for the guests. I loved to sing, but I felt really nervous in front of those fancy-looking people. I closed my eyes and gathered all my courage. People have a way of bringing you down. I've been told I'm not good enough. I wish they could be in my shoes just once to hear how their words sound so rough. Just believe in yourself, 'cause there's no doubt you're beautiful and strong inside and out. I wouldn't change a thing. To me, you're a star. You're pretty much perfect just as you are. Everyone seemed stunned, and then they broke out into loud applause. Just then, a very handsome young guy, who was 3 or 4 years older than me, walked over to me from the audience. Your voice, it's truly a gift, Elena. I'm Harry, and I'm a music producer. I would really love it if you'd come and sing for me. It would be amazing to record an album with you. I couldn't believe my ears. Sing for him? Me? An album? It almost seemed too good to be true. But before I knew it, he'd made arrangements for me to leave the orphanage and was whisking me off to his huge mansion. He introduced me to his lovely parents, and then a maid led me to the most gorgeous room. The second they left, I jumped onto my huge bed. This was awesome! But then I went downstairs for dinner. I bumped into a girl in the hallway, and she started screaming at me. Watch where you're going, you clumsy moron! When were you hired as a maid? You're fired! I'm not a maid. And who are you? Who am I? I'm the mistress of this mansion and Harry's fiancé. Just then, Harry came running in. Amanda, remember? I told you we were looking for a talented young girl for the new project. Well, we found her, and she's staying here as my guest. Staying here? Are you crazy? You didn't think it was important to ask me first? I'm your freaking fiancé, and no way is this beggar girl living here. He took me by the arm and pulled me into a room. Harry was engaged? He was too young. And to this witch? What is wrong with you, Amanda? Don't make me say something I might regret later. Yes, you're my fiancé, but we both know why. You're not allowed to interfere with my music. Yeah, we both know why. And you'd better not forget it, Harry. Your family will be broke if my dad finds out you don't want to marry me. I started training with a vocal coach, and soon enough, I was ready for my first song. On the morning of the recording, a maid walked in with some tea. Hey there, miss. Drink this. It's good for your throat and will make you sound even lovelier. I was touched by her sweet gesture and gulped it down before rushing off to the studio. But the minute I started singing, something really strange happened. I love you, baby. I cleared my throat and tried again, but my voice just kept cracking, and I had no idea why. Harry looked shocked, and the director started shouting angrily.
"What is this rubbish, Harry? I'm a very busy man, and this is a waste of time. She obviously can't sing a note."
I rushed out of the studio in tears and stepped out in the back alley. There, I ran smack into Amanda, who was laughing her head off. Oh my God, that was so funny. You sounded like an ugly toad. Want to go home so we can drink some more tea? Wait, what? Did you put something in my tea? Are you insane? Why would you do that? Because I know what you're up to, you gold digger. You're trying to impress Harry because you're after him and his money. But you're not getting either over my dead body. With that, she pushed me really hard into the garbage dumpster. I was so furious that I pounced on her. As we were screaming and wrestling, someone pulled us apart.
"Stop it! What's wrong with you guys? What's happening here?"
And suddenly, she burst into crocodile tears, acting all hurt. This filthy rat has gone crazy. She's just angry she couldn't sing, and she's taking it all out on me. She tried to kill me, Harry. This is what happens when you pick up poor people and try to help them. I'm gonna call the cops.
No one's calling the cops. Elena, please just go home with the driver. We'll talk later.
It made me upset to see his disappointed face, and I quickly left. This Amanda was an evil witch who was out to get me. Oh, Mom, I wish you were around. I wouldn't have to deal with any of this. Later that night, I heard someone playing the most beautiful music. I followed the sound to the library, and I saw Harry sitting at the grand piano. Suddenly, he looked up straight at me. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to bother you.
You're not bothering me, Elena. Come join me.
I sat next to him, and he asked me to sing this new song he'd written. As it ended, he turned to me with a smile.
There's that beautiful voice I know.
Listen, Harry, I'm sorry about what happened in the studio.
It's okay. You were just nervous. We'll get you back there again. In fact, this music I'm playing is part of an album no one knows about yet. You're the first one, and I wrote this song for you. For your voice. It's perfect.
As Harry looked into my eyes, I felt butterflies in my stomach. He moved a little closer and put a hand under my chin. Was he going to kiss me? I suddenly jumped off the bench. I should really go to bed now. Good night. And with that, I fled from there, my heart going 100 miles a minute. After that, I decided I was going to focus on my music only, and I definitely couldn't be alone with Harry, which wasn't too hard because Amanda had practically moved in and was always clinging to him like a snake. One evening, when I returned to my room, I switched on the light and screamed. Freaking Amanda was sitting on my bed. She instantly leapt at me and pinned me against the wall. Amanda, what the heck are you doing? I'm warning you, witch. Do you think I don't see what's happening? I have my eyes and ears everywhere in this house. Half the staff here works for me. Don't even think about it, Elena. Harry's mine, and he's never going to be yours. Oh, if you're so sure of that, why are you here in my room? You're clearly threatened by me, and maybe you should be. She looked livid. Step carefully, or I'll ruin you. And with that, she climbed out of the window and jumped. She was a psycho, and now I'd made her even angrier. In a few months, I was able to record my first album, and Harry wanted to celebrate our success by throwing a huge music release party. I really wanted Mom to be there, and Harry had been helping me look for her, but we hadn't found anything. On the night of the party, I walked into the hall and was suddenly surrounded by big music directors, producers, and artists wanting to talk to me, and I was on top of the world. Suddenly, I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder.
May I have this dance?
Harry led me to the floor, and my heart skipped a beat as he drew me close. We were dancing like no one was watching, when suddenly, the song changed, and we both stopped in our tracks. The DJ was playing Harry's song from the album that wasn't even released yet. Harry walked over to the DJ furiously and shut off his system.
Where did you get a hold of this song? What are you talking about, dude? It's been on the radio all day and going viral everywhere.
Harry stormed out of the hall, and we followed him out. We went to the library and found all his sheet music, notes, and CDs gone.
It has to be someone from the house. It was all right here.
Harry demanded to see security footage of everyone who'd been in and out of the house lately. And suddenly we came across a video of me handing a large envelope to the maid. OMG, that's what you're doing, witch? What do you mean? I'm just giving the maid something to mail to the orphanage. But Amanda screamed for the maid to be called in, and what she said left me shook. Oh, this. Miss Elena told me to drop this package at some music producer's studio 2 weeks ago. What? Oh my God, why are you lying? I didn't do anything of the sort. Harry, please. You have to believe me. The disbelief on Harry's face just broke my heart.
But why would the maid lie, Elena? And you were the only one who knew. The only one. I trusted you. And you sold my work?
Harry, I would never do that. But suddenly Amanda leapt forward and slapped me. You thief! I always knew what you were like. Harry, will you call the cops now? If anyone has something to do with all this, it's you, Amanda. I know it's you. I leapt forward to attack her, but Harry stopped me.
She didn't know about that music. You did. I want you to leave my house right now, before I change my mind about calling the cops.
I just burst into tears and left that house within minutes. I couldn't believe Harry thought I'd betray him. I left that city and went back to New York so I could look for Mom. Soon I found a job as a singer in a fancy restaurant, and I kept searching for her, but to no avail. A couple of months later, I was just finishing my performance when I spotted someone in the crowd. Someone I never thought I'd see again. Mom? She gave me a huge smile, and I ran to her, flinging myself in her arms. Oh, Mom, where have you been? Where were you all this time? Oh, my baby, I'm so glad to see you. Oh, you've grown up so much. And I looked for you everywhere, honey. After I came out of jail, I went to your granny's house, but she'd already passed away, and I had no idea how to reach you. But how did you find me now, Mom? I heard about your music album and tracked down the music producer. He helped me find you, and he brought me here. She pointed to someone behind her, and it was Harry. Before I could even say anything, he stepped forward and kissed me.
I'm so sorry, Elena. You were right. It was Amanda all along, and that maid was working for her. And I was stupid enough to fall for it. I was only ever engaged to Amanda because my family owes her family a huge debt, and they said they'd forgive it if I married their daughter. I did it for my parents. But after they found out everything Amanda did, they told me to break it off immediately.
I knew he couldn't possibly love that witch.
Please forgive me for doubting you. And I'm a much poorer man now, but I'm yours, if you'll have me. I love you, Elena.
I forgive you, Harry. And I love you too.
When my mom was pregnant with me, the doctors told my parents they were having a boy. Wonderful. We'll name him Ace.
Ace. I love that name.
Then along came me, a girl, and I was born without a forefinger on my right hand. My parents were a bit freaked out at first, but they didn't really care. I was still their perfect baby. Hey friends, my name is Ace, and I live in a small town in Ohio. Please like and subscribe. When I was in kindergarten, our teacher asked us to paint with our fingers, and that's when a kid noticed my hand was different.
Hey, look at Ace's hand. So cool. Are you an alien? Whoa, Ace. Did a mouse chew through your finger? No, dummy. My hand's always been like that.
My classmates never bugged me about it, which was nice. Over time, more people found out, and some mean kids would call me a freak. But I was never bothered much, because I could do everything people with 10 fingers could do, like play baseball. Dad was really into it, and he taught me everything I knew. Once when I was 14, I saw some boys playing baseball in the neighborhood, and I asked if I could join, but they said they didn't play with girls. Losers. As I turned to leave, one of the boys hit the ball and it came flying towards me. I swiftly caught it and swung it at him. The guy seemed shocked.
Whoa, how did you do that? Yeah, you threw a perfect curveball.
How did I do that? And when I tried baseball over and over again, I learned that I could throw a perfect curveball because of my missing forefinger. After that day, those same guys wanted me to teach them. I started playing with them every day and gained a reputation for smashing the neighbors' windows. When I was in 11th grade, Dad gave me some big news. I'd have to finish high school in Cincinnati because he'd gotten a better job there and we could use the money. So we moved. The school was 5 times the size of my high school back home, and I was feeling nervous as I walked in. Just as I found my locker, a very pretty girl walked over to me.
Oh, hey,
Hey, you look like you're new here. I'm Bree, and I must say, your overalls look awesome. Oh, thanks. My dad and I have matching ones. Really? The janitor wears almost the same. Is your dad the janitor? Wait, was she making fun of me? Before I could reply, a boy with flaming red hair came running down the corridor and crashed straight into Bree, knocking her to the ground. Oliver, you moron, get off of me!
You were in my way, and now you've made me lose it.
Lose what?
The rarest butterfly? I was following it, and now it's gone.
What kind of guy chases butterflies? You are such a loser!
Stop being so mean to me, Bree, or I swear I'm gonna fall in love with you. She shoved him aside and stormed off. He grinned at me. I see you've met the school queen bee.
More like school witch.
Haha, yeah, that's Bree. So beautiful, but so cruel. Everyone's kinda scared of her, but not me.
Me neither. Soon after, I found out Oliver and I were in the same class. He was a great guy, and we started hanging out together. And I discovered that he loved two things, magic tricks and baseball. He was always trying out silly magic tricks on me that made me laugh. And when he insisted I join the school's baseball team, I got to see how good he was. And also really competitive. One day in the cafeteria, Oliver was showing me a new card trick when Bree and her minions came by. You guys make the perfect weirdo couple. Miss Nine Fingers and Mr. Tomato Head.
Having a bad day again, babe? I'll give you a hug if you don't mind the weird smell of my t-shirt.
Ew! And I'd never be the babe of someone like you. Do you even have any life plans, Oliver? Or are you just gonna be some homeless street magician?
Hey, I make plans every day. Like feed your goldfish, put on pants, annoy Bree. Why are you so worried about my future anyway? Do you see yourself in it?
In your dreams, loser! And with that, she grabbed a bottle of mustard and dumped the whole thing on his head. Ketchup and mustard go together. And before I knew it, I'd flown out of my seat and attacked Bree. She screamed like a banshee when I sat on her and pulled her hair. Don't mess with my friend again. I can hurt you pretty badly with just 9 fingers, you dumb witch. That incident landed both me and Bree in detention. But I was a hero after that. No one had ever laid a finger on Bree before, and lots of kids were patting me on the back, and Oliver just couldn't get over it.
That was epic, Ace. I can't forget the look on her face.
I wish you'd made a video of me, dummy. Bree gave me death glares from afar every day, but I guess she backed off because she knew I could kick her butt. Oliver and I grew closer, and we played every day to help each other improve our game. Even my dad loved him, and his mom was so nice to me. I found out that his dad was always in and out of jail, and his mom was basically raising him alone. Since we were always together, lots of kids assumed we were a couple, but that didn't bother us much. We were best friends, and nothing could change that. One time we were having a practice match, and I was on fire. Oliver was really struggling to hold his ground against my curveball pitching. Are you trying to hit me in the face, Ace? Boo-hoo. Focus on your game, Oliver. You already have 2 strikes. 1 more and my team wins. For some reason, Oliver seemed tense, and when I pitched, he missed again. When my team started celebrating, he just threw his bat, ran off, and sat under a tree. Hey, don't be a sore loser.
I'm just mad at myself. The final games are only a few months away, and that's where all the university recruiters pick talent. I really need a scholarship, and I'm playing so badly. And on top of everything, look, my shoes are ruined. Every player has some bad days. Cheer up, let's get some ice cream. Come on, let's go. He just sat there like a stubborn donkey as I pulled his arm with all my might. Suddenly he got up and I fell backwards, dragging Oliver with me. Awkward. By saying awkward, you made it awkward, weirdo. And then we both burst out laughing. I went to the bathroom to clean up, and that's when I heard Bree behind me. Do you know how gross it is to see 2 dorks making out? Get a room. We were not… Wait, why am I explaining anything to you? Think what you like. I was leaving when she said, I haven't forgotten what you did, Ace. I'm gonna get you when you least expect it. Oh, I'm so scared. I'd go running to my mommy if I had one. And I walked off quickly before she could reply. She sounded crazy. A week later, it was Oliver's birthday, and I wanted to buy him the perfect gift. I had to use all my savings, but it was worth it. I went over to his place, and when he opened the box, his eyes shone. Oh my God, new baseball shoes. Ace, you're the best. Can you sign them, please? 'Cause for me, you're a star.
Are you sure you want me to destroy these killer shoes with my sign? When he nodded, I gave him an autograph. Soon we had our summer vacations and I went back to Ohio to see Grandma. When I returned, I was in for a shock. Oliver seemed to be over his awkward puberty phase, and he looked really different. I'd never seen his hair brushed before. Where is my crazy best friend and what did you do to him?
I'm still the same guy. Hey, Ace, I gotta tell you something. Let's catch up at lunch, okay?
Of course. But when I got to the cafeteria later, I saw Oliver there with Bree, and she was all over him. I felt so angry. I wasn't jealous or something, but why her? And once she left, I asked him, and he was going on and on about how they'd bonded over the summer and how she'd really changed. Nobody. She was calling you a loser only months ago.
Well, I was acting like a loser. Come on, Ace, I'm kind of into her. I want to give this a chance.
All right, if it makes you happy. But I wasn't happy. Why was he calling himself a loser suddenly? Some weeks later, the baseball finals started. Our school's team was doing well, and Oliver and I were the breakout stars. But only one of us could get selected for the prestigious sports scholarship at the best Ivy League university. As we prepared to go onto the field for the last match, Oliver shook my hand.
May the best man or woman win.
Couldn't have said it better myself. I played hard and totally nailed the game. But when the scholarship winner was announced, it turned out to be Oliver. He even got a huge cash prize. I quickly got over my disappointment, and I was so happy for him. A week later, Bree threw a party to celebrate Oliver's victory. But when I got there, Oliver was just busy with people I didn't know. I felt out of place and went to go sit by the swimming pool. And that's when I spotted Bree showing off her necklace to her friends. Wow, Oliver sure has good taste. That looks expensive. It was the least Oliver could do after what my dad did for him. He's the head recruiter at that Ivy League university, and he basically gave Oliver the scholarship, even though Ace played better. That witch got what she deserved, and Daddy really thinks Oliver is gonna be a huge star one day. Oh my God, I felt gutted and furious. I ran up to Oliver and grabbed him by his shirt. You cheated? How could you? Oliver knew right away what I was talking about and quickly pulled me into another room. I yelled at him and he kept trying to shush me.
Hey, I did what I had to do. Your dad has a decent job. My dad, he's in jail again. You know my situation. I need this, Ace. You can get it next year.
Yeah, I know your situation, but that doesn't give you an excuse to stoop so low. Do you feel happy that you won by cheating? I don't even know who you are anymore. I spat in his face and left the party. Oliver and I didn't speak after that, even though he tried to talk to me and kept calling. A couple of months later, he stopped trying, and then one day, I saw him on the news. He was being called the next big thing. A few months later, I participated in a local fundraising match and led my team to victory. After I accepted the trophy, a man approached me.
Hello, Miss Ace. I'm from a prestigious university, and we want you to apply for our sports scholarship. Your missing finger gives you an edge that I've never seen in any other player. No one throws a ball like that.
I was excited to apply, and I got in. The opportunities my university provided me in baseball were amazing. After graduation, I got into the national women's team, and I heard how Oliver had received a huge offer from a league in Japan and had moved there. Sometime later, I met an amazing guy and fell in love for the first time. After dating for a few months, he proposed, and I said yes. One day, as I was walking into a coffee shop, I bumped into someone, and I looked up to see that it was Oliver.
Oh my God, Ace.
Oh, Oliver. Been a long time. I thought you moved to Japan with Bree.
Yeah, I did. But things didn't go so well. Bree's with a soccer player now. She broke up with me after I had a rather serious injury.
What? When did that happen? And then Oliver told me how he had an injury that left him paralyzed for a year. He had to work really hard to get back on his feet, and he was finally playing again. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Oliver. Just then, my eyes fell on his shoes. You still have these? Why?
I have a game later today, and these are my good luck charm. Look, Ace, I'm so sorry for what I did. I was selfish, I was a jerk, and I was desperate. I'm not making any excuses for my behavior, though. please forgive me? I've really missed you.
I didn't forgive him right away, but we kept in touch and slowly patched things up. The truth was, I'd really missed my best friend too, and I was happy to discover that he was still a weirdo. And when I got married a few months later, I was so glad my best friend was there by my side as my best man. When I was little, my big brother was my protector, and now I'm the one protecting him. I just hope I don't get arrested. Oh yeah, and like and subscribe or you'll miss out on the mystery. I'm Zelda from Washington, D.C. My brother Ryan has always been there for me. When I was clumsy and dropped my ice cream, he got me a new one. When I fell, he picked me up. And when I watched a scary movie, he covered my eyes. And when he had to go somewhere and leave me alone, I want Ryan! On my birthdays, he always gave me the best presents. One time, he even paid the zoo to let me meet the giraffes and elephants. Mom told me he worked all summer to afford it. Since he was so cool, brave, and awesome, you'd think he'd want to be an astronaut when he grew up, or a lion tamer, or a dinosaur catcher. It's a thing. Look it up. But no, because our mom had to support us both by herself ever since he was little, his dream was to buy her a house one day and be rich enough that she wouldn't have to work anymore. That and take me on a grand adventure, which was my dream. Yeah, my brother's better than yours. Deal with it. Ryan got a super cool Mustang. He would always pick me up after school, and of course, all the girls swooned and every single one of the boys was jealous of him. I was the most popular girl in school without even trying. What kind of music does he like? Does he have a girlfriend? How can he afford such a cool car? Is he rich? Take it easy, girls. I'll tell you everything you want to know. My brother works for NASA. He's an engineer. He's saving up to buy my mom a house. No girlfriend. If he had one, I would be the first to know. And as for music, he and I listen to the same kind. Synth. The girls are always asking questions about you. They're all in love.
What do you tell them?
Just the usual. It's not like you're a mystery or anything.
They don't need to know my business. Next time anyone asks, tell them you don't know.
What? Why?
Look, NASA is secretive. I can't tell everyone about what I do there. The government doesn't want anyone to know. I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. Actually, we really can't talk about it at all. I've already told you too much. Just be cool about it, okay?
What? No. I want to know everything. Tell me immediately.
Maybe someday I'll be able to explain, but for now, keep everything I said between us.
Ryan, that's not fair.
Life's not fair. Here we are. Go on. I have to go back to work. I'll see you on your birthday.
My birthday's next week. I have school tomorrow. You have to pick me up.
Oh, right.
Ryan, I'm worried. You're acting weird.
Don't worry, little Z. I can handle myself.
He dropped me off and drove away like he always did. Except this time, something felt different. Government jobs are very hush-hush. I'm sure he's perfectly safe. Please, respect his wishes and just leave him alone, okay, honey? He forgot my birthday. He never forgets my birthday. He's been a little distracted lately, just a little stressed. But he's okay, I promise. But I knew Ryan more than anyone, and he seemed worried. The next day, I waited outside our house for him to pick me up like he always did, but this time, he didn't show up. OMG, what happened? You're soaked. Didn't your brother pick you up? No, and he didn't call either. Something's wrong. I texted him all day, but there was no response. After school, with all the girls waiting to see him like they always did, I stood at the curb, looking right, left, waiting, calling, and yeah, you guessed it, he didn't show up. My brother, who had been there for me since the day I was born, was now missing. Mom, I can't find Ryan anywhere. He won't answer his phone, and he didn't pick me up today.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. He texted last night and said his phone's dying. He'll be getting a new one soon, but he won't be able to reach us for a few days.
Why didn't he tell me? He was acting strange yesterday in the car. Something is going on with him. What if they heard us?
Who?
The government. What if they listened to our conversation and now...
Honey, you're just so used to him being around and now you're extra worried. This is probably the longest he's been away from you since he graduated college, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but it's strange that he didn't text me when he texted you. And why didn't he pick me up?
Maybe he had car trouble and couldn't call you.
Don't worry. Your brother can take care of himself. He always has. Why wasn't Mom more worried? Everything felt wrong. Was I just being paranoid? She left in a hurry to go to work, and I was alone with my thoughts. Everything Mom said was true. But then again, he really was acting weird yesterday. And just because Mom got a text from his phone doesn't mean it was really him. I had to be sure. I rushed to the bus stop and went to the only place I knew I could get some answers, NASA. I would say he was an engineer, just like he told us, so they wouldn't suspect I knew anything more, which I guess I didn't really. I couldn't believe the giant space shuttle and huge NASA logo out front. This place was intense. At the front desk, I asked if I could speak to my brother. "What's his name, darling?" I told her and waited while she was on the phone. While she talked to the person on the other line, she looked at me as if there was something she didn't want me to know. "Sorry, sweetie. No one here has that name." That's when I saw two men in black suits and sunglasses at the end of the hall looking at me. Or were they looking at me? Maybe they were just waiting for someone. I didn't want to find out, so I hurried out of there. I had no idea what was going on. It didn't make sense. Unless they really didn't want anyone to know where he worked because he was part of some top secret mission. Without any other choice, I decided there was only one more place I could go to try to find him and find some answers. His apartment. I had only been there one time when I was about to move in a year ago, but I had written down the address. The building was super tall and fancy. I ran to the door and pressed the number to his unit. When an old woman answered, I asked if my brother lived there, thinking maybe she was the maid.
No, he doesn't live here. Sorry.
My head was spinning. What the heck was going on? I saw my brother almost every day since we were little. I knew him, didn't I? A black SUV parked right behind me on the curb. I couldn't see through the tinted windows. I ran. Just then, I got a text from Ryan. All it said was an address that I didn't recognize. I tried to call, but there was no answer. What if it wasn't really him? I could be walking right into a trap. I got on the bus and headed that way. I couldn't go to the police yet. I had nothing to report. But what if I was going into a trap? But he was my brother, my protector. I had to try. Whatever it was I was heading into, I had to be brave. The sun went down. The street of the address was dark and dirty. My mom would never let me come here alone. Then I found it, a broken down old motel. I climbed the steps and knocked on the door, my hands shaking. It opened, and I saw a beautiful young woman standing in front of me. "Zelda, who are you?" "I'm May, your brother's girlfriend. Come in." I walked into the small room and saw Ryan sitting there, his head down like he was crying. I ran and hugged him. "I'm so glad you're okay. I've been looking everywhere for you. What's going on? I went to your work, to your house."
I lied, Z. I don't work for NASA, and I don't live in that nice apartment building. I've been living here. When I showed it to you, I was a real estate agent, but I was terrible and I got fired. Now, I work at a rental car place. The Mustang is theirs. My boss caught me using it last night and fired me.
"But why did you lie? I thought we were best friends."
We are. I was ashamed. You always thought I was so cool. You looked up to me. I said I would buy Mom a house, and I can't even afford to pay my own rent. She has to help me. I wanted to still be that big brother for you, the one you looked up to.
You are my big brother. Of course I still look up to you. You're my whole world. I don't care what you do for work. See, Ryan? Zelda, I told him you'd say that. He didn't want us to meet because he didn't want me to lie to you. But I'm glad you're here now. And I'm so sorry, but Zelda, we need your help.
No, we can't ask her to do that. She could get caught. She could go to jail.
That's when they told me what Ryan had done. I was in total shock. My brother was so angry at his boss when he was fired that before he left, he snuck into the office and stole money from the safe.
You did what? I know, it was stupid. It was a mistake. The security guard is there now. He knows me.
When they open tomorrow, they'll see the money's gone and your brother will be on the video. We only have until 7 a.m. before
I go to jail and my life is ruined.
My heart was pounding, my hands sweating. I couldn't believe this was happening. I know he said he was angry, but this? I don't understand. That's not you. Why did you do it?
I wanted to pay back Mom for all the money she let me borrow. I'll go. I'll put it back.
No, Zelda, if the security guard ever sees him, he'll be caught. If he sees you, he won't know who you are. You can run.
But this is my mistake. I'll face the consequences myself.
I wouldn't help you steal money, but we're not stealing it. We're putting it back. So I'll help you because you've always helped me. Yes, I knew it was dangerous. I knew I could get into serious trouble, but all he wanted to do now was make things right. He drew a map of the office and explained to me exactly how to get in and out. The problem, of course, was the guard, and the fact that he had been caught on tape, which meant I would have to delete it. I had no idea how, but he wrote it all down along with the combination to the safe on a piece of paper. Why not just send it to my phone?
You can't take your phone. If they suspect you, they could use it to see that you were here. I'll call Mom and tell her you're sleeping here.
So, my mom knew he'd been lying? That's why she wasn't worried. Here, the money is in this purse. Just pretend it's yours, and take my hoodie to cover your head. I left the apartment, following the directions he gave, until finally, I was outside the office. The guard was outside the gate. There was no way around him. My first thought was to cause a distraction, but there was nothing anywhere. So I just walked right up to him. Sir, please, can you help me?
What are you doing out here at night, miss?
I forgot my phone in the car I rented. Everything I have is in there.
Can it wait till tomorrow? I'm not supposed to let anyone...
I can't. He took pity on me and let me in. He asked which car, and I pointed to a random one, getting ready to cry again when he didn't find it. And that's exactly what happened. Can I use the bathroom? In the stall, I checked the paper Ryan gave me. I had to climb into the vent to get to the office. I knew the guard would get suspicious, but there was nothing else I could do. I just had to hope he was too uncomfortable to go into the women's room. Before I put the money back, I wanted to make sure the video of my brother was deleted, so I went to the computer. There was a password, but Ryan had written it down on the... Where was it? I checked all my pockets and even the purse. It was gone. The door flew open, and the security guard aimed his flashlight at me.
Come with me, young miss.
I failed. There was nothing I could do now. He led me out, and at the gate, I saw the black SUV, and from inside, a man in a dark suit and sunglasses was waiting for me. What was happening? When I got close, the man smiled and took his sunglasses off. It was Ryan?
Happy birthday, little Z. How'd you like your adventure?
But my birthday
is next week. I know. Then it wouldn't be a surprise, would it?
I'm pretty sure this would still be a surprise. Ryan told me he did work at NASA, and he owned the car rental place because 6 months ago, he invented something for the government, and now he was a billionaire. What about May?
She's my friend from work. If I was dating someone, you'd be the first to know. Why? Do you think she likes me?
But your apartment.
I moved out 2 months ago because I bought a house.
Wow, you got your own house?
No, that one's yours and Mom's. Mine is that one.
Mom came out from inside, smiling and waving.
Thanks for trying to save me, little sis. My protector.
I was happy. He really was the best brother ever. Except for one thing. You made me walk to school in the rain. Hi, I'm Cece, and this is my story. Before I begin, don't forget to like and subscribe. And hey, new MSA merch alert! Our latest bottles and notebooks are out now. Grab them via the link in the description and upgrade your gear. I was born in Paris, the city of love. Love was everywhere. In the heart-shaped cakes in the bakeries, in the balloons all the street merchants sold under the Eiffel Tower, and in the random rounds of applause whenever someone proposed publicly, which happened like 100 times a day. Yeah, love was everywhere, except our house. My earliest memories are of my parents fighting over the tiniest things, and of Lola, my sister who was 7 years older, distracting me. I got you new furniture for your dollhouse. Let's rearrange it in my room. Why are Mom and Dad yelling? Are they gonna be okay? Of course they'll be okay. Parents fight. This is normal. Don't worry. It didn't feel normal. It felt like my whole world was going to crumble down. And the only stable thing around me was Lola. When our parents eventually divorced, Mom moved to Italy to become an opera singer, and Dad soon realized his mistake and spiraled. He locked himself up in their room, and we rarely saw him. From that moment onwards, Lola became my unofficial parent. You cannot eat ice cream before dinner! You're not my real mom! Why did you fail math? I spent my whole week tutoring you! You're not my real mom! It's fair to say, I drove Lola crazy. She was forced to become my mother at a very young age, and I could be a brat. Also, I kinda ruined her plans for the future and her relationship with her very serious boyfriend, Jordan. Jordan and Lola had planned to go away to college together. Seeing that Lola had to work and take care of me since our dad was useless, Jordan left her and went off to college on his own.
I'm sorry, Lola. There isn't a place for both me and Cece in your life. this is it for us.
I felt guilty that Lola had lost both her boyfriend and her dreams, so I no longer wanted to give her a hard time. I started paying attention in class, helping her around the house, and even preparing her favorite meals and desserts. Ugh, there is no love like sisterly love, Cece. Never forget that. We only have each other in this life. One day, as I was working at my part-time cashier job in a coffee shop, I noticed a very rich-looking guy staring at me. I could feel his gaze without even lifting my head. Naturally, I decided to stare back until he got uncomfortable and broke eye contact. But he was a tough opponent. Give it up, creep. Didn't your mommy teach you it's rude to stare at people? But he still didn't flinch. He insisted on being in the line I was serving, even though the other one was empty.
One Americano, please.
Will that be all?
How about your number on the side?
I just stood there with a poker face until he finally gave up and said,
Yes, that will be all.
One Americano coming up. Name?
Ben.
That'll be €4, Ben. He gave me 100 and told me to keep the change with a wink. Nice try, jerk. If you think you can buy my number, you're sadly mistaken. Take your stupid money.
I'm just a generous tipper, girl. But I will get your number eventually. And by the way, your eyes are gorgeous.
And then he left. I wish I had shoved that change in his stupid face. Oh well. I could just use it to buy Lola something nice. This rich jerk kept coming back every day, and I'd always notice he had bodyguards waiting outside the shop for him. One day he came in when the place was empty.
I won't leave until you give me your number.
Then I hope you brought a change of clothes and a toothbrush.
You know, Cece, not to be a self-centered jerk, but I'm a great catch.
If you're so great, why are you so desperate to get my number?
Determined is a better term. I enjoy a hard challenge, and I just can't get you out of my head.
Then get a new head.
I would, but I have great hair.
You're not getting my number, weirdo.
We'll see.
For the next few weeks, he showed up with extravagant gifts, like a full mariachi band or roses that filled up the stores and customers couldn't get in. My boss finally snapped and told me to handle the situation or I was out. Of course, I couldn't get fired. I had to help Lola with the household expenses. So I caved and gave him my number. I'd just block him later. When I told my coworkers what happened, they all burst out laughing and started showing me his pictures on the internet. Turns out he wasn't just a rich kid, but a famous actor as well. Apparently, he had bought the staff's silence because he didn't want me to go out with him simply for being famous. To my surprise, he wasn't that big of a jerk either. He was crazy romantic, like crazy romantic. One day, I mentioned that I was craving pizza, so he insisted on going to Napoli for lunch. I thought he managed to get last-minute tickets on a plane to Italy, but turns out we were going with his private jet.
You know, Cece, when I first met you and realized that you didn't know who I was, I felt truly alive. I had a rare opportunity to introduce myself however I liked to someone who didn't already have some opinions about me.
Well, for future reference, you didn't do a great job at it. He came off as a creep.
Yeah, you made that very clear. Don't worry.
He was sweet, charming, and attentive, and I found myself falling for him. I was hesitant to bring Ben home to see our poor house and meet my useless dad. Only when I made sure he actually loved me and accepted me no matter what, I invited him to dinner. But Lola wasn't too enthusiastic about him. You're spending too much time with him, Cece. Boys are trouble and a distraction. You should be focusing on your studies to get into a good college instead of dating flamboyant stars. I'm not a kid anymore. Don't worry about me. Also, I can do both. Then, Ben and I went public, and he started taking me to all his premieres and movie sets. Sometimes, I would miss school and travel with him wherever he went. Lola was furious about this. I did not break my back to keep you in school and give up on my dreams, so you can live in some stupid fairy tale with a boyfriend. Fairy tales aren't real. I'm grateful for the things that you've done, but you can't keep holding that over my head. You also chose to do this, and I try to pitch in. You're welcome to stop caring for me now and go back to school. You're an ungrateful brat, Cece. You just met this boy. You're not his first love, nor the last. Don't get too used to this lifestyle, cause it won't be long before he drops you. Then we'll see what you'll do, kiddo. You almost sound like you resent me for getting a taste of the good life. Just let me be, Lola. But she didn't let me be. One day, I came home after a trip to Hollywood and found Lola waiting for me in the dark. Have a seat. OMG, you freak! You scared me! I think you should see this. What's this? Your Prince Charming isn't so innocent. I hired a private detective to follow him around. See for yourself. I couldn't believe Lola would go that far. Where did she even get the money to do this? In the folder she gave me, I found pictures of Ben in Saint-Tropez playing volleyball with many models and screenshots of him replying to other girls' stories on Instagram. That didn't really bother me till I saw a photo of him having dinner with one of his exes, and they were holding hands. I felt utterly disgusted and couldn't believe Lola was right. Ben had already left on another trip for 2 weeks, so I just blocked his number and blocked him on all the socials too. And I promised Lola that I'd never speak to him again. But I did find myself missing him. So instead of caving and unblocking him, I decided to watch one of his movies. So one evening, there I was, engrossed in his latest spy film and a family-sized pizza topped with pepperoni and my salty tears, when I caught a glimpse of something outside my window. It was Ben, swinging from a rope off the roof like a low-budget action hero. I quickly opened the window before he fell down and smashed his most valuable asset, his money-making face. What are you doing?
Well, it was impossible to reach you by any normal means, and Lola wouldn't let me in, so I thought I could swing outside your window until you tell me what's wrong.
Do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I wouldn't know about your affairs?
What the?
You heard me. I know all about Saint-Tropez and your DMs with other girls, and the dinner with your ex. I showed him the pictures, and to my surprise, he burst out laughing and tussled my hair.
You dummy, you. Well, first, these so-called models are my cousins. Gross. I can't help it if we're all a good-looking bunch. Secondly, these DMs are made by a very famous fake account. Everyone on Earth knows this person is acting like me. How did you even miss this?
Okay, fine, but what about the dinner? How are you going to justify that?
Well, now that's embarrassing. I got an anonymous call telling me that this big-time director wanted to meet me to discuss his upcoming superhero franchise, for which he wanted to cast me. I smelled something fishy because the call didn't come through my manager, but I was too afraid to miss the opportunity, so I went. There I found my ex, who had received the exact same call. It was obviously some kind of stupid setup, but there wasn't even any paparazzi around that we could see. And here I'm holding her hand because she's telling me her cat died. I didn't bring this meeting up because it wasn't anything important.
Do you honestly think I believe that?
Yes. Do you know why? I voice recorded all my calls and meetings, so here you go.
Oh man, he humbled me quickly and left me speechless. I hated being proved wrong.
But where did you get these pictures? Did you hire someone to stalk me?
Don't flatter yourself. They were thrown my way. Don't think for a minute that I'm obsessed with you.
Cece, baby, it's too late. I've seen you eat that pizza with snot and tears crying over me.
I hit him with the cushion as he laughed, then he hugged me. The next morning, I told Lola everything, but she wasn't relieved or happy. And you believe him? You're so naive, Cece. Well, I know him more than you or your private detective. He's an honest guy who loves and spoils me. Can't you just be happy for me? You're my sister. Is that too much to expect? Lola looked at me and then sighed. You're right. I suppose I can give him a chance. I was only trying to protect you. He seems too good to be true. I know, but maybe I lucked out and he doesn't have any skeletons in his closet? Yeah, maybe. But just as I thought everything was on track, it all exploded in my face. One morning, as I was watching the news, I saw a picture of Ben's father shaking hands with some thug.
In the latest Hollywood drama, the famous businessman, also known as Ben's father, is allegedly smuggling illegal goods and accepting bribes. Does this mark the fall of his empire and possibly Ben's reputation and career too?
As I watched in horror, I suddenly noticed Lola standing behind the couch, a huge, evil smirk on her face, and the realization washed over me. Lola was somehow behind this. Lola! My scream shook the house, and I turned around to pounce on her. Even Dad, who hadn't come out of his room in ages, came out running as we rolled around on the floor. How dare you humiliate Ben and his family like that? What did you do? Just used some AI-generated images. Ow! Calm down, will you? I'm doing what's best for you. This is what's best for me? Ruining my relationship and someone's life? How could you do that? Ben was nothing but nice to you. I've been nothing but nice to you. What is your problem? And then Lola's face twisted with rage. My problem is you thinking you deserve to go off and live your fairy tale life with your stupid perfect boyfriend when I gave up everything for you. So what? I should just live here and take care of our useless dad after giving up on my boyfriend and my dreams? And it was all for you. Finally, the truth comes out. You jealous, horrible dinosaur. I slapped her hard. You selfish, ungrateful pig! Our epic slap showdown kept going until our palms were sore and Dad finally intervened. I stormed off and shut myself up in my room. How could I tell Ben my sister ruined his family's reputation? I tried calling him to see how he was taking it, but I couldn't reach him or anyone from his family or managers. He just disappeared from the face of the earth. I joined my dad in despair and didn't leave my room when Lola was in the house. And I certainly didn't leave the house. One night, as I was watching one of Ben's films, I heard loud knocks on the door and police sirens outside. Dad and I got out of our rooms quickly, only to find the police taking Lola away.
You're being detained on suspicion of defamation through made-up evidence. You have the right to remain silent.
Lola, I swear, I had nothing to do with this. I know, Cece, I did. Lola turned herself in? But why? I rushed to prison after her and waited until I managed to see her. Why did you do that? I couldn't bear seeing you so miserable. I already lost Mom and Dad, and I can't stand the thought of losing you too. I was afraid you'd go off with your prince one day, and I'd be alone and miserable, and I got really jealous and selfish. Ben made you happy, and you deserve that. Now that it's public his father was framed, I'm sure he'll turn up again. I was speechless. I believed Lola regretted what she'd done, but she had to pay the price for it now. And Ben would get to hear that it was Cece behind everything and would make sure he stayed away from me forever. But one day, as I was leaving the police station after visiting Lola, I bumped into Ben. I thought I'd never see you again.
My family and I were advised to stay low and not to talk to anyone till the matter was cleared up. Now I'm here to pay Lola's bail, and we're dropping all charges against her.
What? Why would you do that?
Because she turned herself in, so she obviously regrets it. And because I love you, and she's your sister. And because I'm confident that I can win her over too. I wore you down, didn't I?
You sure did. And I love you too.